mind chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. You got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me round and go right forward, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. You got me got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. I was not ready to falling like I'm wasted. My heart grows heavy. Don't taste me rushing and keep your words naked. You got me blushing. And you forever I'll follow. You'll be my holy ground. You forever I'll follow. In immortality, I can see you and me free. In immortality,
your domain and a website? Now it's time to bring it to life.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around the
Yeah, but I'm quite glad to see, honestly, from the group stage, I was like, is it a fluke? They do look good here. That excites me.
Yeah, I mean, wait, predictions? Is that? I'm thinking about predictions here.
Don't make me
S2G?
predict. Stop.
You're thinking
Stop.
that they're going to be doing better? Okay, you know what? We'll
Shut it
lock
down.
you in. Make sure you use
Shut
the
it down.
hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26 to give us your prediction. Or if you actually want to participate on it, make sure you go to the EWC Play app and put in your predictions, because Neptura has which team moving up the leaderboard?
Ooh, Notion. They're definitely moving up.
I believe it too, because that team was able to perform yesterday, especially with eliminations. But as you were saying, it is going to be a long day. Today we'll be playing 8 matches, the 2 remaining matches from yesterday, the Miramars, and then we'll go into the actual day 2 matches as well, which could come into effect, Blaze, especially towards the later end of the day, because some players might not be ready to play those 8 matches in total.
Yeah, look, it's an extended day. That means, you know, you got to keep the mentality a little bit extended, but also kind of that more like pumping opportunity to be able to do your best work. I know if I take a couple of days off a video game, I suck. So the fact you get 8 games, that means you can just absolutely obliterate, lock it in every moment. So I'm excited.
This kind of reminds me of my A-level art degree. You know, they gave us 4 hours to draw my painting. It was terrible. I even practiced. But if they gave me another 4 hours, it might be still terrible, actually. But I would have had a lot more time to spend on it. I would have felt better about it.
If only they would have made you drop Naruto, because right now we do have an awesome collaboration with PUBG Mobile and Naruto Shippuden, so make sure you guys check that out. We will be having an awesome match too that it's going to be casted by none other than Maxman, in case you were wondering where Max went and why we had to replace Max with Blank, and Kalaris as well, so stay tuned for that, because it is going to be coming. You know what? It's actually ready. Before we throw it though, hold on. Before we throw it, Blank, I want you to give me your best Rasengan.
Get it started, bro. Rasengan!
Lovely, lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Blank. It is Kale Sensei here with Baka Maxman. How are you ready? Are you ready for... Are you ready to rock here for our Naruto show match?
Well, how long did you have that one ready?
What? What do you mean? Spur of the moment, my friend.
Oh,
Spur of the moment.
of course. But no, very excited. I love this update. Generally, my favorite update in PUBG Mobile Esports, or PUBG Mobile to date. So much going on, and especially, are we going to see anyone take down the Ninetales, the big evil boss of the mode? That's going to be the big question, because I went down to him many times, but I could beat him a few times, but he's not impossible to eliminate.
It's tough. I also spent many a game not defeating the Ninetales. But before we do get into the games, let's check in here with the Naruto collaboration.
You have challenged us before. You already know our strength.
This time will be different. Let's settle it the ninja way.
身の術
Let's take down tonight is together.
Fine, but the final hits belongs to us.
You will have to defeat us first.
That's the plan.
You know this year belongs to us. Step aside or get knocked out.
I am right here. If you want us out, time and prime.
No special power, just a straight fight.
Go. Cái you will have no excuse.
That's right, the demonic presence of the Ninetale looms across PMWC, who will rise to the occasion to defeat it, but they've got to defeat each other first on the way to the victory here, Max.
Yeah, we got so many great players joining the fray, trying to become the Hokage here in PUBG Mobile Update 4.5. And this collaboration, as I said earlier, fantastic. So much has been added to the game. It's like 5 updates in one. And they've got to use every single aspect of this brand new content to hopefully subvert expectations and become the winners of their respective game modes.
We've got a lot coming at you here throughout all of this. Our first match, of course, will start off with Alpha 7 going up against Horror. Bear in mind, there'll be 3 matches leading up to the final match. So 4 matches in total. Each match will have a different rule set here, Max, to get things rolling.
Exactly, it's going to be different every single time. So make sure to stick around to see who's going to be winning each mode until the very last one, which is going to be very intense. But the first one is going to be entirely localized in the Hidden Leaf Village.
Wow.
Which that one is going to be the main hot drop in the mode, where if you go, normally have 40 players over there, but this time it's going to be a bit more cooler, a little bit more calm, only 4 players in that 2v2 format. And of course, only ninjutsus are allowed.
We're straight into the action here as Alpha 7 is going to be moving forwards here against Sky and finding themselves a little opportunity to have a moment and get themselves the ninjutsu to start things off. Mud Wall, a great defensive choice if you want to be able to get some kind of positioning against your opponent and give yourself a little bit of fortification.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a good one to use. It's a bit hard to use, though, in the city itself because you need actually a little bit of open land to use it. But the best one to get in this mode is going to be Substitution Jutsu, because actually, if you normally get eliminated by that final bullet, you get an instant respawn right next to that position. So that would be the best item to get if you just want to try and survive next to a shotgun. That is going to be absolutely broken in this 2v2 format.
And the most important part about this first match is you can only use ninjutsu as well as shurikens here to go for the engagement. No guns or anything like that. So they're going to be trying to find everything that he can find. I personally love the fireball. I think it's very powerful, good long range mechanics, as well as it acts like the Molotov, right? So you can actually like burn an area and really kind of zone out your opponents and maybe do some damage in the process.
You also have some combos. You can get a kunai combo with a Rasengan and you teleport and actually do damage when you land. So actually it's very hard to pinpoint your exact location. Though taking a little bit of a rest here, Revo. Taking a bit of a calm break before the storm that's about to break out between themselves and Horror. Okay, they're having a good time, enjoying it. But look really, the landscape. I've watched Naruto for the longest time.
Yeah.
It looks exactly like in the show. Like, I've got to say, the devs did a fantastic job with this hot drop.
Yeah, they did. And I think that as well, it's such a condensely packed landmark that you're going to have to be a bit careful. Shuriken's already coming in from a Horror there. Can kind of miss. They do fan out in that 3-way Shuriken play, as now we're going to be running around seeing if they can get a little bit of damage done moving forward. Is that the fireball coming forward? He's charging it up and looks like, a great landing to start things.
That was a direct hit. Really hard to connect. Normally it's a little bit slow, but he does get it. Here he goes. Substitution Jutsu going to be coming out. He gets an extra life here, but that's not going to be enough for Sleepy. Taking on out with a Shuriken. Now 1 player remaining. Sky trying to take himself to 1v2 with the ninjutsu available for him. He could make it work out, but Cadio on the front line going to load the Rasengan, and that's a direct hit once again.
A little bit of training here with the Shurikens. Try and get a bit more damage. Sky's going to have to get out of there as quickly as possible. Still a bit more dodging and weaving, dodging and diving. Bear in mind, you can run fast also whilst using those Shurikens, so it's the perfect little opportunity to be dodging around. They are almost leaving the hidden village there, so got to get back in as more Shurikens will come forward.
Oh, he got him there with the Chidori. Nicely done. He's laughing, he's having a good time, but that's an absolutely dominated play from Alpha 7. Really good plays, and every single ability I feel like was used in that 2v2.
Yeah, very nicely done to start things off. Obviously, we did see the wall picked up, but not much use of it. As you said, I think it's, for these guys, for these pro players, too fast-paced, so going to be difficult for them to be able to really make use of what is kind of a slow mechanic compared to the others.
It is, but if you set it up, actually, you need way more than a clip to get rid of that mud hole. So it would be great in open areas, but for this first mode, definitely maybe not the best one to use it. But I love the usage of the Rasengan and Chidori just to close that gap, get in CQC and get that damage. But as you see, congratulations to Rebo and Kariok for securing the first win.
Yeah, very well done. Let's let him check in with an interview.
Very good skills. How is so fast. His skill is better because I don't play so much classical matches, so I think he's better than that. But we still do it. It happens, it's okay. If Sleepy hasn't been knocked down so early, maybe we could do better than that. To be honest, I'm not the best guy playing classical matches, so I don't know. I would let that one with Kaino. So I hope he takes everyone.
All right, match 2 on the way here. We're going to have S2G going up against Nigma Galaxy, and the rules have changed. So, okay, and HamCG going to go up against Satan as well as Lord. Now, this one's a little bit different, Max. We're going to have 5 minutes, as they mess around with their table. We're going to have 5 minutes of a looting phase. After that, they need to head to the Ninetales. And then, of course, from there, if the only time they can actually engage one another is when the Ninetales is at 1/3 health.
It's not going to be easy. Usually I have way more than even just one team. Usually you have 2 teams of 4 players working together to beat it. So I have done it solo a few times, but I had to cheese it a little bit because Ninetales is definitely very strong. But here we got pro players on the board. We'll see if they can actually take them down. But as you said, the 5-minute looting stage hopefully can get all the ninjutsu techniques, especially substitution jutsu, which is a lifesaver in this mode. But outside of that, it's in the open. And the fact they can't fight each other is a big advantage. They're going to get so much damage done from the get-go. But when they do have to fight each other, and the Ninetales is going to be involved, all hell is going to break loose.
Yeah, and particularly when I'm fighting the Ninetales, if you're really wanting to go heavy APM focus, I'm a big fan of that multi-shadow clone jutsu, because you can teleport to the other clones.
Yes.
So you can actually dodge some of the attacks quite swiftly here, as now the looting phase here for the 2 teams will begin, Max.
Also with the cloning jutsu, they replicate your movement, meaning that if you are actively pushing someone, they don't know instantly which one is which, so it is actually quite hard to notice which one is actually the real player, but also, as you said, you can also swap positions if you want. But though, Naruto with the supercars, with the Ferraris in it too.
Not bad at all. Now, the M249 for me, Max, is one of the Ninetale eliminators. What do you think about the M249 for this?
No, I would disagree.
Okay.
It's not the M249.
Okay.
It's 2 M249s.
Oh, smart.
Yeah, usually I rock up with 2 M249s. That's my go-to. You want to try and get the extended mag to you, right? 75 bullets is nice, but if you can get 150, that would be fantastic. You've got to wait 5 minutes here, for the looting stage. That is what they're going to be doing into this one. And they are going to be making their way forward to get the damage. But yeah, he does have the M249, but no extended mag, which really would make this fight so much easier. But so far, they're going right into it. And the big thing you want to focus on when fighting Ninetales is to damage his cores. You're going to have this little weakened spot. That is how you're getting in a knocked state. And when you do so, he can't attack you, and he can do just so much more damage to this boss.
He's being... Well, never mind. Actually, he did have to now jump in. There's the AoE in the front of damage that they're going to have to try and dodge out. HamCG does take a lot of damage there, though. Swipes as well. He's almost down. Going to have to get out of dodge.
Also, to keep in mind, if you do get eliminated while fighting Ninetales, you get an extra free life. You get an extra respawn. He does make it out barely.
Nice.
That ability does a lot of damage. You've got to be careful. You can see, spread out throughout the boss, you've got these little spheres, right? And if you get there, it gives you extra ammo. So even if you're out of ammo in the fight, don't worry. You can still easily reload and get that damage done.
An interesting tactic S2G has gone with here, considering Nigma Galaxy is still looting. So they have just completely said, you know what? We're ready to go. We've fought the Ninetales multiple times. We're going to take this fight. Maybe Nigma Galaxy doesn't even get there before they deal with it.
I think they were surprised Ida was not in Pachinki. And they were like, wait a minute. Oh, it's just Ninetales.
There's no Hot Drop. What's going on?
What's happening? Oh, Hot Drop is going to be right here on the Ninetales boss, actually. But Soke going for the engage once more. He did get some extra ammo there. You can see for the ammo count, he's going to be looking pretty healthy. And actually, the stagger bar is already down to 50%. So they can actually get some significant damage here. Attacking the back paws, which usually would be the front paws, but it's fine. No, that's a mistake that a lot of people do when fighting it.
Oh, I see the car coming in. Here comes Nigma Galaxy now going to be joining the fight. Remember, the teams can't engage each other until it's down to 1/3 health.
Oh, there you go.
Moving away.
Yeah, that's it. That's when he gets actually taken too much damage. He's going to go to his main zone on the map.
Fair.
And that's when he's going to be empowered, doing a little bit more damage and actually starting to run around you if you do get some good damage onto his headshots. There you go, closing the gap once again. Hey, he's going to be focusing mainly onto the side of Nigma Galaxy. The car is going to be on fire, going to run out. And they do make it in time, but that is a mistake that could cause your life very quickly against Ninetales.
It's a strong strategy to use the car. Technically, you can avoid some of those big AoE damage maneuvers, but if you do actually get hit, then you're down and out. So here for Nigma Galaxy, they're going to have to be on foot for just a little bit, as now Satan was very, very low on health. You can see those weak points showing themselves as now the Ninetales dances around, looking towards Lord a little bit, seeing what they can get done. Still not down to that 1/3 health. Bear in mind, the last killing blow here on Ninetales will be the one that is the winner in the end.
Exactly, it only gives you the award if you are the final player to get that final bullet to connect onto Ninetales. Though the focus now is going to go onto Lord for a second. He's got to go and make sure he does not take any damage. The best technique that I would give to everyone at home if you want to take down Ninetales with your squad, whoever has the focus of Ninetales, usually you're going to have a little red eye above your head. Make sure to keep running. Make sure to keep running and you'll be fine. But here you go, the main ability is going to be coming on through and he's going to snipe down all of Nigma Galaxy, but does not connect.
Yeah, they are able to get out of dodge quite nicely there. Just to run out and make sure you don't get hit by that. If you do, okay, stagger can do a lot of damage. Maybe go for some of those headshots, Max.
Exactly, you want to try and get as much damage as possible. Actually, S2G don't have a great angle to connect with a headshot. A lot of it's going to be connecting on the arm, but that's okay. It's still going to be putting them very low. But the 1/3 HP, as you said already, Kale, is going to get very close, and we're almost there, just a few seconds away, possibly.
I mean, technically, it's an opportunity for the other teams, and now the teams to actually engage with one another. But at the same time, do you want to do that? I mean, having extra firepower. Okay, here comes the attack again.
Oh,
he's gone, surely.
I think so. But again, he can get an extra life there, but that ability comes raining on down. And that's going to be MCG bleeding out even faster. That did some significant damage.
I wonder if he's got reanimation Jitsu if he can get on over there. But they were kind of close to each other for a little while, so I'm assuming that maybe they don't have it available.
I don't think so. And the thing is also, when you are doing reanimation Jutsu, is actually very tough. But here you go. That's going to be 1/3 HP has been reached, and now he's going to go for the quick run animation in his Dome of Doom. And everyone now can start fighting each other. Who's going to survive?
Got to watch out for those demon balls falling from the sky there, making sure you stay out of those as quickly as possible. They will do a lot of damage if you get connected. You can see Lord now healing up outside the dome and trying to reset a little bit here with Satan. Get back in there. They know they've got a little window of time here. SUG's not going to likely bring down that 1/3 health straight away.
You do have a little bit of also fog of war when you go in this dome. You don't really see enemies at long range that easily, so if you go inside, it can be a bit tough to spot your enemies. But here's still going to be SUG over there just trying to slow it down because MCG we did see get eliminated, but I believe he will be coming back. Actually, it still says remaining 4 on the top left side of your screen, meaning he will get an extra respawn. He should come back soon enough. There you go, Lord spots him out, trying to Naruto run here and dodge all of those incoming bullets. He swaps over to the AKM, but can't connect it. One more would be great, but he's dodging everything.
Oh, here comes the Ninetales as well, though. Big swipe on Soul K, knocks him out. He's out. To go for the reset and keep away from all of this. So much pressure put on Nigma Galaxy from Nigma Galaxy, as well as Ninetales pushing away Soul K. That was a great escape.
That was a great one, but unfortunately did see there for a split second. No more ammo on his M4 or the M249. He's already struggling. Hopefully can get access to one of these spheres to get some extra ammo for himself. But Lord, Satan still looking pretty healthy in that encounter. But look at the minimap. MCG is coming back with a parachute.
Just no ammo on some of Nigma Galaxy was really going to cause the problems, yes. Say. So I don't know about this. Maybe, you know, a few shurikens or just try and go for a little bit more loot as well. And I think that's exactly what Lord's doing right now. Running out of some of that 5.56 is a very, very big problem. Now back on in here. Soul K trying to go for a little bit of a dodge once again. Swiped against him. Double swipe, in fact. Soul K going down quite low. Probably wants to get out of the way again.
Oh, that CQC ability really just takes you down so quickly if you're not careful enough. Actually going to be taking some shots, but it's Lord. He connects one bullet, but he's going to be forced out. Actually, the buildings around the spawn of Ninetales can be destroyed by the boss himself. So that was actually a little bit scary for Soul K, but you know what? He makes it to another building. He's got a bit of respite, a bit of time to relax and heal up with that med kit. He will be good to go. But man, this Ninetales really being a hard foe to take down.
I always think, especially when playing this mode, as if there isn't enough problems you have to deal with in PUBG Mobile when you've got people like Lord trying to spray you down. Never mind the Ninetales swiping at you and then running out of the dome to try and hurt you. Poor Soul K, but he has done well to recover.
He's done definitely a lot of great work. But the thing is about the Naruto run in particular, it's so hard to hit. Like, look, in esports, you would hit these every single day of the week, but the speed and also the elevation you get from jumping is just insanely powerful. So that range, hitting Soulcay is just almost impossible to pull off.
Oh, trying to dodge a little bit. Also, these orbs will spawn a little wall, which is technically a nice line of sight blocker as well, right? So you could use those to your advantage, but you don't want to get hit by the balls initially.
Actually, pro technique if you want. If he does create a little bit of cover, as you said, right, the rock formation, just hide behind it, and the other spheres from Ninetales also connect with it, so you literally are super safe the entire time. It's just a nice way to cheese it. I've used it a few times for myself. But he's got the angle. Satan with the org will connect it. By the way, with a Ninetales org skin looking extra cool in the process.
Extra fiery here as now the Ninetales is next to these buildings, trying to find Soulcay wherever they can find. Satan actually does spot him through that window and is going to try and close the gap just a little bit more. See if he can eliminate some more of the S2G players. But with only Soulcay here to try and hold down the fort, it's looking difficult for S2G.
Yeah, because HamCG, that was his second life. So really, if you are Soulcay, if you got a reanimation jutsu, you can bring him back. If you go to a recall tower, you can get it back by, unfortunately, no, you don't really normally have these around this area too much. So I think that, yeah, Soulcay is going to be just having to remain as a solo and take this fight. Again, it's down to the final bullet, as you stated earlier, Kalaris. So if he's able to just outlive these two players of Enigma Galaxy and actually just slowly whittle at the health of Ninetales, he could be the one to secure the win for S2G.
I think it's been interesting to watch the tactics that the teams have been employing, of course, as S2G arrived very early, tried to get as much damage in as possible. Enigma Galaxy bided their time, and now they know once that 1/3 has gone down, they can just try and eliminate S2G and take it at their own pace, though. But Lord here with substitution jutsu actually does get himself a little bit of a reprieve, but Soulcay finishes him off anyway.
Oh, he's got the angle, and he gets it done, and that's S2G fully eliminated, and that's the win headed the way of Enigma Galaxy. Lord and Satan looking so clean and able to use every single aspect of the game here to get the win at the end.
Gosh, what a close back and forth match there from them. So well done, Satan, with the finish off. Beautiful stuff. And that means Enigma Galaxy and Alpha 7 have qualified to the final match.
Yeah, you could hear, by the way, that org skin, it sounds amazing.
Yes, it does. All right, let's hear from an interview then as we have Enigma Galaxy winning out the second match.
Easy. Easy? Easy. They didn't listen to the rules, bro. I swear. Bro, it's so hard. M249. Yeah, you need M249, full bullets, and you just shoot. And you need car to run away. My whole bullets, bro. Oh, I was running. I just wanna run. He's like too big, and you can't like kill him like easy, you know? Alpha 7 or 40. Both we will, like, anyway we're gonna win. No. I trust you, bro. I trust you. No, I'm humble. Of course, we're gonna have fun, but we're not gonna show any mercy.
Ah, yes, the contrasting answers there of I'm humble, but easy.
Easy times in the show match. But no, it's cool. I really like it. And as they clearly stated also, M249 is the way when you want to take
Surprise.
We knew that going into it, right? We were going to see a bunch of M249, but I also understand why you want to use the org because it's got the cool skin, right?
It is a very nice skin.
I'm very close to getting it.
Yes.
It's an upgradable skin, and actually, the crate, when you eliminate someone with the org skin, it becomes a mini Ninetales that becomes the crate, and you just move from that. It's absolutely fantastic, and I definitely want it because it's going away soon enough. So,
yeah, Maxman 30 if you want to get yourself some free UC for all skins as well. Let's take a look at match number 3. We have got 4 players land in a designated combat area. This time around, no special rule restrictions apply, so it is going to be a free-for-all here. 4 Thrives going up against Yangon Galacticos.
Look, 4 Thrives, Huzaifa and Falak got a huge advantage because for those who remember, especially John Allen, he was covering it just a few weeks ago.
Yes, he was.
They did a Falak show match about the Naruto mode. He knows every single intricate aspect of this mode, so I would say, if I had to do a prediction, which, no, for this, I don't know if there's any cursor whatsoever, 4 Thrives.
Wait, that's not allowed. Stop.
No! Is it written in my contract?
Guys, I'm trying to protect you out there. All right, anyway, let's get into match number 3, of course, as we do have them all going to be dropping down once again. I don't know, I think I'm probably also leaning the same way. After that show match that I watched with Mr. John Allen, I think there is definitely some very well-versed players on 4 Thrives.
But Yangon Galacticos got their own skin in game too, man. So
that is kind of cool.
They kind of look really good. I have that one too. That is actually really sick. So, you know what? Yangon Galacticos may be able to eke this one out on both Huzaifa and Falak. But yeah, here you go. It's going to be good for the drop here, trying to get all of the loot for themselves in the early stage and see how it works out. But Pachinki No Enigma Galaxy, no Ida, it's safe.
But there will be a hot drop nonetheless. Let's see what they're actually going to be able to attain, of course, across the way. Now, at the top of Pochinki, you actually do have this new area, right, that has been crafted in the similar vein of the Naruto collaboration here as well. And there are chests there that you can actually grab yourself some of that ninjutsu as once again to be able to have that available to you. But again, no restrictions here. 3 minutes, no restrictions. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, very interesting ninjutsu technique to use here is going to be the M4. Quite a deadly weapon if you want to use it for yourself. But we'll see 4th Thrives actually is going to be Falak in the main city portion here, updated off Pochinki, while Yangon Galacticos looking to get some weapons on the more northern edge of the city. You see, these chests is really one to aim for because every single time you go for that chest, you will get an ninjutsu ability every single time.
I already kind of like Yangon Galacticos' approach here to dropping in that location just a little bit closer. That said, though, Falak and, of course, Huzefa have been able to find themselves on the south side of that, so they're going to be able to gather up a little bit more. PP Bison in action here for Mr. Falak.
Oh, yeah. He's happy about that one. Falak going to be having that one for himself, followed up with also a... Now, he swapped over for the Olga, a weapon that does have the skin from this current collaboration, which looks absolutely amazing. But now, yeah, as you said, the area where Yangon Galacticos are currently playing around is very loot dense. A lot of the chests are going to be localized around here, and you also get an extra bit of elevation because of how the lay of the land is really built in that area in Pochinki. So they have extra bit of information, extra loot. Currently, if I didn't know who was playing, I would say Yangon are currently looking good, but Huzefa going for the wide wraparound outside of Church, trying to get the drop-off angle onto Yangon.
Yeah, a little bit of a crawl around here, trying to get the dupe on them. Now, I don't know if this is going to work out too much here for Yangon Galacticos, moving down this side, seeing if they can try and find... The problem is for them is that I think that they completely lost Falak way early on in this game, and he's been lurking around, being very, very sneaky in the middle of that. So they've been trying to find him, but it's not been successful thus far.
Where are we going, Yangon? They are just going back to regular PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's just...
Okay, I think they saw that Huzefa was going for a wide wrap behind them.
Yeah,
maybe they want to just get better entry points. They're just trying to reorganize how their approach to that fight is going to actually go down. Or maybe they're just unhappy with the loot, which right now you open the chest, it's a bit random. Maybe they just didn't get the abilities they wanted, so they're really chasing down the extra jutsu, especially, as I said, not the reanimation jutsu, the substitution jutsu would be great to find. He gets an angle with the iron sight, but not going to be taking the shot, just biding his time for that true opportunity to get a knock.
I've seen a lot of Pochinki hot drops in my time, Max, man. This ain't one of them yet. This
is very respectful.
A respectful Pochinki hot drop. Mana hasn't spotted, though. I appreciate the trigger discipline that we're seeing so far, because this can potentially allow Falak to reposition and go for that pincer maneuver that they could get on Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that 4th Thrives are trying to be very methodical, very thoughtful how they want to engage that fight, because if it was a 4v4, it'd be a bit of a different kind of approach. But here, you get one knock, you instantly turn into a 1v2, which your odds of winning are going to be insane. But Mana drops down. He's going to be instantly taken out by Huzefa. Can't get the flush just yet, so it's not mission impossible, but I feel like here, they're just going to fully send it Naruto run style and get that flush confirmed.
Smile's trying to reinforce this, but it was the perfect moment, right? When you're vaulting out of that window, it gives you that opportunity to just laser them down there and get that elimination under wraps. So yeah, even trying to maybe bait in Smile a little bit further, but they will get that done. And now it's up to Smile to do something. I think he's going to be spotted pretty soon here. It's going to be difficult. There you go. Falak takes him away. Yangon Galacticos down. 4th Thrives will move on forward.
Yeah, the pincer maneuver, man. It really worked out. They did it the same in the Ninja War in the anime, and you know they're doing it here in the game, using the techniques from the show itself. And Huzefa looking very impressive. Actually, the one really getting 2 impressive angles, but at the end, Falak gets that final blow. Nail in the coffin. Yangon, all done.
Look how happy he is.
I've never seen him be so happy. Whoa.
Amazing. All right, let's check in with an interview here for match number 3.
I mean, it's a fun match, but let's see who's gonna win. I think Fireball's Jutsu is 10. Yeah, for me, it's you. Yes, we are gonna win every tournament. Doesn't matter it's show match or main tournament.
Felt like a man after my own heart. Fireball Jutsu, I'm taking that every day of the week. All right, we've got our final match here, Max Man. It's going to be a 3-way.
Oh, yeah. The 8 for 7, Yangon Galacticos, all fighting each other at the same time. So now, it was already quite intense. A lot of Jutsus being used at the same time for 2v2.
Yeah.
Now you've got all of these players all fighting at the same time. There's going to be Jutsus all over the place, fire on the floor, walls everywhere. Going to be very hard to tell what's happening in those matches.
No, definitely, definitely. Now, bear in mind, it is, the only ninjutsu as well as shurikens only. So no weapons going to be allowed here. I mean, a shuriken's a weapon, but you get what I mean.
Yes.
No guns, all right? No guns.
No guns right now, except for Falak on his 2 arms. That's the only guns he can bring in game.
Do you think? Do you think Falak's like jacked to the 9s? You think so?
I don't know. Yeah, he scares me in game, so in real life, he knows.
That's fair. That's
there too.
All right, here's the rules as we do start things off. A 3-minute losing period, and then moving into the Valley of the End. Players may only attack each other using ninjutsu as well as those shurikens obtained in game. And the last surviving team, look at it, Max. They get to do the commemorative moment.
Ooh, that's going to be great. Sick animation at the end of this game, with some very popular characters from the anime that we might be seeing later on in its final match. But Valley of the End is very interesting of an area because one cool thing you can do in this mode, right, is Naruto run on water. And Valley of the End has so much water to work around, so that's going to be great for these teams. There you go. Everyone has spawned in. It's 2v2v2 showdown. Who's going to become your champions?
Interesting that our looting phase starts here, of all places, for these teams.
So you do have crates spread throughout Valley of the End, but they're very hard to find. But here you go. The fight is ready to begin.
All right, so what are they going to be able to find to start things off? Of course, nobody really starting with anything other than some shurikens. A little bit of damage done already on Falak here. A little slow in it all as well, and he's already down. Oh, no.
Oh, trying to use a CQC Rasengan is not the way to do it. Satan is going to be beaten up in the water. Can't make it out. And Alpha 7, they were waiting for that third-party opportunity. They're all damaged. They're wounded. They're on the floor. And now Alpha 7 looking to clean it up.
Trying to pick him up and get him out of dodge. It's not going to be working out at all. Lord here. Just turn around a little bit once again. There is moving on a little bit further. More shurikens coming in from all angles. This could be over quicker than I thought.
There we go. Huzaifa in the 1v2 situation is not looking too good. He's going to try and run the way. Oh my goodness. He can't even make it out of the water. And now it's going to be Alpha 7 winning the final match.
There you go. I didn't think it was going to happen that quickly. I'm a little taken back, Max.
I didn't see a lot of ninjutsu, a lot of shurikens will be used there. Apparently the looting stage was just non-existent. The shuriken is all they needed.
Yeah, I guess it had occurred kind of with that one fireball coming in.
The singular in water, definitely very effective.
Yeah. Very nice as we see the final moments here as well. Alpha 7 using the shurikens to full effect and getting themselves the final blow.
Oh, Cario Revo smiling there at the end as they become your champions of this mode. Well done indeed.
Well, let's listen to the interview here. Alpha 7 being the champions of Naruto.
It's a good feeling. It was a funny show match, so I like it so much. Our video is the same, so it was funny. Maybe the fireball, it's cool. I like it. Thank you for everyone who supported us and keep supporting us, and let's go for 7.
The battle continues. Ready to start.
Of course, congratulations to Alpha 7 there for being able to win that. Did you have a good time, Max, man?
I had a fantastic time. There was so many good plays. Seeing M249 to take down Ninetales, that is the way to do it. So I'm happy they are on the same level as me in game.
Is that the case, is it? Right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're significantly above my level. I'm going to put it that way. Thank you very much for joining me here, Max, man. We are going to go, and we're going to have the studio right after this.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion.
それが俺の人道だ。雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
Hello and welcome to the PUBG and Naruto booth here at the PMWC at the EWC 26. We're checking out what's on offer for you guys for free if you head on down to the event. One of the things you can do is sign your name on the board. And who's this signing their name? Jackie.
Hey guys, yeah, it's a good time down here. I thought I'd slip in early, get my name on the board and see if I could walk away with something nice to take home.
Oh, absolutely. There are things on offer. We'll cover that in a minute. Looks like Maxman's been joining you as well. I haven't seen him around, but he must have been here earlier. Got up nice and early.
Oh, mate, it's got to be done, John. It'd be silly to be here at EWC and not get involved with what's going on at the PUBG Mobile Naruto booth. Much like these beautiful people that are over here playing the game. That's the step, John. Sign your name and play the game.
That's the first two on the list. Kalaris and Neptura both trying to collect those brain rots, get the passive income rolling up, you know, tung 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 sahur and all of that.
How rotted is your brain today, Nep?
Extremely rotted right now. I'm all in. I'm all in.
Well, that sounds good to me, John.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. Fantastic. We are going to take a look at what else is on offer, though, here at the booth. There is plenty to do. Taking a photo, maybe, with some of our representatives. We've got the chicken mascot, of course, the PUBG Mobile player unknown.
Get over there and see if we can wrangle them.
Yeah, absolutely. See if we can get either side of them, because taking a picture.
Let's see if we can, John. Hello. It's good to see you again. I imagine, John, here's what you do. You kind of come in, phone out, quick snap, call that a selfie, and then you want to tweet that one. But what's the hashtag, John?
Hashtag PUBG Mobile France. Make sure you hit that one online, because you can win yourself a lovely t-shirt for our collaboration with Naruto. Make sure you're checking that out, because it is fresh.
It is indeed. You could be fresh printing all over your battlegrounds. You won't want to miss it if you're here at the venue in Paris, France. Get down to the booth.
Third place. Close enough to see the trophy, but never close enough to lift it. For Aurora Gaming, the road to the Esports World Cup is about more than qualification. It is about finishing the story this roster started last year. At 2025 PMWC, they established themselves as one of the most mechanically gifted teams in PUBG Mobile. Their aggression was fearless, and one knock could quickly become a complete squad wipe. Doc, Top, Zeol, and Refus could all take over a fight, but at times, they looked more like a group of incredible individuals than one fully connected team. Doc was named MVP, but they still finished third.
За бидрийг одоо төрүүлэхэд зогсоосон зүйл нь гэвэл миний хувьд яг тэр үеийн яг хэлцүү жоохон тийм байсан болоод тэгээд ер нь зоонч тэр rotationч тэр ер нь тийм болоог байна.
Then came PMGC, another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish. Two of the biggest tournaments in the world, 2 podiums, but still no trophy.
За өнгөрсөн жилийн гэх юм бол бас 2 том тэмцээнд 3-р байранд орсон. Тэгээд энэ жил одоо тэгээд чадхаараа хичээндээ.
Now, they return under Aurora Gaming with a new organization, the same firepower, and another opportunity to finally win. The question has never been whether they have enough talent. Their MVP titles have already proved that. The real question is whether multiple stars can now play as one complete championship team. Their qualification run showed promising signs. Aurora still played aggressively, but their rotations looked more controlled. Their pushes had more support, and the team appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
Oh, the name of Refus, the 1v4 from a range!
They wiped out the last team and won the EECA finals by the smash rule with 145 points and finished first in the regional qualification ranking.
That will be the tournament going their way. They've done it. Aurora are your champions.
За өнгөрсөн жилээс энэ жил нь ондоо зүйл гэвэл одоо манай баг хэлцүү өөр амьсгал багийн тоглолт ер нь нэлээ өөрчлөгдсөн. Одоо яагаад гэвэл өмнө жил одоо 2 том нэмсэн 3 дугаар байранд орсон болохоор одоо жишээ нь авраг авахаас одоо нөө хой суугдсан алдаануудаа ер нь тэгээд бүгд засч орж ирсэн. Тэгэл авраг авахын төлөө ер нь чадхаараа хичээнэ.
The MVP awards are already there. The international podiums are already there. Only one thing is missing, the championship. Aurora Gaming arrive at PMWC 2026 as the uncrowned kings of PUBG Mobile, ready to break the third place curse and finally become global champions.
That would be a dream for Aurora fans if they are going to be able to become champions, because they have the MVPs to back them up. And if they become champions, I think I'm going to be the curse for that team, because this is the one event that I'm actually not picking them to be champions. Once again, welcome back. Huge shout out to Kalaris and Maxman, son, for being able to do that amazing show.
Maxman, son.
Yeah. Joined by Lace, Blank, Natura, and the 7WG. But we're going to do the STC rewind. We're going to remind you what ended up happening yesterday, because we did end up playing 4 matches. And in those 4 matches, I mean, if we start off with the Rondo, Nickman Galaxy was able to get that first win.
In really good style as well. Really enjoy what we saw coming in from Nigma, both in that one game and throughout the day, quite honestly. Very, very excited to see what they've got coming in onto day 2, because it was a fantastic start. They're in, what, 4th place? 3rd place, I think, even. Looking very, very good indeed. And they just have to keep going on this sort of trajectory, and I think they're going to finish off really, really well.
Absolutely. I mean, Nickman Galaxy right now, Lace looking very, very good. I think Coop's coming in. I've said it multiple times yesterday. I think people probably were quite bored of me saying it, but I really do like Coop being in the roster. He looks very, very good. I think the major difference right now, though, is Ralph is still playing this passive game, but he isn't dying as much as he used to. He is playing that off angle really, really well, Lace.
And you don't want to die in PUBG.
No, you don't. Bad.
So this is in Rondo. If it's in Rondo, you know what? You just go for it. You do get one rewind.
Go again.
I mean, look, I have to be so passionate about Tiamba, though, being able to keep that sort of skyrocketing performance throughout every single match. We got to see Milu doing the Milu style. No 1v4s just yet, but so goddamn close, and I feel like it's going to be just another great day for them. It was a great day coming out of like the survival stages, now to grand finals, and I do believe that they're going to keep that momentum going forward.
Hey, you were talking about Tiamba, you were talking about Milu. Now we get a chance to see one of those highlights from yesterday from that squad. Ulf did end up getting the last chicken dinner yesterday, and it was the first time that we see Ulf having all the 4 players alive. They end up with 10 eliminations in that match.
Absolutely. It's so nice to see finally a full squad from Ulf in those final moments, and you can tell that they know very much how to play this game, right? It's just when they lose those players, that's when they start to fumble, that's when they start to fall down. But you keep them a full squad, they can play this very well. Their timing is really good. Their angles are really good. The splits that they do, Blank, are very, very good indeed. So I'm very excited to see if they can keep those 4 players still alive at the end of a game, what they might be able to do.
We'll see if that's going to be the case, actually, because we do have Aurora, we do have Vitality as well. Those are 2 teams that are currently in contention for the club championship. So why not? Let's send it over to Senorita Glitter to see what she's got to say.
We are deep in the trenches of championship weekend here at EWC 2026. So as always, it's time for a club championship update because we have multiple grand finals matches this weekend. It's time to dive into all of it. First of all, kicking things off at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, we have our grand finals set today for Rainbow Six Siege. That will, of course, be between Furia and FaZe, with a 3rd, 4th decider match also happening between DZ and GK. Now, this is big for GK because it does mean that they got their 2nd top 8 finish, which makes them CC eligible. Then over on the chest side of things, we also have a grand finals match happening. And this one is a big one, okay, because we thought we were going to maybe see a bit of a repeat of what we got last year. However, after an insane day of matches, both of our Falcons players are now in the 3rd, 4th decider match. It does, of course, mean that Falcons are guaranteed 3rd place level points when it comes to the club championship side of things. But the big surprise is GM Dennis from AGAL being the 2nd person to secure the spot in grand finals against Magnus. This is massive, not only for GM Dennis, but of course for AGAL, as they are currently at the top of our CC leaderboard. They can get even more points. They will be setting themselves up
well for the final week of our competition. Then over on the STC Arena, we have our top 8 set, and they will be playing through their quarterfinals matches today. There's a couple teams we're going to be paying attention to when it comes to the CC side of things, and those teams are, of course, Falcons and Vitality, two massive heavy hitters on the CC side of things. Falcons have a big opportunity to potentially usurp AGAL here, but Vitality are looking to continue to climb the ranks, and they definitely have a chance to do that. So we'll have to see how that competition continues to play out, because Vitality are also going to tie into us over here on our stage for PUBG Mobile. They have been a favorite the entire competition, and now they have an opportunity to continue putting themselves in a good spot heading into day 2 of our finals matches. Of course, like I said, there's going to be a lot of action happening here today, so we'll make sure to keep you all updated with how it all ends up playing out.
Thank you so much, Senorita Glitter, for that update with the Club Championship. But now we're going to talk about what's going to be happening today, because today we will be finding out which team is going to be going into tomorrow's first place and willing to set that threshold for the Smash Rule. In first place, though, after 4 matches, we do have E-Arena with 48 points. And luckily for us, for all the viewers, it's still close. Tiamba performing well, but they haven't been able to...
Not just yet. Still impressive stuff, though, coming on through from them to be able to maintain that second place even without a win. But it's still, we still need to see that win, right? A win has got to be where they want to... That's the goal for today, I feel like. You've got 8 games to do it. They need that win, because these other teams, I have a sneaking suspicion here, we are going to see a massive upstart?
Kickstart.
That's the one.
Yeah.
For a lot of these teams, this leaderboard is going to be completely overturned, I think. We're going to see some very different names in that top 5 at the end of today. So, yeah, I think E-Arena, Tiamba, and Enigma Galaxy, all 3 of those teams, Aurora as well, really need to figure out how they want to play today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Tiamba actually need to win. 2024 PMGC was won off the back of pretty much eliminations alone.
Fair.
I think Tiamba can just keep up with this. I mean, 37 elims is very, very impressive. I think Aiking's doing very well on that side. You are right in the sense that I really do think it's going to be massively shaken up. I don't think E-Arena is going to stay there whatsoever. I think the only team that I actually have hope for right now is, funnily enough, Enigma Galaxy.
Yes.
And I'm not the biggest Enigma Galaxy fan at the best of times, all right? Okay, I think they have made some silly plays in the past, but they actually do look really good. I love how Enigma Galaxy looks right now.
Yeah, and I'm obviously having a look at Nongshim Red Force here, because look at those eliminations compared to placement points. The fact that they are able to secure so many points of them in the elimination average bracket and not the placement, it is going to be their time to just try and hit those top 10s, those top 5s even, and they will move themselves up into that top 7, because the elims are there. It's just the placement. They're falling a little bit short on their rotations and taking a little bit long to grab the eliminations where they're versing, but I believe that today they're going to be able to come in, grab those placement points, and skyrocket up to those top 7.
And the crazy thing, too, is that we saw some big names on that second page as well. We saw S2G, we saw Hora Esports, which I know the fans are wanting them to be able to improve. And now we're looking at one team that is going to be looking to improve in a big, big way when we're talking about OG, when we're talking about Godlike as well. But we're going to talk about the Sony story of the day, which is pretty much attacking the first place, attacking that throne at the top for these teams, because of what I was talking about in regards to the format. If you end up at the end of the day in first place, you will be able to set up that Smash Rules threshold. So let's say a team ends up with 150 points at the end of the day. Tomorrow it will be plus 10 of that, where they will be able to actually hit the threshold, the Smash Zone. And then after that, if they get a win, they win via Smash Zone.
They do. Yes.
Carry on.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay, well.
For you.
Well then. No, I think the Smash Roll has been so fun in the last few tournaments we've had it. I've always really enjoyed it, and I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on all these teams. I think we've had a lot of pressure so far. This lobby is incredible. It's very, very different to what we've been seeing so far in the tournament, and they've just they flipped the switch, and they've just gone 110%. Very excited to see what that's going to be coming through for them. Honestly, the Smash Rule is going to be a big thing. You got these top 5 players here. Milu being that MVP here, 7. Big GG.
Yeah, big GG for him, being able to put up those 14 eliminations, 2,800 damage. But we're also looking at some of the other names in this list, Blank. We have Top top as well. Mormon, QZZ.
I mean, Mormon has been acting as more men for that team. He is bringing the firepower in a big way. 11 eliminations. Jamie for E-Arena, I think he was kind of carrying the squad yesterday a lot. Scarface still being on that top 5. He's a really big deal, though. Aaron, Ketch, big MVP players. Yeah. Scarface in the past really pulled it up in terms of that long-range scouting, but he's taking it close range now as well. It's very, very cool here, Lace. I'm really, really enjoying it. Obviously, we saw Milu right at the top, but it's QZZ as well that I really want to see step up for Tiamba.
I mean, I'm excited for Top. I mean, okay. Top is bringing Aurora into the conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not saying like it's a single person. Yeah, it's a single person that fights on these teams, but from the performance yesterday, he's definitely making a name for Aurora and bringing Aurora into the conversation.
Go away, Doc. No, Doc, don't go away.
Oh, actually, play with the team. Play with the team, Doc. Play with the team, Doc. Don't go away. Don't run off into the distance versus Enigma Galaxy. That was bad. That was very, very bad.
Very, very bad. No good. Stay with the team, and maybe we'll end up seeing a good performance out of Doc. We know that he's capable of MVP performances, multiple MVP performances. But two teams that we're going to be taking a close look at is none other than Vitality and Porte, because we know Porte wants to be in that first phase, especially towards the top place.
Right, and we talk about the smash rule. You have a look at these teams, about a 25 point for some of these. It's not that far. Teams like Vitality and For Thrives can be that team that literally overtakes the leaderboard in one game. We have seen it before, even coming out of the group stages. Team Vitality, 10.5 average eliminations. And then For Thrives, 6.25. So they have the capability to be able to skyrocket incredibly fast and make their own smash rule up. They're showing consistency, obviously, through each game. The difference, though, in eliminations from group stages to now, obviously, is quite a gap in talking about over the 4 games. But, you know, Team Vitality are taking fights. They're making decisions that benefit them for late game, but they're just falling short. But for Thrives, if we bring them into the conversation, they are getting these eliminations, but they're not really making it to that end zone. So these two championship teams that obviously... We got some PMWC championships in here, so of course they have the mental capacity, they have the skill to be able to bring them back into the conversation and be absolutely dominant over the course of the matches today. I'm excited.
Yeah, correct. I mean,
I'm stepping forward too.
I can see that. Not on camera. You're just going in there.
Got the passion.
But yeah, that's Tiamba. What Tiamba exactly did to the poor guys on Vitality over on Rondo. They just got in there. And I think for Vitality throughout the day, if we look back on it a lot, most of the positions they took on the map were actually quite good, quite formidable, and they played it out decently well. They are just getting pushed by teams a lot. People are very aggressive in this lobby. They had center side towards Jalten, I believe it was, over on Rondo, and we had Tiamba come from outside circle and just send it to them. I think Vitality was very confused. I would be very confused by a play like that, and I think if Vitality didn't go down that early in that game, it would be very different position in the rankings. But yeah, the Elims are going to slow down right now. We are no longer playing into those feeder teams. These are all the best of the best.
And the Elims are going to keep on coming down for some of the teams. So one team that ended up surprising me in a really good way, Nunchim Red Force. Completely different from what we've seen out of the groups, completely different from what we saw in Survival too. Because, yeah, they've been able to just frag out of their mind, but those placement points are not there yet for that squad.
No, they're not. This is only a glimpse of what we know this team is capable of. For me, yeah, Tizzy was 2.25. I mean, that's crazy, right? We're getting really, really good average elims from all of these players. Still, I want to see them just continue that trajectory, continue to go forward, because for me, when you're thinking about, we've got 8 games today, Blank. That is a lot more than we're used to.
Yeah.
It's 4 Miramars as well, right? But it does mean that that for a lot of these teams, the pressure is going to get to them, I think, and also you're talking about that mental stamina as well when you have 2 extra games like that. For me, Nongshim, I think, are one of the only teams in this lobby that actually have that mental fortitude to play those extra games as well as they would on any normal day.
One of the only teams. Hot damn, we're getting some shots out here on day 2. I think there's other teams that might be able to bounce back.
I said
and
one,
I think there's going to be a lot of teams that might be able to surprise us too because of that format because we are going to be having 8 matches. One team that I'm going to be looking forward to surprising us is none other than Godlike. We have seen the potential that this team is capable of, and we're going to be showing it to you right now. Day 2 of groups, insane when it comes to eliminations. Yesterday, a big difference, and this is why I think from what they have shown us before, even though it's finals here, I think they'll be able to bounce back.
I think so too. I mean, the major thing that bounces out to me there, though, is the average survival time. Survival time looks fairly good at the moment. 20 minutes to 22. It's not a huge drop off there, but again, I'm going to tie this back into Nongshim Red Force very quickly, just because for Nongshim Red Force, I feel like what we saw yesterday, Lay, especially them and Flash, is that they were going a lot more aggressive. They're trying to experiment with stuff, which is important in these types of end games. When you get to finals, you can't let that pressure get to you. Day 1 is about experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim getting the eliminations.
Exactly.
They've got 20, 1 placement point. Godlike, on the other hand, getting the placement, finding those positions in center zone, but unfortunately not having the split hold to have the wave of enemies that are coming around from the rotation into the circle. So, obviously, we know Godlike can get these eliminations.
Yes.
They can take them on, do these third parties well, but also future-proof their rotation into the map. So today is their day. I agree.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Especially with 8 matches too. If the first match doesn't go your way, I mean, we do have the 2 Miramars. The good thing about this, right, is that we do have that Rondo in the 3rd match, which I feel like is going to remind me of what Sandhawk used to be. If for some reason those first 2 matches don't end up going your way, that Rondo might be that Kickstarter for some of their squads.
That's exactly what we've been discussing, right? I think a lot of people have had that discussion of where should Rondo be placed in a round in a day, right? And I think this is going to be a really interesting test to actually see, you know, if Rondo is really good in the middle of those of that rotation, of that map rotation. For me, I'm thinking, heck yeah, this is going to be exactly what some of these teams will need. You get that extra recall, you get that extra life, you get all those eliminations. That's the momentum that we start to see some teams try to build. For Thrives, for instance, was trying to build that momentum yesterday, you know, third-partying the hot drop. So for them, if they have a not-so-good Miramar session in the first half of the day, that Rondo should be excellent for them.
I'm loving the energy that we're getting from the fans right now, whether it's Sport Thrives fans. We got Hora right here. This man just popping off too. Sport Thrives having some of the best loyal gamers, that BLG squad that they have there supporting them. We'll see what they're going to be capable of. But talking about how you said earlier, you think, which team was it that you thought was one of the only ones that could actually, Nongshim,
yeah,
right? The only team.
One of the only
teams. Which are the other
Way
few?
to take our words and twist it.
I know,
That's
right?
crazy.
Well, yeah, tell us which other ones.
Okay, I think it's probably Aurora.
Agreed.
Aurora would do that. Vitality would do that.
You don't agree, Blank?
You don't agree with Aurora?
I think Aurora crack like an egg all the time, dude. I think that's totally fair to say. I think group stage Aurora is unreal. Qualifications Aurora, also unreal. Finals Aurora is just a different beast, man, okay? I think if you can back them into a corner, then it could be really good. I do think Aurora's played slightly better this time, but I am getting some moments where I'm like, oh God, it's happening again. I can feel the docketing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You start talking about Aurora, I get past the time for Aurora as well. We gotta be careful with what we say here. Fans are so close by too. Luckily, everybody has been amazing here. Whether it's a Fourth Rise fan, Horror fans, Aurora fans, and for all the fans currently here, don't forget you can go check out the Fan Zone experience here at EWC 26. Whether it's the awesome collaboration that we got a chance to see a show match for with PUBG Mobile and Naruto, or you can go check out the Brain Rot Royale, which I've been playing. I think I'm at level 7 or 8 now. I can't remember exactly. So I'm just going to go on brand and say 7 and then just get some of the other cool stuff. We have gotten so many shirts. Actually, for disclosure purposes, I've only gotten 1 shirt.
1 shirt. Yes.
Have you gotten any shirts, Mike?
Oh, I don't have a wardrobe or anything like that from this event. That's not happened.
No.
I've got nothing.
It's so cool, though. It's so cool, though. Lacey, you finally
Single
get
items.
No.
They're gonna play. They're gonna play that security.
I got triple T's. Tongue. Sorry.
They're gonna play the security camera from earlier when we were actually over there before anybody was there. I was just putting shirts in the tote bags with Naruto. I'm like, yes, take all of that. But as we're gonna be heading here towards a match, especially in Miramar, is there one team that you're looking to kickstart off the day with Miramar?
Fourth Thrives. For me, Fourth Thrives has to do it now. Yes, they will have that second chance in the Rondo, but for me, they're tied in 7th and 8th place. They just one good game. They need this. They feed off momentum so much that if they want to survive all 8 matches and still be on top, they have to start now.
I think it's a weird day for Fourth Thrives, honestly, because they love to start on Rondo. They say all the time in the past that Rondo is their best map. Usually they start off on Rondo really strong, and then they can transfer that momentum. Starting on Miramar, I don't think that it's the craziest map. I still think they can play it. For me, it's probably S2G. S2G has had a tendency in the past for miracle Miramars.
Yeah, I have to agree with that as well. And plus, Miramar, you get 2 at the start, 2 at the end. So these are like practice Miramars, you know what I'm saying? And then right at the end, that's where you have all playability and energy. Yeah, the repop. Yes.
I'm going to be looking at Ulf Esports because of what they were able to do yesterday, especially on the last game. They were able to get that chicken dinner, get those extra placement points. But if we were to remove that one chicken dinner out of Ulf, you would end up noticing that they would only end up having 1 placement point. And for me, that is the biggest red flag out of these teams when you're not able to just convert only on elims and the placement points start fading away. I know you say that, yes, a team doesn't really need a chicken dinner to be able to win PMWC, but in my eyes, they do need to be consistent at least towards the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, the beige flag right now is Fourth Thrives, right? We're in the middle ground. I mean, the 4 placement points, not great, but it is promising to see this still 21 eliminations. That shows, you know, gusto going to these matches, which I really do like.
Yeah, Fourth Thrives. We saw some of the decisions yesterday. I think that's what it was. Especially the one that I really have to nitpick, Nepturo, with Fourth Thrives has to be when they decided to coexist with Porte Esports for a little bit too long. I feel like that ended up hurting them in a big way in that match. It would have been one of those things where we usually tend to see them being a little bit more aggressive, making teams back off, but that wasn't the case.
Well, yeah, if you pull into their like elimination average, which is 5.25 at the moment, group stages was only 6.25. They're actually upholding their elimination value. Placement, exactly what you said, Seven. They are taking too long on these fights early on, and they have actually not made it really into that top 10 sort of scenario very much. So if they can just obviously push themselves, just give up the fight a little earlier, guys, and get yourself into that rotation, their eliminations will match, and they will actually do a lot better today.
And as we're seeing there in 16th place, EWC Esports with just 2 points. Those 2 points coming from eliminations. This is a team we're talking about give up the fight, talking about wanting to fight. This is a team that needs to figure out what they actually want to do, because we saw them hot drop with Enigma Galaxy 3 times yesterday, and after the first one, Raouf called them out, which, by the way, Raouf, keep on talking that smack, baby, because when you talk that smack is when we actually start seeing your true potential. You get that little chip on your shoulder. But yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, for EDA especially, they need to just get rid of those hot drops.
Absolutely, dude. You're throwing. I mean, there's no other way to put it, but you are just throwing at that point. Today, though, is great because we don't start on Rondo or Erangel. We just go to Miramar. So hopefully no hot drops there. If there is hot drops,
there are.
May need to have like a stern fatherly conversation with Ida at some point.
There could be a couple here going into Miramar, unless some teams decided to adjust. But enough talking. You guys saw us talk yesterday. You guys saw us talk right now. It's time we get into this games of day 2, PMWC at EWC Finals.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue at EWC here in Paris. This is the second day of PMWC here in Paris. I'm so excited, buddy. What's happening here?
Our attention now shifts to the teams that have to perform well today, because just 8 maps remain until we set the smash score going into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, buddy, and it's crucial to not fall behind and to stay on the top of these rankings, because everything played today as well.
That's right, we've got young contenders, historic rivalries, and legends of the game ready to go toe-to-toe on the Gadia City grid.
The better player on Worlds meet again for insane games, but which team will seize the opportunity and rise above the rest?
One step closer to $3 million, inching towards the trophy, the status, the glory, and the legacy. And so, it is time to kick off day 2 of the PMWC Finals at the EWC 2026!
Oh, we are so glad to be back. It's time for Miramar to get locked on in. We've been waiting since yesterday to jump into this map. We are going to be treated to that now, and it could not be more important for all of our teams here. They are going to need those points every single time they can get them, and they've got 8 chances today.
That's what it's all about here, to be on top of the leaderboards going into the final day of this tournament tomorrow. That smash point threshold will be set at the end of the day. Normally we start the day off hot in Rondo, but we're going to be starting it off hot in the sandy Miramar Desert. So let's get it going, John. I'm excited for this one.
Oh, absolutely. It is so important for all of these teams to keep their nerve, because today is a bit of a marathon, right? With these, with the unexpected 8 games today, you have to have the stamina. You have to be looking for it. It's so much more important than usual. It's kind of easy to disregard. Maybe you think, oh, it's only 2 extra games in the day, but that's another maybe up to 2 hours that you need to keep your mental focus locked in, dialed down, and under control, because every single point matters. Every single match can make the difference, and our players know it more than most.
That is right here, folks. $1.7 million on the line here in the finals all by itself. $3 million prize pool total. First place team going to be taking home $500,000. Woo-hoo! That is exactly what these teams are going to be fighting for here. So like you mentioned, today is definitely a marathon. I'm really interested to see how these teams have prepared for this, how their coaches are going to be kind of hyping them up. I was getting a little bit of a view backstage, and while hearing some of these coaches talk to their teams, like, look, I want consistency. I want to see you guys be able to play the game that got you here in the first place, and that's what we definitely need to see.
What I'm kind of interested in as well is, normally, you've played the Miramars the previous day. You have all evening, all night to recollect your thoughts about how your Miramar performances went, to be able to re-engage those strategies. Anything you noticed, anything you wanted to change, you can really fully brief your team as a coach, as an analyst. Now, they're going to have to do that on the fly. Yeah. They're going to have to do that faster for specifically Miramar than we've seen for any other map. And so that could be an interesting dynamic to let unfold here in terms of those point scoring when it comes to the end of today and the last 2 matches of it. As we're getting locked in, our players boarding the plane for the first time. Looking ready. Yeah. Hopefully Ida don't get too hot with their drops. We know what they like to do, but it's not, as the desk was highlighting there, it is not Erangel. It's not Picardo. Sorry, it's not. It may be Picardo. I hope it's not. It's not Erangel. It's not Rondo. So they have to try and get some points on board.
They need to desperately. Let's get this one started here, folks. You can see the players are excited. I'm hyped. I know y'all guys at home are excited to see some serious PUBG Mobile action. Let's get into it. Plane path going right down the center in a beautiful diagonal. So these teams, no crazy plane paths to start us off here. But I like what you mentioned. You know, we have to look at it for what it is, right? We're playing 2 Miramars today, and then we're going to be finishing with Miramar today. So it's going to be really interesting to see like how these teams are going to go into these 2 matches, and it's going to give these coaches a lot of time, right, in between all the other matches to prepare for those final 2. So I'm interested to see how these squads start here and end here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be interesting to compare the differences. We haven't seen them yet. I'm talking in the future now. But compare the differences to the adjustments that we're going to see potentially on Erangel, and then look at what adjustments we may see from the start Miramars to the end Miramars today. But that's a conversation for later on, because we do have to get stuck into the action. Hopefully not super quickly, but stranger things have happened. At the moment, I'm not seeing too much danger on these drops. It looks like teams are fairly extricated from one another. It's a little bit interspersed on the the east side here, though. Hot Jukes with Tianba and S2G. However, I don't imagine that's going to be too much of a problem. Grab some vehicles, get back, regroup. The circle up to the north side should help to pull that apart as well. Maybe some danger between Godlike and Orangutan, but yeah, they're far enough afield. I don't think that they're going to get too aggy with it.
Yeah, you can see Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be heading on over to El Pozo. That is normally out the 7th drop, but they are not here in the finals, so they should be able to get looted up pretty quick here. They're going to start off by, of course, securing those vehicles. Super important inside of Miramar. Kooks right in the trike. You can see him looking up, being like, trike, come on, man. Where is my UAS? Where's my Murado? He's going to need to find something else here. Or stuck to doing some little baby looting here. They're going to be fighting some buildings.
But they should be all right.
Yeah, they should be plenty. They'll have plenty of time here to get looted up.
Yeah, they're fairly center on this one. They could potentially break out towards some of the areas in Crater Field to send some looting over there. Alula as well, likely to head towards La Cooperaria. Maybe try and hold some of the hills, leave an outpost down south. Aurora getting some target practice in. Yep, that bush is gone. That's no points for that, though. Unfortunately, shrubbery does not count towards your elimination total.
Hey, you always got to check the bush, all right? You never know. You never know. There could be a random player hiding in that one. And you're going to see QZZ get his Murado, so he's going to be driving fast down the lane. But yeah, you got to get some. Got to get the fingers warmed up here.
Ooh, I'm seeing a duo from Aura kind of chasing Quick from Alula up north near La Cooperaria. It seems like they wanted to try and get engaged with that fight, but I don't think they've been able to hunt it down. Quick just a little bit too up to his namesake. Hang on a minute, they are back on the road again. And Quick is turning tail, moving back towards the rest of the roster for Alula. In the middle of La Cooperaria, they're still hiding out, and he has to dunk it out by the concretes. Now he's holding on the upstairs. Backup needs to come through, but currently no response really being seen from the rest of Alula. They're leaving him kind of high and dry as Jiggle from Aura is going to try and descend on this location too. Finally, they're into the vehicles and they're coming in for the rescue. But will it be too little too late as Quick has to go for the hot swap to the UMP Jukes?
What a sick shot with that shotgun. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit the mark enough to get a knock. And you can see Sleepy, he ended up going to that other side there because he doesn't have a vest at all. He wanted to be able to at least get something. But because of this fight, now you got the rest of Aula being able to hunt them down. You can also see some of the other members of Aura going to come trying to support these three men. Can he hit the shot? No, unfortunately, Rep doesn't get it. It is a 3v3 from this close end, but the fourth is coming, and that off angle. Let's see how this turns out.
I mean, when you have that south side hill under lock and key for No Fear, if he's going to get engaged here into the fight, maybe not, maybe more preoccupied with some loot, they say, you know what, it's fine, we got this under control. They're not pushing, they're being timid. They have lost the player so early, it's not what you want to see. A very aggressive roll down coming through from Aura in that scenario. Did not want to let Quick get away. I thought maybe they had stopped off a little bit before, but no. They just kept on going, kept hounding that one down. It's worked out here. The question now for me is, as I always talk about with early engagements, how long are you going to spend getting stuck in on this one?
That's the exact question, right? So I like what Aura did, right? They saw a solo player, chase him down, get the secured point. That's fine. I'm starting to wonder what Aula's doing. Yep, because of the fact that they are taking way too long. They are getting caught out, and now here comes Aura on the push. Sky running in with the MP, with the UMP, looking to get those finishes, and they are on the run. Nasser trying to at least get some angles here. Ooh, hits the croucher, but it's not going to be good enough. It's Aura to delete the first squad here on day 2 of the finals.
Every player getting their elim. Horror getting stuck in early on Miramar. 4 eliminations for the team, 1 apiece. Sleepy will get back to his feet, and they can look to re-establish control back down towards Crater Fields. They may need a little bit more loot on side, depending on how much was going through. I think I did spot a Winchester on one of the players for Horror, so probably looking to get that one replaced, although there will be crates on the players coming through from Alula as well. In the meantime, though, Godlike has managed to capitalize on this opportunity from this northeast side. They've managed to move in and could contest for the Crater Heels approach.
All right, yeah, you can see these movements coming out really, really quick. Leaderboards you can see right there on the right of your screen here, folks. E-Arena up on top. Waiting to see when Godlike's going to wake up. They definitely need to here today. They're sitting in 14th place with 13 points. Let's see if they can do it. There's still plenty of matches here to be played here, folks. I have a big feeling these leaderboards are going to get shaken up big time by the end of the day.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little bit, that 18 match sets, generally you can put more stock into your averages performance rather than those big E-Arena 29 elimmers kind of coming on through.
Yeah.
Which, even then, didn't serve them too well in a 12-match set, which is absolutely insane. But, yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about getting consistent 6-pointers on the boards is so great for your team. If you can do that, every time you get further than that, brilliant. Beautiful stuff. Furia running into a little bit of a roadblock in the form of Nick the Galaxy, but a 1v1 over the top of the hill. Silence shuts him out. And Lord will no longer be able to levy the toll on the crossing. And Furia may even be able to get the res here for Nick the Galaxy. It is not a good start. In 3rd place, you don't want to be losing players early, not like this.
That was a huge shot there from Silence with the DBS in the mid-range. Is able to get the knock. Very crucial. Instant thirst as well. So you can see Coops is going to be hunting down some high ground, trying to get the revenge for his teammate, but Ayala is climbing this up as well. Is Coops going to see him? He does! He finds Silence slipping. Now he's going to go for the 1v2.
Uh-oh.
Got to watch out for that shotgun, though. Oh, that did tip him up a little bit. Coops so good in the CQC, though. Push it back and forth. Finds the angle and catches the 1v2 against Furia.
He baited out so many of the shotgun shells, forced the weapon swap. He knew he had a disadvantage against the shotgun there and was able to do a lot of work. This is vengeance coming through for Coops, and Furia left flagging. Unfortunate. Silence may be resable here as Chief sidles in to go for the res. There is another fight happening on your elimination feeds as well, as Fourth Thrives clash with Team Flash on the south side. Fourth Thrives doing well. A nade over the top, and Coops goes for 3 now against Furia, who took one of their players down, but they are finding out what it feels like to be under the wrath of Coops. Turning his attention out now to the open sand dunes, but not going to quite connect on the first part of the spray down. Look some more.
Ooh, headshot! Oh. Are you kidding me? That is Coops with the 1v4 against Furia.
Beautiful stuff coming on through from Coops. Furia needed to keep that one together. That was not looking tidy. Flash, in the meantime, have now been dragged down to 1 on the south side, as Fourth Thrives are going to be the main benefactors of that, getting 3 elims. I think, yeah, they're the team that has taken down all 3 players so far from Flash. Aurora, a little bit further afield, in those Picardo hills to the north side of it. They are not going to contest it just yet. So for Fourth Thrives, they know how to move in, because we did see a fairly hard east shift on this zone.
Yeah, the eastern shift is going to definitely get these teams moving here pretty quickly. And yeah, Fourth Thrives, they are not in the zone just yet. They're right on the south side of San Martin. They're going to be just kind of making sure they get their vehicles going, choosing for the buggy. All right, they're all set up, and now going to find a spot in this next zone. As far as teams that are not here yet, you're going to be looking at Nongshim Red Force. They're all the way down in Los Leones. They're still in the blue zone here, so they're going to be one of the teams pushing the latest into this circle. They are in 12th place right now with 21 points. But with this zone shift like this, it definitely buys you a lot of time here. So the most important thing is just rotating very carefully, not trying to get shot out of your vehicle. Play things very calculated. You can see Tihianba already set up in these buildings near water treatment. And this is where they're going to park themselves for as long as possible.
Oh, yeah. You're just going to hold out for the time being. See if you can hold down on these houses. Just trading shots. Ooh.
Oh!
Crazy's found himself a big green gun.
That's my favorite. The AWM. I want to see some snipes, man. Nothing gets me more excited than see a crazy flick headshot to turn the game around. Let's see what Razy can do. He's got the 8x too. Let's see what this replay. Coops, pow, gets the knock on to Silence. Wins the clutch 1v1 here against Ayala. Look at the terrain usage from Coops here. Just beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I was highlighting before, right? That shotgun bait coming through from Coops, peeking up so quickly and back down, dodging the shells coming through, and again, forcing that weapon swap. He knows that he's going to have the advantage, or at least be on a level playing field if he can do that. The nade on target, yeah, great. Furia just didn't seem to understand how to compete against this high ground position. And Not too sure what more they could have done there. Maybe just not engaged on that spot to begin with. But yeah, it's a little unfriendly. Next circle comes on through, and that will take us back down towards San Martin on that south side. Keeps the hills to the southwest of water treatment. Hacienda all in play. And teams are going to start to crunch in onto the middle. This roadside to the southwest of water treatment is going to be tricky to navigate, and it looks like Tiamba are going to try and do so, try and keep themselves alive. S2G find out just how tough it can be to move past this location.
Yeah, smart play there from Tiamba. They go ahead and move, and they take this gas station. They realize one of the players from S2G are isolated. Easy point lockdown. That's going to hurt S2G, leaving them with 3. That's an elimination for Tiamba and a slightly better position as well. So this gas station is pretty solid if the zone shifts away from them. The most important thing, though, is protecting those vehicles. It's very weak to that hill behind them. So they're going to have to put them in some different spots just in case the zone does shift.
I mean, it is that road that they are sat right next to that is so difficult to cross right now for teams out on the northeast side, which is why you're seeing so many teams committing down to this southwest edge, right? To being a little bit more uncomfortable, a little bit too close for comfort, but you don't have that major blockage of trying to get across that open ground, which is going to be difficult for Vitality, unless they can find a big opener, crack the can open with that AWN, land that shot, and try and find that pick. Ooh.
Oh, that's
Aurora.
a huge one.
Aurora getting spotted. I think 4 Thrives are getting stuck into the fight. 4 Thrives, 4 players alive. Aurora having one of their players flushed away, and now Hazaifa close up into the fight. The pump action for Reefus, trying to hold the door, but the SK-12 has a couple more rounds behind it. And Ziol goes down quickly too, with 4 elims already on the card. Aurora going to be contributing to the points tally for 4 Thrives fairly soon, it looks like. Doc goes down. Wow. The big boom through the window. And Aurora ain't got nothing in the face of 4 Thrives, who look to mark the start to their ascendancy.
And the crowd goes wild here in Paris, France. The 4 Thrives fans are chanting their name. This is what they want to see. And this ain't against just any squad here, folks. This is against Aurora, who has been crushing it here so far. So that's the 4th place team out. 4 Thrives in 6, now with 6 eliminations, looking really, really strong to start the day.
Oh yeah, that's exactly how you want to kick things off. But remember, as we said before, it is a marathon today. You can't allow yourself to get tired out. I mean, it's excellent when you find those moments, when you find those high octane, high adrenaline moments, but you cannot allow yourself to drop off after that. So I hope that they're going to have their heads screwed on tight so that they can keep their nerve for the rest of the day as well. And there is still much more of this match to play, so they have to get a lot further. And in this position that they are right now, against Noxian Red Force, I feel like they potentially could have a good time, but they're going to have to shift northwest away from their current location, past San Martin, which is going to contain, I would say 2, I was going to say 2 teams, but it's 1 plus another player, tops the last player alive for Flash. That was dealt with earlier by 4 Thrives themselves.
Yeah, you can see Top does get away from now. Now 4 Thrives, man. I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to the finals, I'm already feeling a different level of aggression here. Like, these teams are pushing immediately. The second they feel weakness, they're sending it. Now here comes Aura. We saw Sky get an elimination in the feed. We're going to keep an eye on this one, though. This is still outside of the circle, just to that bottom right side of San Martin.
Yeah, this is on board with the fight in the northwest now, as Horror are able to find Salme. They got that flush that they found the knock for earlier. And Godlike, they are now down to 3. S-Power, though, can just regroup over towards the rest of his team, and they should be fine out there. Horror can look to try and navigate their way forwards. I don't expect another fight between these 2 teams, maybe for the next minute or so. Oh, dear.
Oh, no, not like this.
That's a real bozo play right there coming through. Yeah. That's Max Mann's grenade of the day.
He almost got away with it too, you know what I'm saying? But our observer's just too good, right? Had to show the replay real quick, just in case you missed this, right? That is where it's at. Yeah, so unfortunate for Aurora. And it just goes, and I'm telling you folks, at this level, I mean, we got $500,000 for first place, and it's little mistakes like this that hurt. But we can see Razy with the AWM starting to put in some work.
Shouldering that can opener, looks to try and split the seams of Tiamba's hold on the longhouse, but we know what Tiamba can do when they're holding down a longhouse, so we know what Milu can do at least. Vitality want to try and find it. The res comes through. Milu is low HP, but he can get some healing done. Razy is close by. Another stepping forwards, but staying on the rooftops here is bold from QZZ. It may just work with a nade. In response is Brutal, and another to follow it up over towards Aching. Now only one player in the longhouse. Milu looking to try and hold it down. With the Molotov burning, it's going to slow it out, but there's the off angle coming through from Axel. Where's the backup coming from Eagle? He's too far away to get involved here. The nade dribbles down the stairs. Might prove to be difficult to get past there. Does go down. And the res is still yet to come through. 3 players now for Vitality on the inside. Nade's cooking. Axel with a long one. Up to the top floor. May just blast them apart, but Eagle is just chilling. What is going on?
He's leaving it up to Milu, saying, you got this, bro. Oh, I guess you don't got this, as Axel gets the nade onto him. So that is Tianba just getting picked apart here. And really unfortunate for them, but you know what? Vitality soaking up some good points.
I mean, the Eagle has flown away here. It is not what you want to see. I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to do. Maybe he wants to keep that forward position, but the rest of your team's dead, mate. You need to do something about that. Vitality were able to run through there. They got a really great opener with that AWM that we were talking about, the can opener on the position. And he was able to keep that momentum rolling with some big nades up to the top of the roof and a couple more positions beside. Amino looking to stop the run out from Vitality, and they will have to run out with the circle shifting central.
Oh, Amino's got this unlocked. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see a crazy shot here from Vitality to help his team out. I know that there is an AWM somewhere around there. And oh, nice shots there. They know exactly where he is. They say, oh, you think you have this down? Oh, that headshot though said, okay, how about you like some of that? So, oh, that looks like it is Eagle going down. Oh, there's the AWM. Brazy's got it. Said, pick me. I dare you. I dare you to go over that rock. I told you! That is it! Razy taking him out!
Boom! Takes him down from behind the rock. What a pickup coming through from the shot. At the end of the AWM barrel. Beautiful stuff. They baited him into thinking it was a rifle fight as well. Yeah. Tickle trades, and then he was like, I'm going to win this trade surely. And then he's like, bah! You didn't expect that. Claps back, and immediately now Godlike down to 2 players alive. After losing one earlier to Hora on that northwest edge. Oh, Tizzy, that's not good news. That's immediately flushed by 4 Thrives on the southeast.
Now we're going to go ahead and see Vitality. That goes to show you, folks, the bolt action could change the game for you. And it works out here. AWM clutching it up. Now you can see the rest of Godlike just going to have to hold those buildings for now. This is inside of the circle. Vitality, they know they have the numbers here, though. So they're like, all right, there's got to be a couple of players of Godlike somewhere. Can't just run into these buildings for free. Just trying to get a little bit of information. And yeah, ooh, doing some little pre-fire shots onto some windows, looking to possibly catch somebody off guard. But here we go into the end game. Stage 5, circle starting to close. And this is an interesting one. I mean, we still have San Martin in play. A lot of open field, though, as well. You can see Aaron getting in some headshots onto So Easy. And now here comes Team Vitality on the push.
They're looking to roll around. 2 players now remain for Godlike. Federales leads the charge into the position. S-Power first to face. Molotov on the window, burns him down. Immediately posts him. And now S-Power on the inside has more to say. The suppressor on the end of the SK-12 makes it quiet, but it's speaking loud with it. And he looks for more as well. 3 players fall at the feet of S-Power, and he looks for the flushes to keep it going. Manya will not be in this fight just yet as he drops for another flush, and in comes the backup. Manya.
He hit him with that Molotov, and now Razak is down to 1 HP,
and there they go!
S-Power with the 1v4!
Ascendancy coming through for Godlike on the north side. Vitality, they thought they'd taken enough out of them, but no! The gas in the tank, burning!
Let's get this going. Are you kidding me? Day 2 of the finals starting off hot here. Multiple 1v4s. S-Power at the end of the day yesterday said the domination begins, and now it has begun.
Unleashing that luxurious hair, sweeping it left and right with the shotgun shells ringing out in the ears of his enemies. Vitality have no idea what hit him. Milu, S-Power, These longhouse shotgun plays, I'm telling you, man, there's something special about it. I love to see it. I absolutely adore it. With 5 eliminations now in the game, Godlike looking to keep their march going, but they have to get across some open ground here. E-Arena will be fully aware of what has just occurred on their north side. They should know exactly what has unfolded, and crossing this open ground is going to be difficult. I imagine that it's more likely they may look to sweep to the east, get a little bit more coverage as they may try and approach Ulf or sweep through the remnants of other teams across the map.
Let's see how the rest of this match turns out. It's already been so hot here. Coops had a 1v4 earlier. Yeah, they're sitting with 4 points on the edge of the circle. Satan, I believe, does have a position. No, I think this is still out of zone, so they're gonna have to start pushing up here. Ooh, XCY in the blue, and this one hurts. This is stage 6. This one's gonna start chunking you down. So he's gonna go ahead and get himself healed up, and yeah, already getting shot. He's like, oh, I thought I was safe. Nope.
You thought. Yeah, you thought. Down he goes on that side. All too happy to pick up the point there. They're now on to 6 eliminations, and that will hopefully bolster them. Oh, he was going to find the shot onto S-Power as well. I mean, I said I was thinking they were going to wrap east. I didn't say thought it was going to be successful. Yeah. It's still a really tricky approach here, and down goes Manya, but they have left an impression on this match. Godlike can hold their heads high on their route out of this game.
Hey, it's plays like that that can be the difference, right? I mean, from a big jump in prize pool. So, I mean, Godlike losing players early, still put some good points on the board on the back of that 1v4. Looking on over to Enigma Galaxy, though. What are they going to do? They got their eyes set onto Ida. And it looks like Hoops does get caught, though, on the transition by Sky. But he should be able to get safe here in res. I like the fact that Rauf is starting to throw some util up on top just to buy his teammates some time. And they should be able to get the reset here.
I mean, that was a long-range assist coming through. Hodder on that north side, I think that's at least 300, if not 4, away. That's a really helpful hand over towards Ida to leave Enigma Galaxy on 2. Ralph now in position to potentially look for the res, suppress the run-outs here with those 2 nades lying in wait. Darkin mollying the corner. That's actually going to help them. The res coming through. So for Ida, they're keeping them on the outside, sure, but they're keeping themselves on the inside as well, which is going to allow Enigma Galaxy to get back to fighting form, and they're in the zone too. E-Arena versus Aura on the north side, though, that looks like it could get nasty soon.
Yeah, I think Ida are just kind of holding him out here because they realize the zone is coming and the edge of this might be outside of it, but let's see how the play ends up reading out. Satan throwing in some nades in there, trying to get that crucial first knock. Rita trying to make some plays. Oh, the off angle here from Ida is going to be huge. Let's see what he can do from that spot.
Could have been huger, but I think he just dropped the nade into the sand dune instead of throwing it over towards the opponents there. Not quite as efficacious as you need it to be. You can see on the picture-in-picture there's fights across the map. Horror really suffering against E-Arena as Enigma Galaxy still hold the stalemate. Ida on the run out now, rolling around the edge. Emre goes down, and there is just a cacophony of shotgun shells blasting them back. A tide of lead sweeps them straight back in the door they ran out from.
I'm so shocked that they ran out like that. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy can do on this push, though. Darkin's up on top. Coops in the front line with the S12K. That's the weapon you want in the CQC. The best close quarters combat gun in the game. Now let's see what Ralph can do. Everybody shotguns out. Oh, nice play there from Ida. Catching some little angles there, peppering up the side of Ralph. These guys are level 3 out of their minds, though, right now.
Oh, goodness me. There's the off angle. I think that's E-Arena taking shots across the way. But because, of course, E-Arena did clean up the fight with Horror just a moment ago as well. Hot Jukes on that northern side. They got some really big openers with a couple of nades on board. And were able to convert.
Oh, the bounce!
What a bank on the nade there from Coops. And now just one player on the top floor. And the shotguns are going to continue to put the pressure down. But there is still a little bit more left to fight. As Enigma Galaxy are taking shots from across the way. They get rid of Ida. But now Ulf step into their shoes. Take down one Turkish team. Another one's here to play.
Hello. Catch is right there waiting for you. Aaron's going to have to turn around, though. Throw a smoke down. Trying to be able to get up Solus. Enigma Galaxy, though, great start. 8 eliminations so far. Ulf has 9, though. They're looking to put themselves up on the leaderboards here. But, hey, E-Arena's going to have something to say about that. They're going to go ahead and start throwing some util onto the side of Ulf. Ulf, we're going to have to decide where is the biggest threat here, and it's got to be E-Arena. Scarface, thinking about trying to pick up his teammate, but E-Arena's right there.
Oh man, this position is really annoying for Ulf. If they could have gotten rid of Nigma Galaxy, it would be so much more free and easy for them. They could take control of their whole June all the way out to their west side, but with Coops and Ralph still in action, they are penned in here. Solar's bleeding out, and Arena can start to establish that chokehold on them.
Oh, vehicle coming on up. Here come the mollies too. Aaron's on fire. Not able to make it happen here. Scarface on the other side is getting peppered as well. He's going to throw some util, but oh, Ulf just getting picked apart. Arena.
Big.
Oh, those nades huge. That's going to pepper up Mormon real good. And it opens up the door for Enigma Galaxy as well.
They're moving across the open ground, and they do fall. Ulf cannot weather the storm again. It's that position from Nigma Galaxy, the prevention of them sweeping out to the west that really came back to bite them here. Tourniquet layering down some more smoke cover now, and Nigma Galaxy with a 2 versus 4. Well, Coops can do it on his own, right? So what's Ralph even doing here? He's not needed.
Yeah, he's just there for moral support at this point, right? Let's see what he can do. But hey, you know what? You can never count out the IGL. That is Rauf. He's already still got that anger built inside him, that fire, all the way from Aaron Gale Pachinki. Looking to apply it here. Coops with the headshots. Gets peppered up a little bit, though, in the process. The thing is that these guys are out of position big time. It's going to take a miracle for Enigma Galaxy to do it. But we saw one before. We could see it here again for the 3rd time in this game.
That would be pretty insane. That would probably be the most 1v4s we've ever seen in a single match of competitive PUBG Mobile at this level. They've got about a minute before the zone closes fully on that stage 9 zone. And they just have a sliver of it on the edge of that open concrete slab. They are just in, but that's not going to be comfortable.
Oh, look at this flyby right here. I mean, Arena doing a 2-2 split. Now, if for some reason Coops can get 2 of these players, now, okay, yeah, Schweppes is going to move on over, play that mid-range. I like that. You know, just better safe than sorry. Use your numbers advantage, use the blue zone, and Arena should have this locked down.
Yeah, they're playing this very, very safe. Arena looking to try and convert from the top of the tables to a chicken dinner at the start of today. It would be so incredible for them to open that kind of a lead. And again, we've talked about it before, Schweppes, the only player here with a chance to get the 3rd title of PMWC champion. The only player in the world with that opportunity.
Oh, here come Arena. They're going to go on the push, where they're going to get aggressive. They take down Coops. It's just Rauf, and that is it. Arena get the first chicken dinner here today. They're hyped up. They're excited. And they were on top of the leaderboards here, so that's going to push them even further beyond.
And they played that north side well. They rotated through. They weren't over-aggressive. I liked that regroup off the 2-2 because, as you said, if you get one of those miracle picks, all of a sudden, one of those angles is basically gone because you have to stick that res. You have to try and keep your numbers advantage. Then there's some negotiation that can happen. Regroup is 4. There's nothing that Enigma Galaxy can do. The flex out, I think, was probably okay, but was pretty bold, and I liked it. I liked it towards the end there. But Arena, they should be happy to kick things off today with a chicken dinner, but we've seen them do that before. We've seen them do that before in record-breaking fashion. I do not want a repeat of what happened for the rest of that day. They did not keep that pace, and it is, again, that marathon today. So for Arena, a brilliant start to push them even further at the top of the tables, and free and clear of a lot of players keeping up to them right now. For the time being, of course, with a lot more matches to play, there's still the capacity to close that gap, but yeah, very, very happy with that opener. It felt controlled as well, in a way that I think that the big rondo that they had didn't quite feel like it was as much their agency, even though they were proactive and they were doing things. This felt like it was much more Arena's victory.
Yeah, I mean, the Thai squad coming in so hot here off the rip. They're looking strong. And let's see if they can continue that dominance here in a bit.
What's up, guys? It's Barney Banks here. I'm backstage with Ngang Smith. He is one of our co-streamers here at PMWC. We're going to have a very quick chat ahead of day 2 of the PMWC finals. Ngang, let's talk first and foremost about Paris. How's the experience been here at EWC? PMWC's been absolutely crazy so far. So give us some insight about, what your experience has been like so far.
Jadi gimana perasaan kamu tentunya tentang Paris sendiri dan juga tentang PMWC yang selama ini udah gila banget gitu sudah berjalan.
Terima kasih pertama-tama buat pihak EWC dan PMWC telah menyelenggarakan turnamen ini. Saya sangat mengapresiasi dan berterima kasih karena telah diundang ke sini dan saya sangat senang dan vibes-nya di sini sangat-sangat real, nyata, memang benar-benar keren banget.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for EWC and PMWC for inviting me here. It's been a very surreal experience, and it's a very real experience as well. And it's just gonna go on and on and on.
It's great to have you here. Now we can see that obviously you are supporting Team Vitality while you're here. The boys from Indonesia are performing really well on the main stage. Tell us a bit about the boys and how they're getting on, and how do you think they're gonna do here at PMWC in the finals?
Tentunya kan kamu di sini datang sebagai pendukung Vitality juga. Gimana pendapatmu tentang tim Vitality yang sudah bertanding di PMWC ini? Terus habis itu juga gimana harapan kamu kepada tim Vitality?
Harapan saya untuk tim Vitality, terakhir Indonesia mengangkat Piala Dunia di 2019. Semoga di 2026 ini bisa kembali mengangkat Piala Dunia kembali. Dan saya mensupport Vitality sangat-sangat dengan keras, dengan antusias yang besar bersama dengan viewer saya di live streaming. Bahkan mereka sudah meramaikan stiker-stiker Bigetron dan Vitality di kolom komentar. Mereka full support buat Vitality hari ini.
Of course, the last time that Indonesia wins the World Cup is back in 2019, and now 2026. I can only hope that they can win it again, and I can only also wish the best for them. I will give them my full support, as of course also the viewers in the chat and the live stream also they give their full support now, and we will hope for the best for Vitality.
How have the chat been since you've been here? Like, how has the experience been while you've been co-streaming right here with the event going on behind you? What's the chat been like? How has the streaming experience been for you here on the main stage?
Jadi gimana pengalaman kamu tentang live streaming di Paris di EWC ini? Begitu pula juga dengan apa sih vibes chatnya dari selama ini yang bertanding dan juga pengalaman kamu juga live stream di sini?
Pertama-tama mungkin dari peralatannya ya kok, karena peralatannya di sini benar-benar bagus, benar-benar disupport banget. Saya senang banget bisa difasilitasi buat bisa jadi co-stream di sini. Dan untuk viewers di live chat, mereka semua senang karena melihat peralatan yang proper ada di sini.
First of all, I just want to say this is like the best equipment I have ever found. This is like a full equipment that I never even used myself. So it's just like a very surreal experience so far.
Well, Jang, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here at EWC. PMWC has 2 more days of competition, and we can't wait to see you on your co-stream popping off. So thank you so much for joining us in this interview. Enjoy the rest of your experience here. We'll check back in with you on Sunday. Back to you guys.
ไม่ออกติดกูหันหลังสมองนะเอาเลยนะขวาตัวเดียวที่เหลืออีกตัวนึงน่าอยู่ซ้ายก็จอดนะมีเคก็มีตามสุดอ่ะตัวเดียวตรงนั้นตัวเดียวจอดให้ผมดิไอ้เกอร์เจนเกอร์ลึกกันต่อรอเกอร์ลองได้คิวป่ะตัวท้ายอ่ะได้หมดเลย
E-Arena coming in hot, wanting to maintain that first place. And boy, what a start for this team here in day 2, even though we're going to be playing some matches from day 1. Still, E-Arena, this is what we've been...
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
The first game here, so they've done a bit to extend that gap a little bit more, but you've got Ulf, you've got Fourth Thrives. Those kinds of teams, they're also bringing some heat to the game here, Lace.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are going on about still this first 29 match. Did you guys have eyes yesterday? E-Arena, have been performing the entire time. This ain't even their first chicken dinner. They have actually actually had so much progression through every single match. It's been amazing to watch. Yeah, we're going to revert back to that, you know, that huge statement they made in the group stages, but their consistency has been king.
Yeah, and for NigmaGalaxy, it's all about that. Because this man has been performing. He actually baited Furia into rushing him after they were able to eliminate Lord, and Coops was able to handle them all by himself.
He got the revenge he was looking for. I mean, Coops, you know that we were missing him during PMWC Season 1, and he's been putting up the numbers. But look at this. Let's quickly go through that 1v4 scenario. During this entire fight, Coops is on the mountain, uncontested, and this is not a position you should be willing to push. I feel like this is a big fumble from Furia. This is not a fight you should be even willing or even thinking about taking. And Coops here, having the time, going to flush the elimination, denying extra information from Furia. But this grenade, one of the best grenades of the tournament, a Maxman grenade of the day, as he gets that 1v2 and then sprays him down from a distance. He gets the headshot, eliminates the final player. What an insane clutch, but so did S-Power Niptura.
Didn't he just? I mean, I wanted to replay this because look at what he's able to do here. This guy is a machine. The angles, the quick flicks. He's using these angles. He gets that one. He realizes that Razak is coming around, gets that elimination, and then he knows he doesn't have time to heal up, so he throws the Molotov in there, tries to come out, tries to get these angles going, and that is just buys enough time for his teammate to come on in.
Yeah.
The Molotov will go forward. It's fantastic.
I gotta say, that Molotov he put to try and clear his backside, that was one of the best Molotov. That is a global level Molotov coming out from S-Power. He is showing he has what it takes to be up here.
Absolutely. I love what we're seeing from him today.
I love what we're seeing out of him today as well. I love what we were seeing out of Porte in this last match. Porte being very aggressive, especially with being able to chase some of the other teams. Talking about chasing too. We got a chance to see NigmaGalaxy versus Ida towards the end as well. It doesn't matter, Max, and Lace and Aptura, if it's Pachinki, it doesn't matter where it's at. NigmaGalaxy has their number, but when we're talking about some of the other teams, Porte versus Aurora.
Yes.
We gotta mention that because it was so quick, and then Doc with the...
We're not going to talk about Aurora. We're not going to talk about it.
I'll talk about Porte though. Look, they had such an immense sort of split hold in the hillside while Aurora was sort of making their rotate, and it was only a matter of time before they were able to do that. And what we were obviously touching on yesterday is their pacing. So obviously when they get that first contention and then following up with the fight, their pacing is back to what we want to see. So it's very, very impressive that they were able to do that. Unfortunately, they did have IQ at the southern side trying to find a position in zone whilst that contention was going on. Nongshin Red Bulls was sort of running up the eastern side, so they kind of like fell a little bit short there trying to move in because there wasn't much cover for them to sort of progress through that. And I mean, then it was just down to, you know, a little solo, and unfortunately he was found out because Top actually was sitting on top of a building, and that's probably the best spot and the only spot that could have been played.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very, very happy with Fourth Thrive. T24 especially coming in clutch there. He's back on that long range with the Mini. He's back supporting his teammates really, really well. And the whole squad is just looking very, very different from yesterday into today. They're looking very confident. They look like they know what they're doing. They have those final decision-making skills back and at them. And here we see him, 6th place, coming in clutch here.
That's right. Fourth Thrive being able to jump up that leaderboard with 33 points. But E-Arena with the win starting to create that gap, Max. And this is something that we're going to have to keep a close eye on what kind of gap we're going to be seeing from 1st place to 2nd place and the rest of the teams.
I'm really happy with the Arena, right? Of course, you're looking at the consistency. You remove their chicken dinners, their non-games. Like, they're sure they're a little bit low on the placement point side of things, but you know what? You can still get 2 chicken dinners over the course of, what is that, 5 games? That's an insane win ratio. So it kind of takes out of the equation the consistency when you get these big wins. But then going on to the 2nd page, one team I really want to highlight here, Niptura, is Hora. I feel like this should have been at least bare minimum a podium finish.
Yes.
But the moment E-Arena just slightly started pushing up on the mountain, they crumble and they give the high ground position for free. I think Hora really threw that game.
They're not the only ones. Ulf did the exact same thing. They did the exact same thing here. Hopefully they don't do it again.
Hora threw that game, but I did like the aggressiveness that we got a chance to see out of Hora, and I'm hoping that it's going to continue on here. Let's see what's going to be happening on the 2nd Miramar, because it's getting spicy here. Hot Jukes. John, take it away.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. The aggression is going to be at an all-time high here. We've already seen multiple 1v4s to start us off here. And I think we're just getting started. A whole bunch of matches left to go. My Jukes next to the legendary John Allen. One game down and a whole bunch more to go.
Oh yeah, we've got our second Miramar today, of which we're going to be treated to 4 Miramars over the course of today. We're going to end on 12 matches played total of our 18-match set. We're going to set that smash boundary. A lot to play for today. And if the arena can continue to perform in the way that they are, that smash boundary is going to be so far away from everybody else. Yeah. It's not even going to be worth thinking about.
And that is what they're going to be doing. You heard Max say it earlier. Everyone's going to be chasing the White Rabbit here in this tournament. You can see the fans are so hyped, excited. Beauty aside of things. Pumped up, waiting for them to start making something happen. Unfortunately, they got taken out by Coops in that one. It is what it is. But a bounce back is imminent. That's for sure. First place, $500 million. Second place, $250,000. So a lot of money is on the line here, folks. And let's see which team is going to push themselves and try to catch E-Arena.
It's not just about that cold, hard cash. It's about that warm feeling in your heart when you realize you are the new champions here at the PMWC, at the EWC. For 2026, there's no team here to defend that title, right? Alpha 7, don't know where they've gone. They must have gone home or something, you know, so, something like that. Yangon Galacticos also not making it to these finals, but it's time for another team to sit on that throne, to sit atop the rest.
Let's
get things going.
Yeah, let's see which team it's going to be here. Southern playing path here on this one.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we're mixing things up for sure. And this is going to be that second Miramar match. So after this one, if it wasn't hot already, we're going to get Toronto, right?
Oh,
so that's going to be a crazy change of pace. Top players so far, you can see Milu right there, 3,000. Damn, what a day this guy had yesterday, man. Everything considered, this guy is an absolute monster. And let's just see where Tianbo will end up. All these teams, so many big names, so many top squads. Enigma Galaxy, honestly, I really want to give this squad so much props. I mean, to be in second place, considering that these guys dealt with so many hot drops, is pretty insane.
Yeah, over on Erangel, it certainly was the main feature of their early games. Fortunately for them, though, Ida didn't do anything other than just sort of give points to them, it seemed like. So it was kind of only really one map where 4 Thrives actually third-partied it in that hot drop, where Enigma Galaxy didn't actually have a pretty okay start to their Erangels, right? So for me, it's definitely Ida that needs to move today, but we'll be seeing that later on. And they have been able to profit quite nicely. I mean, you get those 4 points right at the start of the match. That's a good profit already. Yeah. Right? I was talking about how I want to see consistency across a lot of games, across the whole set, rather than just these big pop-offs once or twice over the course of it. And that's exactly what you want, right? If you're able to get 4 points, it's not unlikely you can get 1 or 2 more, and that is a massive boon to your point scoring tally. That's what Enigma Galaxy have been able to find.
Yeah, and again, fortunately for them, it works out with the fact that A7's not here. They're taking El Pozo, which is one of the highest loot areas, if not the highest, in this map. So they're going to be very, very well kitted. They've made some great plays this tournament so far. And yeah, you know, we were talking about them in Erangel. Ida did feed them, essentially, but you still got to beat them. You know what I'm saying? And it's not easy to win a hot drop and keep everybody up. And they're able to do it time and time again. But E-Arena catching out IQ 4 Thrives. That's a huge loss for them.
Oh, that is nasty. Not a good opener, and a pretty great opener for E-Arena. Put themselves now on 69 points total.
Nice.
And they get a free buggy delivery. What more could you ask for? Unfortunate there for 4 Thrives to be losing a player like that. That's a little bit careless, I think, in my book. Should have been a little bit more aware of the surroundings, but not to be. E-Arena causing problems already this match.
Man, E-Arena making it happen. Looking on over to 4 Thrives saying "Kapkunkrap," that means thank you in Thai.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Very, very happy so far. 69 points on top of leaderboards. and only just beginning. That smash point threshold is going to be where it's at. So if your Arena have just they continue to have such a fortuitous day today, their goal should be to just set that point threshold so dang high that nobody can possibly smash in the final day. Now, so far in the history, we've seen one team smash at an international event. That's going to be Nongshim Red Force, and that was just earlier this year at the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational. It was, I believe, Furia that was on top with the most points, but Nongshim Red Force won that final game just by the skin of their teeth, and that automatically made them the champs. So
yeah, I think it was a 1 point. They were 1 point behind the leaders as well, so they needed to win by a smash. It wasn't just a case of winning the game. So a really nice ending for them there, but that's that fairy tale not really converting over to Paris, unfortunately, for Nongshim Red Force. At the moment, they're in 9th place. Still very much doable, but they have got a little bit of a way to go on that one.
yes, they do. They got to make sure that they just stay secure in the end game here. Can't afford any slip-ups at all. Got to be able to make some plays. Man, that 1v4 earlier from S-Power was so dang hype. They're still having a rough day of it so far, though. 13th place. We haven't even reached the halfway point of this tourney, though, so they still got plenty of time to bounce back. But if they want to win this thing, they've already kind of burned through the bad games that they can already afford. They really need to start putting up some good, solid, consistent points here. Because when you see E-Arena on top, that's a major threat. I mean, we've seen this team earlier in this tournament break a PUBG Mobile record for the most points. Again, so silly that they didn't make it into that into the finals off of it.
Well,
but they got some little extra, survival cash, I guess.
Yeah, sure. But that's the point, right? It's a huge, massive, incredible game. Wow, brilliant, bright lights and billboards, sure. But then they weren't able to do much after that. So it was a big fall off coming through from the Arena, and to that end, they didn't deserve to make it straight to the grand final through that. So to be able to come through survivals, fantastic. Okay, now they've started to really up that game, keep that momentum going. This is a much better scenario, which is kind of why what I was alluding to before is I prefer this chicken dinner that we just saw from the Arena to the one that we saw in Rondo in terms of quality, in terms of an indicator for what we might expect for the rest of this phase.
Yeah, and we got to be honest too. I mean, these guys very luckily made it here into the finals. They were barely able to pass up the Wolves.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, to see them barely make it in, at least I think it gives a lot of relief, right? Because for all the Wolves fans out there, they're like, we were so close.
Yeah.
But for E-Arena to actually pop off, it's like, okay, you know what? The team that made it deserved it, right? Like, they're actually doing something here. If they were at the bottom of the leaderboards, it'd be like, kind of a waste. But they're not messing around. I think that the way this tournament fared for them so far was kind of a perfect storm, right? Because they had the record, don't make it. They barely make it here, and I think that really just lit a fire in them to be like, you know what? We got to just play our game. Let's go full-fledged aggro. And then that's what's happening, because they are just pushing team after team after team as a full squad and just picking them apart little by little.
A lot of teams will unravel under that kind of pressure. You need to keep your mind thinking forwards. We saw some monumental plays in that last game, so
yeah,
I'm hoping that the nerves aren't going to be too rattled for a couple of our squads. It's going to be difficult, not only on the losing side of those fights, but again on the winning side of those fights, because in those scenarios that adrenaline just hits your system, and it can end up, once it drains out after the end of the game, that can be a real detriment to your performance, and that's when you need to rely on the rest of your team, on the advice of your coach, on the feeling of comfort, hopefully, that you can find with the rest of it, to be able to absorb the impact of falling from that great height.
Yeah, and okay, well, speaking of height, right, the zone goes all the way up to the tippy top here.
Going back.
Yeah, near Crater Fields, near the Hacienda del Patron area. We just saw this circle not too long ago in the last match, so teams are going to be trying to take a similar spot to what they had here. Like, yeah, why don't we go to that same spot we were at last time? We won from there. We'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit further west. It does keep a lot of those crater fields areas in, but it is very similar, you're right, in terms of that location. Aurora spotting a player from Furia, but Coops will not stop in just one game. He's going to find shots onto them again. I feel like they should definitely be aware of his location this time around. But losing a player, you know, for Furia, that's not a good feeling. That is not a good feeling.
Yeah, that's Miramar for you. It's tough. I mean, you're trying to rotate, and losing players on rotation is a rite of passage here. You try to avoid it as much as possible, but just sometimes there can be that one guy there waiting for you. You can see Godlike getting peppered up from Lost. And all these players just ridiculously good at shooting people out of vehicles. And Jiggle, I heard the crowd pop off. Jiggle ends up taking out quick from Aula.
I mean, they did it last time very early on. This time it's taking them a couple more minutes, but same start to unfold. Hora have managed to transition down towards that south and look to control the really sharp high ground that sits to the east of Crater Fields and overlooks a lot to that south side. So a powerful position for them to hold if they can maintain it. A little crash between Flash over on the east side and Vitality. That very quickly concludes with one casualty. Win trying to get some revenge, but not really connecting as Razak bumbles over the top, but doesn't eat damage either.
There goes Vitality, rotating away. They take that elimination and run with it. Federalis driving outside of the zone here, maybe looking for another vehicle. Seems that's what they have their eyes on here. No Fear popping out the buggy, though. Going to be putting some pressure onto Aurora. They're on the rotation, and they're going to get caught out by Ulf. No Fear's going to push up a little bit closer here. Scarface through the nade into the building, catches out top, and that is Aurora getting picked apart here in match number 2.
Only one player now left standing. I do not think Doc is going to get the back up. He is over 500, probably about 700 meters away from them right now in the shadow of Nigma Galaxy on the west side. You just can't move. This is an easy set of flushes coming through. Ulf have got this roadside compound. They've got quite a decent amount of cover. It's Horror who sit on their northwest across the road, up on that high ground. So for them, for Ulf, I'm feeling like they're fairly safe. This next circle might put more pressure on them, but being as central as they are, it's unlikely.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty. They don't pretty much have to move very much at all. And yeah, they don't have to move at all here with this next circle. Vitality, though, over there by water treatment, are going to have to push on in. Near Nongshim Red Force on the south side are going to have to get into some battles here very, very shortly. And that's just because Nongshim always land on that southern end. So a northern circle like this makes them late to the circle. We'll see what their decision-making is here as Tianba looking to put themselves in a slightly more central position as Sleepy gets a nice knock there on Aaron.
S2G are also pushing in from this northeast side. Aaron down, allows Tianba to move in. Eagle and Milu in with the same vehicle, but there's a beautiful spray down. What a response coming through from Solus, holding in the face of the push. QZ wants to try and turn it around, but Solus has more left in the ammunition bank. We'll find a third. Looking for now the last player of Tianba. QZ with the M249 is being hunted. Ketch steps into the fight as well to assist his teammate, but there is still more to do. QZ won't go down, but he finally falls, and Solus stands in the face of Tianba. Says not today.
Not today, indeed, as Ulf with a beautiful stiff arm onto Tianba. And oh, you can see the pressure is on. You can see the player Gam Catch relieved after that one. What a play from Solus, though, to be able to shut him down.
There you go. Tian bounced out of that compound. It was not to be. I mean, what a lineup there. A little bit wayward on the crash. It felt discoordinated between the two players in the vehicle. Not quite what you want to see from Tianba. I don't want to say lazy. I feel like it was being harried by Horror with the off angles there on the northwest side. S2G were putting pressure on the back of that, and it became a little bit too chaotic. They couldn't quite find their way through it. There was no way that they could navigate that storm, unfortunately. But for Solus, that is a monumental clip farm. Not quite a 1v4, Jukes, but it was pretty damn close.
That's as close to a 1v4 as it gets here, folks. I'm telling you, big plays coming out of here in the finals. Axel getting naded up pretty good, peppered by Al-Ula. Hits with the replay here. Solus with these headshots. Taking out that duo. And still finding himself some good movement here. Yeah, as soon as he sees QGZ, comes on out, pops a nade on accident, and gets the knock.
Oh, okay, we're back in with Alola versus Vitality. One over the top, looking for another as well. There are 3 players alive on side for Alola, but there is damage pouring back over towards Vitality as Razy now and Axel have to step into the fight to try and keep this one going. Razak gets shut down though as S2G are flowing out to third party on the north side here. Kamikaze, Solke, both moving into position. Lost is out on a north wide flank too.
Axel trying to find some high ground here, trying to find an off angle. Razy just forced her to just run out in the open, no vehicle to his name. Trying to be able to help out Federalis. Federalis is knocked, and it looks like he will be thirsted here because it's taking a long time. Meanwhile, S2G decided to just back things up. Say, you know what, we don't want none of this zone going down south. Let's prioritize that instead. And Razy is going to start cresting that hill. Can he spot out one of these players of Alula? He sees Rep. When he's going to take that shot? No, does not see a good sight line. Decides to back on up.
Yeah, it doesn't have the team shots to be going, well, doesn't have a team to take shots with. Is more accurate here for Razy. You need to be 100% sure that you can lock down a knock, or maybe even a flush. Ida getting rolled down by Orangutan there. Nicely done, but there's still a little bit more to do. Ida being devastated yet again. Rita now the last to stand. Haru and Atanki about face for another approach. Rita cooking a nade to try and slow things down, but there's an off angle coming through from Irina, who is stepping up and forcing him over the ridgeline into the firing line of Orangutan, who get 4 elims on the game and send Ida packing.
There we go, and that's going to be the 15th place team so far. Starting to turn things up, but here we go. It's the White Rabbits battling it out against 4 Thrives. Turney K getting the flushes. It's all up to Falak, and it ain't going to be good enough. Irina just putting in that work, and they're going to keep their whole team alive.
And back up they get. Nicely done, nicely done. We saw Razy doing a lot of work against Alola. Hang on a minute. This is a solo? A solo against Alola on the north side? Where did that come from? Razy's popping off on the north as a solo.
3 eliminations. Razy putting the points here for Team Vitality. The Indo squad looking good here as they're going to be pushing into this next zone. And we're looking at this next circle as it is just south of Crater Fields. You got OG on that southern end right next to Irina. That battle should happen out any soon. And now you got Enigma Galaxy right next to Nongshim Red Force as well. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Coop's got that Mini 14 looking for that long-range headshot.
I'm also looking at S2G on the northeast side of the circle right now, Dukes. They have to push in, and as a 4, do you go in the shadow of Aura, or do you try and sweep down and push past Flash? But it is a difficult approach for S2G, and they do not have long to make that choice. I feel like they are committed much more up to the north edge and could potentially challenge Horror on that northern side.
Let's see how this is going to play out. Schwepp's got the high ground as well. This is still only stage 4 here, folks. Adbino does get knocked, though, from Godlike and flushed. So it's only going to be 2 players up for the side of Godlike. OG in the same boat with the duo. Driving around, just trying to get a little bit of intel. Dawkins nearby. You got to watch out for that. Meanwhile, Aura from the high ground are trying to catch S2G out on the rotate here. Sleepy is able to put some suppressive fire, keep him away for now. Kamikaze's buggy is smoking, and he's going to get popped out of here by No Fear.
Oh, that is a scary sight, pressing the ridgeline, No Fear. Spiking the heart rate of S2G as they try and make their way in. They did have to make that choice in the end. But moving in, they've managed to get 3 through. And into a position which is at least tenable, but not really super beneficial to their long-term prospects. In the circle, though, which is good. Not the same can be said for Enigma Galaxy, Irina, Flash, Ulf. These teams going to have to move when the time comes. So, a good result, but if they keep getting picked apart with Razy still doing bits. Hang on a minute, no, that was over the sky. So, Horror are suffering. This solo Lone Ranger on the north edge, Vitality, letting us know. Okay, this is the replay of the 1v, I think 3.
Yeah, there we go. Yasser catches him out as he pops out the vehicle. And then, pow, beautiful use of that ridgeline. Razy just picking apart Aula. Those mistakes, man, making it look easy there.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. Swaps out to the bayonet as well for the final moment. I wanted him to run it through there a little bit. That would have been the coolest. But you know what? You're looking pretty cool already. Crazy still with a knife fixed at the end of the barrel.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what Razy can do with it. He's going to be holding on to that AUG as well. No fear up on top of the hill, doing a good job of applying that suppressive fire on these teams trying to find a way into this next zone. Oh, Crazy. Soaking up the points as a solo here for Team Vitality.
I mean, since he's been a solo, he's gotten 4 eliminations. He's weakened Horror's hold on this northern side as well,
yeah,
which I think is a really big factor here. With 4 players, Horror are basically unassailable. With 3, that's a different conundrum altogether. Ulf could potentially have an opening road towards them if they don't go down in this spot, because Sleepy has got that angle. But if Sleepy gets knocked, if he gets spotted, all of a sudden you have to commit so much to one side of your hold for Horror instead of having a couple more sidelines available. And that is a massive benefit of having 4 players in a scenario like this. For Furia, it's going to help them a lot on the western side. So hopefully they can dance to the beat of their own drum into the rest of this game.
Ulf putting up some great points on the board here. They got 7 so far. Sleepy's going to have to leave that high ground position. Woo, making the long drop on in. Vehicle, see if he can go ahead and stay right up. He does.
Clean.
And you're going to have to do another one.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Sticks the landing.
And that's a 10 out of 10 right there. Sleepy. Going to go ahead and look to pick up his teammate, possibly. Nope, never mind. He said, give me that crate. Meanwhile, big fight.
Oh, okay. Enigma Galaxy here getting rolled up on. They're fighting on the southwest side as Hyunbin steps into the cauldron of this fight as Lord gets peppered from the back lines in the arena. Third party, the end of that fight into the card for Enigma Galaxy. And now they're down, second place out this early. Good news for the arena, who are now on 6 eliminations and third partying this engagement. Hyunbin tries to hold, and he's got the one. Turns on for a second as well. It's Furia chiming in with a long-range third party as well. And the arena, they're now down to just 1. Sweats on the back line, and Furia wants to change the tune.
Y'all are gonna have to switch weapons here. XZY just able to get the reload on the MK, but it ain't gonna be good enough. Furia with the Porte party, able to clean up the fight. What a shot though from Hyunbin there. Tried his best, but what can you do with that kind of pressure? Now Yala looking to apply some even more pressure onto the side of E-Arena. Somehow this squad stays alive, but oh, that 9-8's gonna hurt. It's up to Schweppes, gotta do a 1v2, and it ain't gonna happen today. Furia looking to start that domination.
And down go E-Arena. 74 points now on the game. It's Ulf really their closest competitors, but 2 of their players are knocked. I don't know if Aura are going to be able to confirm these flushes, certainly not just yet. And all the while, sneaky beaky like, it's Razy on the side with his ghillie suit. Trying to play it quiet, trying to play it smart, finding these angles.
Shh, Razy. Playing it very, very quiet. Finds a little spot to hold himself in for now. But he's so dangerous. He's got that ghillie suit in the desert. Not quite the best camouflage he wants.
Yeah, it's the green one. Not great.
It's the green one. But you know what? He's looking to get that green for his team. And this is how you do it right here. Staying alive. Just, you know, able to get some confirmations, some sneaky confirmations on some knocks. Soak up some points. Meanwhile, S2G got a little car wall set up here.
Oh, Furia on the move. Silence up and to the ridgeline. Jiggle will be aware of it. Razy completely hidden from Furia's radar right now. Operative word being right now.
Right now, and yeah, look at this silence. Gonna have to be silent here, but Razy, he knows something's up. He's waiting for someone to peek that hill, waiting for someone to make the move. But instead, he's just gonna stay very, very quiet here. Uh-oh.
Up they go.
Jiggle, you better watch out. They're coming for you. Silence, driving up the hill little by little.
I think Razy's gonna get spotted here. Igor is gonna run straight into it potentially. Oh, maybe not. Starts back a little bit. They're waiting for the peaks. This negotiation on the north side is tense. S2G isolated right now on the southeast side of all of this, sort of all just playing in the same spot. Looks like they're trying to start to move out now, which I like. I think it's the right decision. And we've got solos from Aurora, solos from Ulf, as well as Orangutan. Atanki may be the first of those to go down, but does take a fair chunk out of Lost before he goes out.
Put some damage on the board. S2G looking to clean this up here. They definitely need to win. They're in 12th place. Win will definitely put them in a good position here for the rest of the day. Fudia, the same boat. Let's see who's going to take this chicken dinner, the Aura. Rocking a 2-1 split with Jiggle on the absolute high ground here. Don't forget about Doc, though. Aurora all by himself. He's still there. You can see him. He is just holding that spot and starting to soak up some placement points here. Only 6 teams remaining.
The thing for Aurora right now is that they know there's a solo on the north side, which gives them a little minor advantage if there's going to be a third-party fight between them and Furia. Raze's angle might not be known. S2G take a shot from Eren, who is their solo from Ulf. And Eren finds the flush as well. So S2G now down to 2 players. Jukes, there's a lot of solos here, but they aren't without their opportunity.
Yeah, that's for sure. They can win this whole thing if the timing ends up perfect for them. You can see nice shots there from No Fear. Oh, instant confirmation too. MSG's really hurt.
Oh, he's going to throw the pan there.
Yeah,
no.
that would have been nice.
Pulls the pin on the nade.
Take some of this. How about some of that? Long nade. Not able to get the finish. And it looks like S2G should be able to get the res here. Does he have a Molotov for another nade? Because he has the high ground. He might have the arm to get there.
It doesn't look like they're going to go for it. The res likely to be coming through now. For S2G to keep themselves alive as 2 players. It's Raze that I've got my eyes on still from Vitality. He's gone so far, come such a distance. Eren, most likely the next solo to fall. Igor's has flexed out and is very close to Doc for Furia. That could be a dangerous spot if they're caught unawares. Oh, he's hopped out as well. Doc might just be able to get away with a free elim here. There's a nade in his hand. This is not where you want to be for Igor's if he doesn't hear this pin. If he doesn't get out of the way, this might just be a free knock, but he's into the vehicle again. And I think he's read into it. He's up into the wall now. Doc has to hold his little shack out in the open.
Silence and Furia. Just waiting for this fight to happen. These guys are going to wait up to the last second here. The zone is closing. Okay, Jiggle backing things up, and he goes right into Raze. Gonna have to make a play. Great headshots, but Sleepy, great teamwork there to be able to shut him down.
It felt like that was the opportunity there. Jiggle stalling on the buggy slip, but just didn't quite finish off that spray. And the backup from Horror, of course, they did know he was there. As I was saying earlier, after losing a player to him was good news. Oh, another solo goes down. That will be the final solo out. So we are playing 3v3v2 as Furia in with a chance here to put that chicken dinner on the board. Same story for all 3 of our teams. I feel like S2G are the most suppressed in their area right now.
Yeah, but they're and they're suppressed on the leaderboards too, right? So literally all these teams desperately need this game. Gonna be big points regardless. You can see right now, 8th place, 11th place, 12th place. It's gonna help them out big time. Let's see what No Fear can do with that high ground. This is stage 8, folks. The zone will be closing into nothing once that zone pops. Sleepy applying that pressure on S2G. He's got the intel now, knows exactly where they're at. He's got a couple nades. Gonna go ahead and use that high ground to try and get the shots. But some big shots on the Aura. That's No Fear eliminated. That angle being gone is critical.
A really nice pick up there over onto the high ground, as well as Jiggle going down. Leaves Aura now just on the 1 player alive. Furia want to regroup, and the descent comes through from the last remaining player for Horror, Sleepy, who has broadside on Lost, but he's not taking the shots just yet. I think Lost spotted him just before he ducked behind the ridge. And he has to drop down a little bit further to be a bit safer. Spots Lost, gets a headshot, but doesn't quite get that full-blown knock just yet. And then they roll.
Sleepy
Finds the other, though. He finds his teammate, and maybe a 1 versus 2. But Furia now sat with their players, rolling across the open zone. And Sleepy finds another. 3 players now left for him to deal with. But there's a P90 upside. He's behind those trees. I don't think it's going to work. No, sirree. Brazil able to find the chicken dinner here. And Furia fight back.
It's about time. We knew that chicken dinner was only gonna take a little while, and it happened to be just 2 matches here into day number 2. So Furia get the win, and the crowd is pumped up for their team here. A huge, huge win for the side of Brazil.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. I think it was 9 elims towards the end, something in that region. It's a massive jump for them, as we talked about, on these longer game sets. 18 matches, a game like that can really give you the foundation that you need to jump up to be in contest. With E-Arena going down fairly early, with Enigma Galaxy going down fairly early, a couple of elims on side for these teams, but that is going to put a dent in the gap, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Keeping that mindset on side of every single game, the points we profit, that is one step closer to the title.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is right there. Nice play, though, from Sleepy to be able to get that 1v2 on S2G. Gets a couple more points on the board and some extra placement points as well. But you know what? The board is going to be, the leaderboard going to be balanced out a little bit right now, because like you mentioned, top teams go out, teams in that mid-pack start moving their way up. But I think that inequality is going to be coming right back, because guess where we're headed now?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a little bit toasty over on Rondo next, which is very, very exciting stuff. We've already seen, what was it, 2 1v4s, at least 1 1v3, a couple more. Why not throw them in there? It's basically just what happens at this stage. But yeah, I mean, the Razy solo 1v3 on the north side there, beautiful. The impact he had also cannot be ignored. If 4 players were alive for Horror in those final circles, I think they win that.
Yeah.
Without Razy having that impact, it completely changes the dynamic. It allows Furia to be so much more free and easy on that western side. The suppressive force of Horror on that north edge is so much assuaged. So I think that that is a very, very important part of that last game that maybe flew under the radar for a couple people.
Yeah, you got to be hyped up for Razy. 1v3, and then finish in with a 1v2. And you guys got a 1v1, and watch the rest of these matches coming up in just a bit.
What's happening, everybody? Jackie Powers here, joined by 2 absolute legends of the Sidemen. We got Ethan and Toby in the building, just arrived in France. You enjoying your time at PMWC here at EWC, boys?
Absolutely. It's my 3rd year on the trot coming to this, so yeah, really excited to see what today's got on offer.
First time here in France, so actually really excited.
What, just generally first
No, not generally, but this in France. Normally it's like in Saudi, but here in France it's exciting.
You enjoying it though? Getting on with the vibes? Bit different, right?
Yeah, we got in early on the train this morning, so took a little bit of waking up, but I think we're into the swing of things now.
You always look fresh. Both you do. You come out giving it. You got the style on the go, so I can't complain, boys. And there you go.
You're showing us up. Can we get a fit check, please? Fit check.
Right.
Hey, look,
you look unreal. The turtleneck, he looks amazing. The watch strap, look.
Wow.
Ugh.
That's what we do. That's what we do at PUBG Mobile. We've got a bit of a different vibe on the go. I know you love a bit of PUBG Mobile yourself, but you've been enjoying the chicken dinners? Caught any of the glimpses of the games?
I haven't caught any glimpses just yet, but they're going crazy as we speak. We've got a little glimpse of a screen up there, and I can't wait to watch some of it.
It's going to be big. I think we've had a lot of interaction from the fans this event, which has been cool. A lot of different nations. It's been super loud. We've had drummers. We've had like cymbals. Mate, I've seen instruments I've never seen before.
It. I thought it was a football game. I heard it. It was crazy. I can't believe there's drums at an esports event. It's unreal.
They've kind of been getting sick with it too. One of our commentator talent, basically, used to be a drummer. So he's been sat there every game, mate. He's watching the background. I just want to get involved. I want to teach him a new
He's loving it. He's loving it.
You any good on the instruments yourself, pal?
Me, no. So Jizzle, however, he has an own producer back in his day, you know.
I dabble.
Hey, we got to get you in there. We could cook something spicy up with the fans, right?
No. It's been a long time.
EWC anthem? Come on.
I don't quite have the same rhythm as I used to. You know
it could be a nice tie-in. We'll get that in for the next charity match, no?
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. That would be sick. Look, it's going to be a good time. We've got about, all of today, so about 6 games overall today, and then tomorrow we go into the final finals, last 6 games. We got some big orgs here, boys. Couple big names. You've got like 4 Thrives. They're coming out, showing out. Vitality, legendary esports orgs, right? Orangutan as well. They've come in bossing it.
Orangutan all the way. Come on, orangutans. Listen, this ginger bearded beast.
My orangutan.
Yeah, come on. Go on, the orangutans.
Oh, mate. I hope they do you justice.
Yeah,
They've been looking good, honestly.
Have
They've been looking good. So we're saying orangutan.
Go orangutans. Let's go.
All right, let's see what happens, boys. Always a pleasure.
Pleasure,
Any
mate.
final words before we send this one back?
Up the EWC, up the PUBG Mobile. Bosh.
We'll see you later, guys.
Thank you, Jackie. And I agree, Jackie. You look good today. You look good every single day. And so do we. Joined by Lace, Calaris, Natura, and once again, the 7WG. But we got to talk about Furia, that last match. The Brazilian aggressiveness was there. And boy, did they show it.
Didn't they just? I'm so excited. Furia's back. Let's all jump. No, but you just got it. Okay, my show now. Furia, right? Furia was on top of it. I really, really enjoyed how they were actually able to play that so well, right? You've got the duo of Ayala. There we go, I got it.
Yeah.
Ayala and Silence, both of them just coming in onto that third party against Nongshim, then over onto EA, just wiped them completely, no point about it. The 2-2 split coming up onto the western side, making sure that Furia couldn't, making sure that S2G couldn't go around to the south side, but also pressuring Hora to actually push into S2G at the same time. Very, very well played. Good control of the teams, good control of the zone, and the timing was really good. They backed it up with firepower as well. You're seeing 9 eliminations. 19-point game is exactly what they needed.
I just absolutely love the fact that they sort of, like you were saying, they had that sort of western side of the mountain. Hora had such a great setup, though, right?
Yes.
So I was getting a little bit scared in the I guess final moments because that zone closing in pushes them off the mountain. But Highguard's just down there scouting for the entire team, able to get that little 1v1 out of the way, and then having that sight so that when they obviously descent down the mountain, Sleepy comes down the mountain further through this and just cleans it up easily. Their timing today, Neptura, why are we Furia fans? So backing you up. That was just such a smooth play from them, and when we're used to just seeing them get in the vehicle, charge down, whatever, this is more strategic and smart from them. Very exciting.
I was scared for Furia, though. I thought we were going to see some drive-bys that we ended up seeing from them yesterday that ended up backfiring. But for Hora Esports, I got to give them even more prop scale because they had a 3-1 split on that mountain that ended up working out perfect, especially when the circle didn't go their way.
There's multiple facets to it, right? Hora, when it comes to them controlling that kind of mountain, La Cabrera is somewhere they oftentimes go to. They've actually abandoned that and gone to Valdemar on most of these Miramars. They had to abandon their loot phase quite early to make that extreme wide rotate based on those sort of shifts that were going north to get onto that mountain fast. And I think they really understood how to hold down on that location well, to the point where they were having to deal with certain circumstances that they didn't want to have to, like trying to cordon off Ulf as they're trying to move forwards as well. So an very impressive game here by Hora, absolutely.
It is. S2G as well being able to collect some points in this last match too. And one team that was able to collect even more points that definitely needs them, Orangutan. collecting 7 eliminations. It's something that we've been wanting to see out of this squad, being able to frag out a little bit more. I know yesterday we saw the passiveness out of OG that we're so used to seeing, but being able to just bounce back. And it's actually not Aru by himself. It's Atanki coming out with 3 eliminations.
I mean, it's great. I mean, I think in the group stage we saw more from WizGod than from Atanki, but he's coming in really, really nice. Aru, the IGL, also stepping up as a fragger as well, which is really, really nice to see. So very excited to see, very excited to see what we're going to be looking at into the next Rondo, for instance, right? Getting the that momentum on the Miramar is like 7 eliminations on a Miramar already. What's Rondo going to be holding in store for them?
Feels weird that we're doing Rondo, not at the start of the day.
It does, doesn't it?
But anyway.
It's like, okay, well, midday.
Mid-Rondo.
Mid-Rondo, it's a mid-Rondo.
You know what it reminds me? I said it earlier and I'll say it again. It reminds me when we used to have Sandhog at the halfway point.
Oh, yeah.
Where teams that weren't performing well, that would kind of use Sandhog to just spark up their day. But talking about Rondo, let's look at the top teams right now from Rondo. You got Enigma Galaxy up there. Aurora Gaming so far really hasn't had the best start to the day, especially when we're looking at the Miramars. But going into Rondo, we saw what they were able to do yesterday, and I'm hoping that Aurora is going to be bouncing back here.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, right? I actually do think that there's definitely been lulls in some of the performances internationally as well, and obviously this team for a long time, when with that alpha gaming, etc., and things like that, everyone was hoping that eventually they'd hit it big, eventually be able to get one of those big titles. Actually, coming into that day 1, I thought to myself, wait a minute, is this the time? Is this the time Aurora Gaming actually finally makes it happen? Because they were able to be up towards the top. They've slipped a little bit, especially with the arena looking as well as they have done so far. But mate, there's still a chance. There's still hope.
Yeah, for Aurora right now, 34-point gap. So I am hoping that we're going to be seeing some insane gameplay out of them, especially going into Rondo. We have seen E-Arena put up 29 eliminations. Can anybody get even close? We saw the aggressiveness out of Furia with the third parties too, but we got to talk about Enigma Galaxy been performing well as well. And what I really enjoy about Enigma Galaxy so far is the way that they've been getting those placement points outside of their win. You can see them being able to be consistent.
Exactly. They've got 14 placement points outside of that win, so they are really making sure they hit that podium time and time again, backing it up with eliminations. And again, this is something that I saw yesterday from Enigma Galaxy, is their timing is on point. Coops is back in his prime, it feels like, and the whole team is rallying around that. So the timing is really good. The synergy is very good. They're holding, they're waiting, they're making other teams play for them instead of doing all the dirty work themselves. It's a really, really nice control play that we're seeing from Enigma, and it's working out beautifully.
I mean, I just want to quickly touch on Ulf because we were a little bit worried about them at the start. We're like, what kind of plan do they have going forward? It's good, it's wins, it's that, it's not, it's dropping. That one, the vehicle send. They're actually in like a 2-2 split hold, and they were like, what do we do? Let's take the vehicle. Let's wedge Tiamba up against that and able to sort of decimate that entire squad. Obviously, the rest of the team sort of joined in that position, but look, they're making split decisions quickly when that moment comes. Is it bad that these decisions have to be made incredibly quickly because they didn't plan it out beforehand? A little bit, but look, they can capitalize on it.
It is. One team that I'm going to be looking to hopefully capitalize here in Rondo as well when we're talking about eliminations is going to be none other than Tiamba. Tiamba has been quite slow today. We've seen them just going down that ranking, and it's a team that needs to be able to bounce back because guess what? Yesterday, it was all about eliminations. Yes, they do end up having some placement points, but it wasn't of the likes that we know they're capable, especially with what we saw to Survival.
Yeah, Milo and QZZ have looked fantastic throughout the entire tournament, right? And Milo really rose to the occasion after QZZ was able to get that MVP title on previous internationals. I do think that, yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start for them, but regardless of that fact, there's definitely an opportunity for them to get back to fragging power, fragging potential that we've seen from them in the past.
I'm just looking at Coops right now. He's locked in. Raouf just going around, circling his chair. Satan as well. But Coops, it's all about Coops right now. Hopefully somebody else will be able to step it up from that team. That's what we're going to be going into Rondo. So Hot Jukes, John Allen, take it away. Where's Satan looking at?
Here we go. We're headed into Rondo. The match to put some massive points on the board. As if Miramar wasn't crazy enough already, it's about to get even crazier.
Maybe it's just something about the start of the day, Jukes. Maybe it wasn't Rondo all along. It was just the first games. Maybe this will be the calmest Rondo we've ever seen.
Yeah, they brought that Rondo energy off the rip, right?
Yeah, they're used to it. Fresh off the breakfast, ready to find their dinner. And that is what we're going to be looking to find here for one of our teams. It will be the case. maybe a massive early game. We saw it from Milu yesterday, huge, and the rest of Tianba as well. Huge start to the day yesterday. Not quite as powerful in the game so far today. So hopefully for Tianba, they can find that resurgence here. And if you're an arena fan, you're hoping that they can continue to make their strides forwards and keep that White Rabbit chase going.
Gotta be able to separate yourself from the rest of this lobby, and if you're gonna do it anywhere, it's Rondo, that's for sure. I mean, we've seen a 39-point game in this tournament. Oh man, will that turn things around from. Look at Team Vitality though, averaging, you know, 4.33 limbs per game, 1,000 damage. It's a great average here. The thing is if you want to win that $500,000 at first place, become the champions, you got to do something special consistently. So I'm interested to see, right, how these teams are going to fare now that we're playing Rondo for the third match of the day, right? Are they going to be able to keep that aggression up throughout the entire day here? And who's going to be the kings of Neox Factory?
Ooh, could be, or indeed somewhere else. Flame Pot decides that we don't want to be going to Neox Factory. In general, when you're talking about podium competitors, you're talking about teams who are looking to get about 10 points average. 10 to 12 points average tends to be where we see at the end of these game sets a first place type scoreline being. That generally is a great indicator that you're performing at the level that's needed to rise above the rest. So hopefully our teams will be able to keep that on side. And being able to get, as we were seeing, sort of mid-4 elims average, being able to complement that with placement points is very, very important. There are a couple, I think, of teams who have a distinctly higher average on those elims than others, but it is definitely something you need to be focusing on to join up at that 10-point average. Because right now, I think quite a lot of our teams are falling short of that metric.
That's a fact here. And if you want to be able to get in that metric, though, this is the place to do it. You can see these players are locked in, they're focused. They understand what's at stake here, just how important Rondo is for your total tally. You can only play it 3 times in this whole finals here. And this being the second one.
6.3.
You know, yeah, 6.3 average from Tianba, man. This squad have been really, really consistent here. A night and day difference from their group stage performance. And this is the Tianba that we know and love. We expected them to do very, very well here. And it's only a matter of time. I think they get that right position going, and then we see them get that chicken dinner.
I mean, we want that survival stage, Tianba, right?
Yeah.
To be able to jump up and compete with the very, very best. Furia, fresh off of their chicken dinner, their numbers don't quite display that sort of a storyline just yet, but it is a great start for them to be able to add that one to their tally. And again, it's a real great mental boon to these teams to be able to find a high-scoring game and to be able to close out that game. Sure, maybe the point swing isn't huge depending on how many seconds into those final circles you last, but I feel like there is nothing more relieving than finding that chicken dinner, than converting it. Even if you ignore the 4 extra points you get just on placements alone, it is a massive mental fortitude booster. And you need to keep your head on straight because you are going to get into something crazy very early on. I know it, I love it, it's Rondo and it's ready.
It's ready, these players are hyped up, they're ready to go. I hope y'all guys at home are ready as well because, man, this is just getting started. As the plane is taking off, we're headed to Rondo. Ooh. Okay, we got a little double plane path action here.
Okay, so Neox Factory is accessible from the easternmost plane path, and to be fair, from the west one, but it's unlikely you want to go there because the teams in the east plane will hit the ground so much faster than you. It's much more likely if you're going to hot drop, you go to Yulin, and the same is true vice versa, right? Yulin is further along that plane path. What this is going to do is split these hot drops up. It's going to make them slightly less chaotic, Jukes, but more teams may want to go for them because of that.
Yeah, and those teams that normally like to go to Neox Factory, if you're in that other plane, you're going to be there late, so that's going to put you so far behind. So teams are going to have to adapt on the fly, switch drop locations, and make these decisions very, very quickly here. And you can see, wow, these squads are out. Top players right now. Scarface from Ulf, okay, 16 eliminations. Mormon right behind him, and of course, Milu right there as well.
Yeah, Scarface on those damage numbers as well, right on the heels of Milu. Look at that, only 20 damage points behind. We'll see if that changes very quickly into this match because teams are now starting to touch down in towards Neox Factory. They'll be grabbing those weapons. Yulin also will now be occupied, and things are going to get hairy quite quickly. There's Irina already taking a knock. Tianba as well have already lost one. Irina, by the way, generally preferring to drop out near Stadium, but the plane path they're on didn't assist with that. We saw them hunting down solos in other matches, those solo outposts that are near those recall towers, which are a major feature in Rondo. They were the team to take that dynamically to that fight in a way that we haven't seen from many others. Oh, no, S-Power goes down to a guard.
Not good. Schwepp's hurt and gonna get caught by a beautiful angle from a cop. And that's what happens is that if you're just so used to dropping in one particular area, switching it up here, sometimes those little angles can catch you off guard. And OG putting in the work here. Gonna be keeping an eye there on the side of the pull. Ooh, does see Aaron. Now we're gonna switch on over to another fight. Here goes Hudia. Applying that pressure to Aura. Sky bandaging here. Waiting to be able to find those angles. He's got some good weapons here, but Ayala gets caught.
A nade forces Sky to reposition away from the corner. Does take a little bit of damage, but that'll be okay. Remember, the recall towers here in Rondo allow teams to get their players back up and alive, so early fights are the norm. Silence rolling around the edge of this corner, trying to suppress Sleepy, but the UMP in hand gives him a little bit of confidence, and the nade to back it up. Flings across his sightlines. No Fear does go down on a trade, and now Ayala's looking to break wide to change the tune of this fight, and looks for more with Chief at his back. Sky on a sliver of HP just about finds the retreat, but there's a re-engage around the corner.
Chief would have had that, but he ran out of ammunition. Now he's gonna have to make a play. Ayala there with the assist, and great work for the side of Fudia. They're gonna go ahead and take out Aura, put some early points on the board, and they should be able to pick up Silence here. Now they're gonna start laser focusing towards the side of Fourth Rise. Fourth Rise creeping in on this one. A little late to this third party, and now they're gonna have to battle a pretty kitted and well set up Fudia.
Fourth Rise, they've got some loot on side as well, though not too many nades. In fact, no nades for T24. Neox Factory's been popping off as well. I think Ulf bore the brunt of a lot of damage pouring on their way. See some elims coming through from Orangutan. Doing bits, but ooh, okay. Ulf may have a little bit of vengeance here, as Eren is still in the firefight. Tianba with their position on the south edge. Spot Tizzy sending away, but Tizzy wants to re-engage on the door frame. It's not going to work out well for the first spray, but suppresses the angle. QCZ with the nade cooking. Drops around the corner, but Hyunbin evades the damage.
Red for super aggression here. Looking to get some of them early eliminations. Hyunbin with the lay down, wide on the open! Catches QZZ with the spray. Just keeps that suppressive fire on that window, catches them on the re-peek, and a great turnaround there. Two superstars battling it out. Now Tizzy, oh, look at that instant peek back. These angles, Yongshin Red Force so good at these CPC angles. Man, and Hyunbin putting in the work, forcing Tianba to have to do a full res on their team.
Getting those flushes nice and quickly. Yongshin Red Force with 2 elims. They're up to 4 now. But they've got another team to try and deal with. Orangutan sidling on into the fight. Tizzy using the bus's cover. There's a nade from a tanky, but the pin goes back in. And Eren, the solo left in the situation for Ulf, is going to find the backlines for Orangutan and slow their approach towards this Nongshim outpost. The 2 players they've got there can just live a little bit longer, but a tanky keeps the pressure up, and Orangutan keep marching.
Man, great movement from the side of Tizzy and Hyunbin. They are outplaying so many of these players here. So good at this urban fighting. Their peaks, their timing, just impeccable. Wizgot, though, with that nade, looks good. Tizzy jumps away and gets peppered only a little bit. Pulls the pin again. And you can see they're utilizing those doors so well. But how about that nade? That one looks good.
Ooh.
Tizzy jumps away from it once again. He's not falling for that one.
I like the attempted utilization of the smoke to stop the vision on the nade arc as it was coming on through. But Tizzy read that one nicely. Knew exactly what they were going for. That nade doesn't connect either. Still has a couple more. The shotgun around the corner. Steps in for it. Wins the trade. And immediately Eren snaffles that point away, but Ulf, he's up to 3 elims there on the inside. This guy's doing bits. The rest of Ulf are happy to hang out near Danqing on that south side and let Eren roar over in Neok's factory, because it still has yet to conclude. Aurora, I think, still have a solo in that spot as well. And Eren does finally go down to Godlike, who have rolled up into the fight in Neok's factory. A late approach as they were forced away over towards main round.
Now you can see T24 trying to find some angles here. Zypha, ooh, quick shotgun here. He's got the right-hand priority. He should win this. He does. Catches Ayala. And now, oh, shots happening back and forth all over the place here. Zypha's gonna have to make another play, but oh, suppressive fire. Was that IQ? Yeah, IQ on the other angle, doing a great job of applying that pressure, that headshot. It's gonna be the end of Furia.
Furia, though, well, in this location.
In this location, correct, yes.
Igor's on that south side, very far away from Yulin right now, means that they can get that full reset. The recall towers are still available, and at the moment, only one player is completely down. I think that's about to change as well, as Admino gets back to his feet. Aurora with top. The man on the spot only needs the one shot to take down Salme, and now he wants more. S-Power with the nade, can't quite connect on towards top, but he spots him running up, has the nade cooking. This could be perfect, needs it over the top, a lot of damage, and the spray to convert. That is good for Godlike.
Great work from S-Power there, right? Just staying calm, collected. He had that nade locked and loaded, just goes, chunks it, and just uses his weapon to take down top. So we're going to see some recall action happening. Everybody pretty much back up for the most part. Only a few players still eliminated. And now you know what? Why don't you guys do us a favor? Get in game and go ahead and pop some of the lucky spins right now. Hopefully you can get one of those exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament sets. So you can be styling and looking good like a lot of these players are. Let's see how S-Power is going to look, though, in this 1v1 against Ateki. It is India on India action here. That's that Molotov. Oh, yeah. He's like, all right, I'll hold the stairs for a little longer.
Hot footing it away from that, doesn't take a tickle, which is good result. Hard southeast shift on this next circle. Pushes us down towards the southeast side. Keeps that northern area above Hungshan in the west of Danqing as well. Ulf very happy about this. I think their hill there is probably going to play quite well for them, I think, Dukes, and that is a great result for them, given that they're in third place right now. E-Arena in first place. They haven't had an impact on this game so far. They were pushed away very, very quickly. There's S-Power. Holds the corner, but yeah, there's a third-party angle. Well, a second player on the opposing team angle coming on through. That should be, again, still recallable. Manya may opt to go for the recall on the forward position so that he can bolster that and let the back two from Godlike move in behind him.
Yeah, S-Power's like, 1v1 me, bro. And they were like, nah, not today. There's money on the line here. We got to make this happen. Now looking on over to the rest of the fight, though, we got Vitality end up holding a building here. They're going to be popping some shots on over to Enigma Galaxy. Satan trying to drive away, trying to be able to survive here. Lowered in the same position. Enigma Galaxy on the bold rotation. And Satan does end up getting caught and eliminated.
Very messy now on the western side of this circle. A lot of teams forced into a fight that is unfavorable for a rotation that leaves them exposed. We're seeing the results of that now. The recall tower on the south side of the circle, currently under control of Nongshim Red Force. Looks like Godlike may have their forward position on one recall as well, I believe. So they could look for that. Actually, it might be E-Arena who have got control of it out on the east side. In the meantime, 4 Thrives, with their 3 elims so far, have a position near Yulin.
You can see these teams just starting to get set up here, getting ready for that late game. This is so critical. This is the map to put some points on the board. OG have 5 eliminations. Aurora have 5 as well. So a great start for a few of these teams. Now it's about how you're going to end. I think the Galaxy down Satan on that rotate. They do end up finding a spot in this next zone. Pretty central one too, just a little bit on the southern side of it. But we never know where this next circle is going to go.
I mean, Ulf really have got a brilliant position here. They've had a while to establish it as well. on the hilltop that they have so much control over the surrounding area. They have vision every single direction. Everybody else just trying to play in their shadow at the moment. eArena managed to push in from the east side. The Four Thrives continuing their hold on the southeast point of ULib. Doing a little bit against Alula. Godlike suffering once more at the hands of Orangutan. And eArena actually pushing up to try and third-party split that fight on the north edge and maybe hound down Godlike.
Godlike trying to hold on here. Southern Shift. Yeah, indeed for a lot of these teams. S2G, Four Thrives, eArena, not liking that one. Now there's Godlike. But Fudia, they'll take that all day long. Possibly even looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner here. As Aurora, though, that's going to be the team they're going to have to fight because Aurora's going to be pressing into that hard shift side location. Tianba, QZZ knocked. Doing a great job of being able to throw down those smokes very, very quickly here to try to pick up their superstar player. Coops trying to catch some shots into those smokes. But he's going to go ahead and just hold on to that coverage for just a little while longer.
Just a moment longer. Right now, I think that, yeah, we've only seen 3 players really fully confirmed to not be really in with much chance of moving forwards. A lot of recalls coming on through. Almost everyone in the lobby getting back to their feet. Damage going over towards S2G from Coop, but not quite fully connecting.
He's locked in today, man. I mean, those shots were on point. He was hitting them with a little slight angle that he had. He was getting serious value. You know, Tianba's locked in as well. They're just trying to get themselves in a good, solid position. They're in 4th place, 48 points. Not a bad start. But eArena with 75, they're the big threat in this lobby. The Thai squad looking really solid here in the Rondo. 1 elimination, the whole team up. They do have a position on the eastern side of the circle. Aurora right on top of them, though. Let's see what they decide to do here.
I mean, they are certainly alive on this side of the circle, but between Aurora and Ulf, it is a difficult position to try and hold down. And can they get much further forwards? I'm not entirely sure. Schweppes. Oh dear, the flames already licking the front of the bonnet there. And that is going to be an unhealthy vehicle. Not really too reliable when it comes to moving next. But they are safe for the time being next to these 2 teams. I'm looking at Orangutan and Four Thrives on that north side. Could be a contest around the mountain that sits between them. Godlike, I think, are going to have a difficult time moving in as well. Either they could swing out into the blue zone very, very quickly now and try and rejoin Rita. But if you do, you're basically committing to going down in the next zone.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work out.
Yeah, for sure. And EDA need to have a monster rondo here if they want to be able to get themselves into serious money. Enigma Galaxy, meanwhile, 2nd place, down a player. Lord going to be using some of that terraforming to put himself into a safe position. This is still super early. I mean, that's just Rondo. Rondo starts off so aggressive, starts to slow down here in the mid-game as teams solidify their locations. And then it's going to get red hot here in just a minute. Let's see where this circle goes. We're going to see a crazy Southern hard shift again. Will it center up? That's going to be huge for these teams. And it does favor the south side a little bit.
Okay, I mean, for Aura, this is great news for them. Their west side is fairly free and clear. EDA do opt to regroup on the south side, which I'm not entirely sure about. I feel like that may be a misplay for them. Very difficult approach from that angle. S2G trying to make the approach that is probably in EDA's future. Finding out how difficult it can be. Furia extracting a toll for it. But they do crash in. They do get to the center of this one. And actually, may be able to get control of this recall tower that's available for about another minute or so. If they can get control of it, get that recall in fast, they could be in with a full force squad on this location. And I think they know the jiggle's here, but they don't have a lot of time to play around with. It's really ticking away, and a bounce on the nade's not good.
Yeah, kind of a little bit of a self-nade there. I don't know if you saw that chain link fence at the top of it. Great nades, though, from Nongshim Red Force. Oh, it doesn't hit the mark, though. I thought that was good. And they're going to be sharing this location for now with eArena. This is pretty darn central. I'm surprised they're really battling this out. It's a dangerous fight, honestly. Like, if they take this fight, they're going to get third party.
I mean, all the fights now in the middle are dangerous. Godlike on the south side.
What happened?
Ooh, I think a vehicle explosion there came on through.
Was
Took
that
20K down. No, it wasn't a self-drop, don't worry. I would have clocked that one. It was an explosion that came through. The nade, ooh, just falls short of the deployable cover. And they continue to not quite find the mark for Nick McAllister, sorry, for Nongshim Red Force. They aren't quite connecting here. Not quite getting what they want to get done. Orangutan try and crash into the middle against S2G. It's looking to go pretty well for Orangutan, actually, as S2G are going to go down fully. These recall towers are pretty much done and dusted. Only a couple more seconds to get them used.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to be able to use it here at this late stage, especially if you already burned a lot of your recalls earlier on. And let's see right now as Ray-Z is able to get a nice knock there on the tops with a nade. Another one would return as Bose catches Federales. And now here comes Win in the vehicle. Possibly just trying to get some information. He gets some for sure. Pops out. Oh, that did sting.
Okay.
Razek, though, got the shotgun. S12K. Oh, gets knocked. And Team Flash put in the work here on Vitality.
Hey, we know what Razy can do, but he's not going to do it this time around. Vitality go down. Flash playing on with 3. The recall towers are now shut down, which means that every elim will stick. There are no recalls available. The arena somehow managed to get straight to the center of this circle is kind of crazy, and to do so with 4 players alive, great news. Hopefully they can make that one work. Meanwhile, on the south side, you've got Godlike, Ita, and Furia all looking for position. Yeah, this is a replay, I think, on how Tony K went down.
Yeah,
he ran into the buggy. He ran into the buggy.
Yeah, well, it was that cover flare that ended up busting up that buggy, and it was just inching it little by little and just did enough damage to pop it. So you gotta watch out where you drop those cover flares.
Hey, no harm, no foul. They're all alive, and that's what matters right now. Nade over the top, over towards Nick McGalaxy, though, from Tianba, who have had to fight down from this north side of their compound. Nick McGalaxy have been hiding here for quite a while, and Tianba seemed to be an overwhelming force for them. Ralph alone, isolated away from the rest of the team. Ulf have been trying to push in from the east side, and somehow Scarface doesn't go down here. Finally does get knocked to QZZ. There is an answer, a little bit of damage, and his 4th drive's chiming in for a 3rd party from the west side.
QZZ getting caught out by Ulf. And now Milu getting shot in his back from 4th drives. Yamba now are fully pinched. You got 4th drives looking at one side, Ulf looking on the other, and this is all outside of the circle. Disaster here for Tianba, who are looking so strong in this game. Gonna have to fight their way out of this position.
A lot of movement now necessary on the northeast side as well as on this south edge, and this is what I was worried about for Ida. They managed to get a couple of elims on the angle, but they trapped themselves behind the water. Wrapping around that one, it takes so much wind out of your sails. You just don't continue that speed. You don't carry any momentum in towards the circle. And they found out all about it. Furia were a roadblock for them, and they may have dragged Furia down with them, but for Emre, he's now got so much to do, and he's going to crash probably straight onto Aura, and almost certainly going to go down here. I'm so surprised he hasn't already fallen, and Emre just sneaking his way through.
Tianba on the drive-in now. Gonna have to force to just fully send it onto the middle, but they are getting beat up here. Sacrificing players one by one. Milu, oh, with a bad drive. And now it's up to the single player. Oh, he does end up catching 1 point. So Tianba hold on just for a little while longer.
Staying alive, staying in the thick of things. The arena unlikely to be able to push fully up and over with Ulf suppressing this angle. Akin can survive for just a while longer. And Ulf are going to have a tough time actually pushing towards this one with the suppressive fire coming in, but Akin does go down. That actually comes from Furia. Very long shot down from the south side. Close to max range, I believe.
Furia.
Yeah, 393 meters there, Ayala.
Ayala and Furia are putting in work here. 10 points on the board so far. Right behind him is OG with 8. They definitely needed those points. And here comes Furia, pressing in through the south side, moving in little by little, making sure that there ain't nobody near them.
Aurora with the western high ground as well, this mountain, giving them a lot to work with. The position held previously by Aura, but they decided to commit instead much more central onto the west point of the compound that sits central on this circle.
This would be a big game.
Aurora this position. I mean, it absolutely could be. Given their position with 8 elims, they've got some brilliant oversight. Not too many teams have the flexibility to challenge them. It is, of course, the Kiss Curse position, though, because you do have to leave it at some point. Well, almost certainly you're going to have to leave it at some point, and that is where things start to get a little bit muddy.
if this zone shifts to Aurora, they're getting like 20 points this game. Plus. I mean, this is the spot to have. But it is quite on the edge here. Let's see if they end up getting lucky. This is the time to get lucky in the map that you really want to get lucky on, that's for sure. But meanwhile, Nongshim Red Force catching Chief out from Furia.
Sneaking it. A shot in around the sides of those silos, through the fences. It is pretty resible though for Furia, I imagine. The circle does move away from Aurora though, and up towards the north side. This is a lot of open ground that maybe Fourth Rise could try and leverage, but there's not a lot for them to try and work with. You could see just sweeping out to the west is wide open. You're going to need those cover flares, so it depends how many they've got in the back pocket. Create some of your own defilades with that destructible terrain. What they're going to be needing to do to control that north side. In the meantime, Furia still giving it large on the south side.
Doc starting to throw some nades in. They know they got to get moving here. They got those vehicles. They're smoking though. Bose does go down. That's huge for the side of Aurora. And Doc trying to drive very carefully, little by little. Oh, saw that crate. I need that. I need that. I got 300 rounds. I need more. I need that util. He's going to find at least another drink because he was out. Swaps vehicles, and now Aurora just trying to leapfrog into this next zone.
Last player of Orangutan goes down in the meantime. IQ gets spotted out in the open. I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? It's such a difficult area to try and move into. The question is timing, and for IQ, he gets caught a little bit too early. And there's really no cover. But it is such a majority on the circle. If you can establish any sort of position out there, you start to get so much control. And with Aurora still able to use the high ground that they've been playing from, they have great sightlines to control that. But Fourth Rise will be able to move in. Aurora are also going to have to move. Oh, beg your pardon. Have to move.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, though. This is Rondo, and if you don't got cover, you got to make your own. Use those cover flares. Use that terraforming. And make it happen. You can see Ulf with a good solid position that they've created for themselves. You got Aura on the other end trying to sneak some eliminations. No Fear going to be laying down, trying to see if he can catch that pixel. He sees him, puts some shots, but not able to get the knock.
Aurora rotating back in towards the compound, looking to extract more point value from these elims. Tourniquet will be spotted. Zjol rattles him down. And the rest of the team answering with a volley of fire. Emre, by the way, from Ida, still alive. A solo who managed to sneak his way on through. I imagine Aurora should be aware of this position. But we'll see if they deal with it or if they allow him to sit there in their buffer zone.
Zjol just getting set up here. I like how he risks it and moved that vehicle just a little bit further so he can cover himself from that angle. The crowd is hyped, they're excited. The Furia fans are going nuts. They see their team with 11 eliminations so far. And there goes Aurora starting to throw some nades. They are in this next circle, so they're just holding the spot for now.
Just holding it down. Slowly marching forwards. Nongshim Red Force making it very difficult for them to move up and through this compound. If they can get a knock, if they can open away, might be an opportunity for them. There's trades back and forth across every single angle. Nongshim also have spots on towards Horror, who are trying to make their way up on the western edge. Oh, it's a nasty ascent up this hill. There is a complete broadside from Hyunbin. He's got that DP, a lot of ammo in the tank, and a big north shift comes through.
The circle goes up to the top and away from all of these teams. So all of them are gonna have to start moving. Hyunbin, he realizes it. He's like, oh, we're in trouble. We need to just start getting some eliminations here because getting into this next circle is gonna be almost impossible.
I'm looking at this circle. I feel like it's Aurora and Fourth Rise right now, who are in some ways stopping each other from being the best in the circle and therefore allowing teams from the south to have an opportunity if this fight concludes one way or the other, which I don't think it will, Dukes. Not at the moment. It could be pretty tricky for everybody else to march forward, but it seems like they found some sort of peace between the two.
Yes, that's the right play in all honesty. You gotta just throw the smokes in between, be like, guys, let's look down south. Let's get all these eliminations, find each other later for first and second place, because, oh, this is a feeding frenzy here on the south side. as all these teams are just desperate to try to find a spot into this next zone. Hyunbin up close and personal. He's got the shotgun. He can make the plays, and Nongshim Red Force are putting in the work. Up close and personal.
Take down E-Arena, the lobby leaders right now, only getting 2 elims there, no placements. A nice result for the teams looking to chase. Ulf, though, in a little bit of danger as they try and sweep up from the eastern side and crash into 4th Rise, but with Cypher going down with 2 players left, actually only 1 player left in action.
Igor.
It's only IQ up on the north side, and Furia, in the meantime, are sweeping up. Over on the inside of the compound, Ayala on the corner. Does goes down to Nongshim as they move out to the east, but Furia now, 12 elims, they're looking for more, and a solo from Jiggle, the only thing standing away in their way of controlling the entirety of this compound.
Make that 13 eliminations. Furia on a tear. Jiggle up on top, catches out the last player of Ida. Aurora, though, are just waiting for this. Gotta be a little bit careful with that cover flare. A little bit too close. Chief now forced to just run out the open. Jiggle with a jump down, trying to make the play in the 1v2. It's Igor to shut him down.
Hey, that's so nasty, though, because it does mean that Igor's is going to be alone, solo, and will not be able to weather the storm of bullets sent his way by Nongshim Red Force. Now out in the open, it's Aurora as we transition up to the north side. And 4th Rise, I mean, they lost so much on that push forwards, and it's just IQ now. Cypher, I don't think you're getting back over to him, mate. And he does go down. IQ, a solo for 4th Rise. 14 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force. 10 for Aurora.
Big game.
Is a big game any way you cut it.
And it's going to be one of these teams that's going to win it. Who's it going to be? It's Aurora versus Nongshim Red Force. Yol gets knocked. That could be the opening volley. But Nongshim Red Force just going to hold that angle. So easy, catches top as well. So just knock after knock, back and forth. That's going to really hurt the utility from both these teams. Reefus, level 2 vest, pretty beat up. Sees an angle, though. Hits the headshot on the TC and gets the knock.
How do you do it to him, Reefus? Goodness me. That is a beautiful start, and this is the open ground I was talking about before, Jukes. It's just so difficult. There is that sloping ridge in front of Nongshim as well, that means they really kind of only have one angle to go, and it is fully covered off by Aurora.
Yeah, it's because Aurora is shooting some dang laser beams here at the end. The tiniest pixels, nothing but headshots. Nongshim Red Force, we know they got the gun skill to pay the bills, though. Gonna have to battle it out with Aurora, because Aurora are on fire right now. Now they have the numbers advantage as well, top with 5, and look at that. Nongshim Red Force, they're just stuck. They're stuck in this one spot. They are laying down, but Hyunbin evens out the battle with that huge knock on the Zio. Perfect timing.
And it's a forward position as well, which means that in order to get them back up, they need to break forwards. For Aurora, they need to expose themselves. That makes it more likely we're in a 3v3 clean. Hyunbin suppressing the corner of the rock there, looking to try and put them back behind it. And he will bury them behind it as Doc is taken down on the angle. That is resible, but it's going to allow them to move forwards incrementally, making their way, making their approach here. Reefus don't dare step up.
Hyunbin is just an absolute beast with these laydown plays. Putting in the work, catches top. Hyunbin is on fire. Making it happen for his team. Applies that suppressive fire onto Reefus. Reefus cannot afford to get knocked here. If he does, he's gone.
He's got the MG3 from the crate, though. Is it going to be enough? A lot of damage done to him. Ziol's been slowly bleeding out. There has been reses coming through, or attempted to come through from Aurora. And they do manage to pick all 3 of their players back up on the forward front. Ziol finally flushed. Reefus dying left and right with the MG3 barking loudly across the open ground, but not going to be enough. It's going to be the knock sent his way, and Nongshim Red Force are giving this an excellent go. Moving forwards, they make it to the rock, and they are just out of range. The nade goes forwards. Only Top remains in the way, and the Molotov burns him. Takes him down.
It. Nongshim Red Force turning the tables on Aurora. Aurora was looking unstoppable, and then Hyunbin said, "Oh, you think you got it, huh? Nah, we got this."
Clean execution at the end from Nongshim Red Force. A brilliant exit from that location. It got so messy around those silos. Those compounds really, really tricky, and it's got to be so disappointing for Aurora as well.
They don't lose those.
You shouldn't be losing those, no. It is really, really tough stuff. But the open ground was so difficult to get in and towards, with 4th Rise being in the way for Aurora. If they'd have been able to deal with that a little bit earlier, maybe they could have had more presence there and stopped Nongshim Red Force from getting as far as they did. But a brilliant oversight on the compound for Nongshim Red Force. The South Korean side managed to navigate that one brilliantly.
I mean, that's as fair as a fight as it gets here, folks. I mean, I think out of all the fights I've ever seen Aurora lose, I think that is the most frustrating one for them, because they know that we just got outgun skilled. Us, Aurora, the Mongolian super squad. What happened? Hyunbin with those laydowns, making the plays, the pop-off, absolutely well-deserved. I mean, that was just disgusting.
Locking it in with the daps. That's what you gotta do. You gotta be pumped when you get those chicken dinners on side, and on Rondo no less, with a big elim count. That is a breath of fresh air for Nongshim Red Force, hoping to get another global level title as well, to convert from their recent win.
Sneaky. I mean, Nongshim Red Force, when they won PMMI, they weren't on top of the leaderboards until literally the last game, right? They stole that tournament, and now in this rondo, with that many points, woo, these leaderboards are gonna look dangerous.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Remember, E-Arena, Enigma Galaxy, again, going down a little bit earlier. That's gonna close the gaps once more, and teams can start to catch up. It is looking level. And again, it's that marathon style that we've got on today with the 8 matches from the delays that we had yesterday. The 8 matches today are going to test these teams' endurance.
We still got so many games left.
Oh, I'm so excited.
This is just Toronto. We got 3 more Air Gales, 2 more Miramars. How's Aurora gonna roar back, though? That's gonna be my question. You know, Doc, he did not like that one. They did not like that. Yeah, they were like, there's no way we get bad beat here. Hyunbin, though, I mean, using that terraforming, you can just see for everybody out here that wants to be a professional player, these are the guys you got to look at here, because you know, in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Hyunbin, with those laydowns, applying those suppressive fires, predicting where they're going to pick those heads out, hit a few crucial knocks, and he won that for his team.
Absolutely, yeah, getting those picks, absolutely crucial, like you say. And it is a really interesting feature. I think it's probably, for me, the most interesting feature of Rondo is the impact of those, well, actually, maybe 2, but the impact of having destructible terrain, being able to carve out those little divots, those little defilades with explosives, as well as the deployable cover flares. I think those 2 features make Rondo so interesting in these late game stages.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for those 2 features, I don't think either team would have been able to make it towards the end there. There was so much open ground, but they had to close it down, and the team to do it was Nongshim Red Force. We'll see you in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Every respawn, the proud founding partner of EWC. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo, greatness deserves your impossible.
Last year, 4 Thrives arrived at the PUBG Mobile World Cup with an entire country behind them. as the first Pakistani team to qualify for PMWC. Reaching the world stage was already history. But once the matches began, they proved they had not traveled there just to participate.
He's got the flush. As well. Nucky, no! How can you do it to him? They want that first place, but you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squashed with a chance now, and he's able to close it down.
Four Thrives finished second in the group stage, going directly into the grand finals, and eventually securing 7th place in the world.
Last year, PMWC taught us to be more aggressive and more consistent to win this championship.
Their journey began at the PMGO Season 1 South Asia Finals, where they handled the pressure of playing at home and claimed the regional championship.
Now sending shots around the corner, so much damage done, and it's ended. Four Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position.
That victory sent them to Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event, where they would face teams from across the world. And on the opening day of the grand finals, Four Thrives took complete control.
Possible. IQ's down. A T24 in a 1v1. Weapon swap with the shotgun around his teammate. He finds it. He gets it done. And Four Thrives.
After 6 matches, they had collected 3 wins and 82 points, building a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard.
After the 3 chickens on PMGO finals day 1, our confidence boosted a lot. Like, we didn't felt any pressure and we knew we are going to win because we had a big lead.
The second day brought a different challenge. Every team in the lobby was chasing them, and every mistake could reopen the championship race. They finished with 122 points, 77 eliminations, and 3 wins to become the PMGO Season 1 champions, securing their return to PMWC. Last year, they arrived as history makers. This year, they arrive as global champions.
Nothing has changed for us. Our hunger is still the same. Even you can say we are more hungry for this PMWC trophy. We are even more confident than before. We have more experience. We believe that we can be the team who can win the back-to-back global trophy.
Four Thrives have already shown that a Pakistani team can reach the world stage. Now, Four Thrives head to the PMWC at EWC 26, ready to prove that PMGO was not the end of their rise. It was only the beginning.
Hey, get us up on the left now!
I'm nading it, okay? I'm nading it.
Nade it on the Dacia, bro. He's low. I don't have nades. On Dacia is low. I can drop the C4, wait. He's low, headshot. Nice. Last one on me. Yes. No, two. Nice. Let's go. Get the loot. Go left, guys. Please, go left. One guy right, one guy left. Easy. They're two knock. Zone will kick them. I don't watch. One guy left. One guy left. I'm running up. Okay, I'm running up on him. Play time. Time.
Behind the car.
Kitleyim ben. Riske atmayacağım. Taşlar galiba. Mermi çektim. Tarıyorum Cema, full tarıyorum. Mermim yok ama. Mermim kalmadı. Lan gidin vurun, alana salacak. Nice oğlum. Ui, phá tải đâu, cái nó vô. No. Taoซ้ายlên đượcกันนะmong đi Hiệp. Chết. Mày đi lên làm tao máy. Cho mày nó cô. Tại ca. Có thái. Cột khóa. Yeah, may quá.
This rondo would be the match to just kickstart a bunch of the teams that weren't performing well in this first 2 Miramars, and one of them being Aurora, showing Calaris one of the biggest throws that we have seen. They looked so good until the end.
Everything was lining up so well. They threaded the needle down on the south to be able to get between Godlike and Furier on that rotation. And I thought to myself, they're playing it fantastic. They're being able to hold a position, cautious of where Horror was, and then maybe flex out on that west side. But Max, the fight against Nongshim, who played an amazing game as well on the other side.
Like, you can't hate too much on it because, yeah, Nongshim Red Force had some insane shots. Hyunbin in particular, the way he was able every time to allow his teammates to push forward and he would cover them, but he wouldn't just be cover fire. He would literally tear down every single player on Aurora Gaming. I think he knocked out top twice in that final fight.
I'm not happy about it.
I'm very happy about it. If Calaris is angry, I'm having a good day. So, yeah, but like as you said, it was great rotations overall from Aurora, but the gunplay from Nongshim Red Force, is what redeemed the game for South Korea.
And this is completely opposite from what we saw from Nongshim yesterday, right? Because we were talking about Hyunbin just being super aggro and going without his team and all of this, and he's done the complete opposite of that today here, going, I'll support you guys. I'll be that support player. I'll be the fragger, but I will let you guys go first.
I mean, it wasn't just this final fight for Nongshim Red Force that looked amazing. It was the parking bay control, dealing with anybody coming from silos, fighting into the circles as well. This for Nongshim Red Force was a masterclass of control.
The fight with E-Arena especially.
Yeah, the thing is, that fight on E-Arena was executed so well. It was so snappy, so quick. But the fact that they survived that fight in the city, right? Get outside the city, fight against the other teams that were 4 thrives, then win the fight onto Aurora, all of that, basically, while still keeping yourself up as a 4-man team is insanely impressive at this level of play.
I think there's very few teams that can make it look that good.
No, because, and this is the thing, is this is one of the teams that can go from 0 to 100, right? They were in that compound, they were there for a long time, they were just kind of keeping away from E-Arena here, and then they just unleash the beast. I mean, look at these eliminations coming in from each of the players, so even across the board, and they just are able to just turn up the heat, go, okay, it's go time, and go for it.
Yeah, we usually talk about Hyunbin just being able to be the frag out power for this squad. TZ as well has been stepping up. It's good to see that all the players have been stepping up in this one. One of the biggest question marks that we have had for Nongshim, especially in this last 2 days, have been those placement points, and for them to finally get over that hump, getting that chicken dinner, considering that the Smash rule is going to be in play tomorrow, this is going to make them really happy. I know you're really happy about it.
I'm loving it, seeing Hyunbin and the boys getting so many points on board. But before this game, right, the placement points were at an all-time low. We just didn't see very many late-game finishes from this team. But the fact is, and as we just saw on that graphic, right, they got eliminations on every single player. Very happy, but apparently, Eren is your MVP of the game, and he had some really good fights, one of those onto 4 thrives. So good plays here from Eren that I didn't expect. I thought it would be definitely one player from Nongshim Red Force.
Well, Tizzy, the fact that he did 1,200 some damage from the parking bay. I mean, it's one of the highest spots in that circle, never mind the silos that exist there. So it's a great spot to be able to have those engagements from.
No, it was very good indeed. And mentioning Ulfred, because they were in an altercation with 4 thrives, and looking at the circle, I was like, okay, well, Nongshim has everybody in town to deal with. You've got 4 thrives having to deal with Ulf, and so Aurora were able to actually just have the complete west side kind of to themselves, get that long-range third party going, which is that's their MO, and that's probably why we saw them do so well. While they probably should have had that win, was they were long distance, they were able to have that long distance, put some distance between them and other teams. But for Nongshim, for them to actually third party over onto Ulf in the 4 thrives fight, just as 4 thrives were kind of getting cleared up, that is true.
They do.
They do.
Ida has something personal with
They do. It's so true. It's so true. But Nongshim really showcasing how great their timing is and how well they can actually read the lobby, what's going on around them, and take advantage of that.
One team that we've been following as well, especially today, that has been starting to kickstart it, is 4 thrives. 4 thrives in this last match, they were controlling a lot of that north, but they were 2 split, even though they were man down. And this is something that we were harping on a lot yesterday from them, having unnecessary splits at times. They were being pinned down by Aurora, though.
They were being pinned down. It's a very difficult portion of zone. I don't think we've seen it be played that much, and so when it's so open like that, it is difficult to try and have the control that you really want. But yeah, there were some changes that could have been made to that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that when you look at how Nongshim Red Force had to play it in a very similar area, you see how flat that area is. You can't, there's a lot of times where people get stuck in urban endings and urban situations, and then you're thinking to yourself, okay, that team on the outside is going to be able to hold them off. But you saw how flat it was. They couldn't put pressure onto anyone coming from their 4 thrives. They were there in a good spot, but they were there too early.
Yeah, actually looking at another team I feel like did really well this game is actually Furia, right? Able to jump up here in 4th position, get himself a total of 60 points, 2 points behind the podium, held down by Enigma Galaxy. But this game, how they were able to do actually a big jump around the teams in the southern side against Godlike and also the side of Ida, and then getting in the city and sweeping teams. Sure, they don't get the win, but highly impressive from Furia. They feel like now are building up their momentum. They're a very streaky team, and now I feel like the podium is where they want to head towards next.
That's back-to-back games too for Furia, being able to just show that aggressiveness, getting those eliminations as well, maintaining themselves within the 4th place. Because one thing that we're kind of looking at is E-Arena starting to create a gap with some of those teams. That's something that 2nd place, especially of Esports, they had 2 outstanding mirror marks, and in this one we saw Eden being able to get the MVP.
I just want to bounce off what you said about Furia with the 2 good games, because I didn't like them moving into that silo location. I thought they could potentially backfill the west side after coming in super late on that south. But hey, they proved me wrong. I think that they really showed great presence of mind, great kind of space control when they were moving through, and were able to hit the gunfights well.
Yeah, it was very nice indeed. I was watching them kind of how they were moving, because some teams like Aurora, right, you have your position and you kind of just stay there. There's not too much movement going on. For Furia, they were in the middle of the silos, and yet they were always looking, always moving, always trying to figure out where the next play was going to be. So very mobile, very proactive thinking. You could tell from how these guys were moving. Yeah, just very proactive, and that's what you want to see in the middle of a city fight like that.
Yeah, we did see the second page there for a quick second, and I want to highlight one player from Godlike. Man, S-Power is putting up like so many great clutches. We had some clutches early on Miramar. He did it here on the hot drop right versus top. He was cooking the grenade, got the damage, forced to find CQC. I really do believe that my favorite player from India, by the way, normally is legit. But I got to say, S-Power is putting some global level fights here. He is looking highly impressive, and right now I would say the best player in India by a significant margin.
Yeah, it's not even close, honestly, especially with S-Power. Now all we need is to see what the non-sim players were able to do, which just wasn't just one player. We need all the players from Godlike being able to step it up. But as we're going to be heading into the first Erangel, let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
Luti, what an absolute treat today is.
I mean, 8 games, that's so many clips can happen today.
I know, 5 more maps to go,
Yeah,
so much more PMWC action to come. But I tell you what,
tell me,
we wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for the fans, right?
Of course, they're coming from all over the world.
That's right, and we've got some right here in the Gadir City grid as well, so why don't we check in with them?
Okay.
Okay, you want to check in?
Yeah, my side is better.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure my side is better.
Calm down, okay. All my fans on this side of the building, make some noise!
I think we're better. Please, from my side, make some noise!
Okay, now you know what you gotta beat, guys. Now you know what you gotta beat. Okay, I see some Furia fans. Everybody, Façam barulho!
I see. I have 40 fans right there, and I can see in their own language as well. It is time. Sean Macho! Look at them going. They are crazy.
Okay, you know what, Luti?
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
you can beat me 1-0. But we'll check in a little bit later today. Casters, who do you think won that?
I think the fans all won that. You know, I'm going to be completely equivocal, yeah, that's everybody won, because we got to experience the energy that is going to be put towards this match. The first of our Erangels today, a triple billing, as we sidle over towards match 8 with Nonch from Red Force able to close down a clutch chicken dinner in the final moments of that last game. Now they turn their attention to the grassy pastures, and maybe we'll get an answer to our question about a couple of our other teams, Dukes, because of course the thoughts on everyone's minds when it comes to these Erangel situations is what is going to happen in Pochinki?
Yep.
Is Enigma Galaxy going to be left alone, or is Ida going to continue down that futile path?
Well, that's the question, because the only other question is Enigma Galaxy going anywhere else? And the answer is no, I'll tell you that. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen on the side of Pochinki. But who's gonna get these points, man? We're heading on over to good old-fashioned Erangel. We got 3 of these matches today, and this is the first one here in day number 2 of the finals, live here in Paris, France. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
It's so American of you to say Paris, France, as if anybody was laboring under the delusion it was Paris, Texas. Come on. That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
It's about the same heat, though, I'll tell you that right now, because it was hot outside today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been pretty hot in these games as well, as we are channeling the sun. Even when it's hiding behind the moon, cheeky little sun, you know, got to get it back. We did indeed, but we are going across Erangel once more. The plane path splitting the middle in the most horizontal flight I think I've ever seen.
Right, that's as dead center as it gets right there, literally, right down the middle. And you can start to see these teams start to spread out. Top players, Aaron right now leading the charge when it comes to damage. But man, those leaderboards changing things up. E-Arena still up on top there. Enigma Galaxy down in third, both right behind them. But Aurora and Nongshim Red Force push themselves up. Now you can see Nongshim in 5th place with 59 points. That's a much more comfortable position. But we are starting to see some point gaps already starting to be present. This is the most important day here, folks, because that's what's going to set that smash point threshold. And E-Arena have a nice little gap here, so they're a little bit comfortable, but it ain't over yet. They got to keep that aggression up all day long.
Now, you know what? I talked about it before, right? E-Arena, chicken dinner towards the start of the day, and then what happens, right? It's that question of then what happens. Oh, by the way, Ida, not in Pachinki. Enigma Galaxy will be left alone. It is a Gatka split drop for Ida.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you so much to all the coaches, to all the analysts, to the players. I love it.
Shout out to everybody, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Shout out to Naruto.
Oh, yeah.
Get that Ninetales Furies. Oh, baby, gotta get it here quick before it's gone. As the Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on. We had a nice little show match earlier. Got to see some of the A7 boys once again. And, man, putting in some work. Dropping them jutsus. Them ninjutsus. Substitution jutsus.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told they're called.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we saw that show match earlier today, which was great fun. I think everyone had a good time with it.
Fun. Calaris,
and, you know, Alpha 7 have to win something.
Yeah, they got to win something, that's for sure. You know, anytime I get to hear Calaris cast the show match is incredibly loves to do those, so I'm so glad he was able to get one in.
He looked pretty good with the headband as well.
Yeah, he did. He rocked the red one too. I was like, man, this guy is styling today. Should have kept it on all day, in my opinion.
I think he has.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
right,
saw him
he
backstage.
has.
He was running with his arms behind his back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He does that everywhere now.
Wow. I like it. It's a good look. He should hold on to it. Speaking of good looks, right? Ulf looking pretty good today. I mean, they're in 2nd place. They've been getting a ton of eliminations here. It's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing fares out. I'm interested to see kind of how teams develop their mindset here going into today specifically, because I think a lot of squads just need to pretend like, hey, this is match 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got our Rondo out the way, now into Erangel.
Yeah, Aaron doing a lot of work for the team on Ulf right now. The elims he's been able to find, picking them away from a lot of different scenarios. He's been able to extract just these sneaky little flush steals once or twice, as well as the rest of Ulf doing a lot more. They had a really solid position during that rondo. There were some difficult south shifts that forced them off that high ground mountain quite a while into the zones, which kind of took a little bit of momentum away from them, but the fact that they're able to convert and get a decent line on that game was pretty great, pretty great. And getting that match MVP title as well for Aaron. So yeah, it's 2nd place. Good news for them. One step closer to E-Arena. It's a very tight grouping over towards the top side of these tables still. I mean, there is a bit of a drop-off, I think, you know, from 9th all the way up to 2nd. It's fairly flexible still, given the number of matches we've still got left to play, but it's going to get a lot more solid, and teams beneath that, I feel like you're stretching a little bit far now to try and catch up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time, right? I mean, we got to look at the math of it. I mean, there's a lot of games still left to be played. I get where you're going with this, though, right? With how these top teams are performing, it's getting real scary here, right? So if you want to be able to make a run for that 1st place, you got to start performing here, right now. Especially for that 9th place on down. It really is starting to get chicken dinner time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've seen teams go, you know, back-to-back, triple chicken dinner. So for all you guys that are fans there of, you know, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Flat, S2G, all the squads down there, you know, give your team your energy, right? Start spamming the chat. They need that positive reinforcement here, because they are not even close to out of the running then. We got a lot of matches left to go, a couple good wins, and boom, they're at the top.
I'm looking right now at what Enigma Galaxy are doing this split. We saw it from them in the previous stages they played in their group stage. They leave 2 players in Pachinki. They send 2 players out really wide. We've been denied the opportunity to see this happen over the course of these grand finals because of the hot drop with Ida. But now they are unleashed. They've been able to not only get the early loot truck and try and get a little bit of a duplicate on that as well, but they have been able to send out that early duo scout that they seem to find to be successful. They sent out towards Milta Power before on a game that they were able to win in the end, and they now have a foothold over towards the west side in the fields that stretch out to the north of Quarry. And they'll have to figure out how to regroup at some point, but for now there are still there's still a permeable line across the middle of this zone as the arena tried to make it a little bit more waterproof and don't let the Eagle fly.
And the Eagle is grounded here. He's going to go to the lobby. That's the first elimination. Joker catching it. And that is devastation for this lobby because, I mean, the arena are red hot today. Just straight aggression, putting on some points on the board. That 2-2 split you called out there from Enigma Galaxy is great to see. See how well it works out for them, though. As they're putting that 2-2, yeah, because if the zone goes on over to the east side, they got a position locked down. If it goes on over to the west, they got a spot. So just depending on where the zone goes, but at the same time, it's difficult to get there. That's going to be the big question. Aurora, still a military base. They're going to be starting to push themselves up through the bridge side. Nobody gatekeeping it, so they should have a clean path on in. But we're still in the very, very early game here. Only one player in this lobby has been eliminated.
Yeah, only the one pickup found. We saw that. Over onto Tianma as well, which is not going to be friendly. They had a real glow up into the survival stage, I think it's safe to say. But here, it's not quite been as consistent. And that's probably likely to the fact that you're adding the top 10 teams back in.
Yeah.
Right? You're coming back into the lobby with the teams that directly qualified. Tiamba, it's great that they've gained that confidence. This is not the Tiamba we saw in their group stage. But there is a little bit more force to come up against.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what they're trying to come to terms with.
This lobby is wild. It really is. I love to see just the progression here of PUBG Mobile. Back in the day, we had like a handful of good teams and everybody else was kind of pretty far down when it came to skill. But the skill gap has been closed, and teams are going to have to get moving real quick here. That 2-2 split working out for Enigma Galaxy, considering that they already have a couple players in this area. Vitality's right behind them, though. Coops got to get away from this one. He's on the drive. Trying to sneak away here. Serpentine, he's down low. Can he get away? No.
So close. And remember, the 2-2 split there means that he's just not got the cover of another of the rest of his teammates to actually take that fight. So for Enigma Galaxy, this is the worst case scenario. They've left Satan alone out on the western side. Ralph and Lord unlikely to be able to push on through. Ulf losing Aaron though, as they rotate out to the west as well, is a pretty big pickup for the lobby to be able to find that one. And in the center of this, it starts to get crunched in. Arena, I feel like they've got a pretty solid spot on this. Vitality trying to line the edge of that swamp. Defend it like an ogre.
Run, Satan, run. He's all by himself, just trying to find a position for the rest of his team. But the rest of his team is going to have a tough time rotating on over to him.
Yeah, that's. I was just having a little chuckle to myself about how it looks like Satan's trying to go over the north, and the other duo from Enigma Galaxy, it looks like they're trying to go around the south. And the Benny Hill music was playing in my head. They were chasing each other's tails, and neither one able to catch it. But it's going to be a set straight through the middle. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it's a repair play. A lovely little thread on the needle there for IQ. Over towards Federalis, and they share the swamp across the way.
Nice little pop shot. Oh, they want this. Okay, 14's on the push. Here come 4 Thrives now. Battling it out. Huzaifa up close and personal. Axel driving away, using that hovercraft to find an off angle. That's going to make things interesting. Vitality going to have to make some plays, though. Arena catching out Raouf, so that 2-2 split not working at all. Bounce nade is going to be good from Huzaifa. And 4T turning things around. There's another one!
Hell yeah.
You had to know it was coming, Axel. And you pay the price.
T24 does get flushed in the meantime. S2G third partying this from the south side. Hot Jukes Razak is in the hovercraft, but it starts to go up in flames, and down he goes. 4 Thrives, ruthless aggression roll up, coming on in, hit him with the suplex and take them down out of the ring. They are no longer in this Royal Rumble.
Ooh, welcome to Suplex City, baby. That's how you do it. 4 Thrives getting hot. 4 eliminations, taking out Team Vitality with a great shutdown there. And now you can see on the side of Everest, Team Flash, they're going to be holding that high ground. Next circle about to pop. Are we going to see another crazy hard shift? We'll find out. Lord getting eliminated here, and south we go. Yoink!
All right. I mean, to be fair, this is actually kind of chill, given the layout of all of our teams,
Sure,
right?
we're already here.
A lot of them decided to go down south. The major feature that caused this is those fields, right, that sit to the south of Hospital. Nobody wants to sit in them. It is really nasty to be in that sort of area, as well as Everest being a roadblocker on the northeast side of it. It creates this lineup. So teams funneled into the south side, so a circle like this actually benefits the majority of the lobby.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, they were already all set up in this position. The zone going here, super beneficial. This is a huge spot here, and it's a battle of contention. Aurora starting to push Nongshim Red Force. It's a rematch, and Nongshim Red Force win once again.
No doubt in my mind that's how it should have gone in that last match. They make it happen, repeating history. And does that mean that Aurora are living up to the definition of insanity? I don't know, but they're going to have to change something if they want to win the fights against Nongshim and join them back up on the podium, because they are putting some pace down now, the South Korean side, opening distance and take control of an area on the south edge of this circle. Putting pressure onto S2G, stopping Godlike potentially moving in, as well as Flash off in the distance.
I've had the pleasure of being able to spend some good quality time with the players from Aurora, especially after their performance at PMGC. And I'll tell you one thing, if I know these guys, they are fuming right now.
Well, you know, it's not infrequent that Doc wins the MVP award, despite not winning this tournament.
Yeah.
And he's not necessarily on track to do that here, but yeah, it's evident that they definitely are gunning for this top spot, but right now they're being denied.
Yeah, let's take a look, though, as we move on over to some of these other fights. Now 14 teams are remaining. We got Aurora, Vitality out. A couple players from some other squads out as well. Wolf did lose a player early on. E-Arena, 2 eliminations. They are the big squad in this lobby. Got a nice position in this zone as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game is going to fare. Also, can't wait to hear what the Deaths has to say, especially about like that Enigma Galaxy split. I hope we hear them from them, because it's such an interesting play.
Well, I mean, that circle shift out to the west side that went so quickly kind of devastated them. If it hadn't been as hard, it basically, I think almost any other circle, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as devastating for them. It was just so nasty, because everybody started flooding west almost immediately. Oh, speaking of difficult circle shifts, that is pretty nasty. But yeah, the regroup was then completely blocked off.
Did it again.
The gap started to close, and the backstop for Enigma Galaxy wasn't pacey enough to catch up this time. Yeah, disappointing, unfortunate. Maybe they need a hot drop to be able to perform well in these games. Maybe Ida should go back to Pachinki, and that's what they've read into. But you know, Ida, pretty happy with themselves that they didn't right now, because they have that Gakko position. They are one of the only teams in the northeast side in these open fields.
And they get blessed here in this circle, and that just goes to show sometimes a hot drop is good to avoid. Satan all by himself. Oh, he's so in trouble. It's on fire. That Murado, he's gonna have to pop out, lay down, and Nongshim Red Force right there. This is like literally the worst location he can be stuck into. Not good. Well, yeah, just a bad game for Enigma Galaxy overall. Still, I mean, still a couple more though in the books.
It's not terrible for him in this position, right? You have this little defilade, you're kind of covered off from the buildings out in the open. The nades, though, from Nongshim
It's terrible.
Force does make it all the more terrible.
That
The
looks pretty
speed with
terrible.
which they rolled up does make it harder, but he's still got a little bit of fire in the belly, Jukes.
Less terrible now. Yeah, Satan on the move. Did get a nice knock there, and now it's bad.
Okay, yeah, well, he's not there anymore. My point was, there is a little bit of cover, and teams on that ridgeline can't necessarily peek over the top. The reason that they were able to do so is because there isn't so many teams out in the open fields, right? And if it happened a little bit later, maybe that would have changed. So I think I read a little bit too much into that to call it enough cover. But either way, he does go down.
6 shot, though.
One of the very few players to be able to knock Hyunbin on that trade, though.
Yep, that was really nice.
Just saying.
Just saying, indeed. Not an easy feat.
Hora.
Wow, what happened to Hora?
They tried to roll in from the west side, and it didn't work. I think that's a pretty apt summation of what's about to happen.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, you do. Orangutan have a real opportunity, though, to find an isolated outpost as the south side gets hot as well.
Yeah, it's getting hot indeed. You can see Oh So Easy on fire. But down to 1 HP. He's going to get knocked. Al-Ula looking to take out Nongshim Red Force.
S2G.
And yeah, here comes S2G. This Wizard Tower is by far one of the most dominant positions in this zone, and that's why so many teams, they want it, and they want it bad. S2G on the push. They know that that Wizard Tower is weak from this hillside. Starting to throw some utility out, trying to see if they can get a good opening knock here.
Seems like they're slowing it down, though. Over on the northwest side, you've got E-Arena at loggerheads. Scrapping it out across the way as well with Furia. 2 players, 3 players now down. Tourniquet's on the inside, terminating with the P90. Pops the reload there, gets the ammo back into control, and the res can come through as well for the backlines. Furia are going to get dismantled, and they get taken down.
Oh, it's rough, especially considering they lost out to E-Arena. They feed E-Arena 4 more points. The White Rabbit really on the run here. Hopping to victory. Next zone, where's he going? If it centers up, it's going to be disgusting as that field is wide open. Okay, it goes to the north side.
Is it like a rule that the circle has to touch the edge of the previous one in this game?
Just hug it.
It's just like, yeah, I just pick a point around the circle. Yep. I attach myself to that. See what we're going to go for. Another hard shift is crazy, but it's a crazy fight unfolding for Godlike as they find one. Try and trade it around the corner with Team Flash, and Tops goes down. Put into the meat grinder there.
Let's go at Mino, getting a nice knock and finish. 4 points on the side of Godlike. Haven't had the hottest of starts here. Still putting up some points on the board, though. OG, other Indian team, putting in some nice knocks. And Godlike OG are right next to each other on the leaderboards. Again, still a lot of matches left to be played. This could be that start for them to take charge. A few good games is all it takes.
There's fewer and fewer matches, though, getting played. Alula try and roll up, try and take this fight with S2G, but it's not going super well for them as they haven't even been able to find that knock onto Hamzy. Down the hill, he was able to survive on a sliver of HP, gets the healing done nice and fast, and S2G can transition now without Alula breathing down their necks. They've only got 1 player, and Yasser is already sending out into the open. 4 Thrives getting roadblocked on the northern rotate as Ulf and Arena sit in front of them. Alula losing their final backstop, and Godlike now trying to roll up into the engagement as Ida takes shots from a distance.
Yeah, and that's it for Alula. Now you got S2G that we're holding this Wizard Tower here, but is now outside the circle. They're gonna have to get moving. Meanwhile, you got Tianba trying to get rezzed up here. Out in the open. They got a couple busted up vehicles here for cover, utilizing those smokes as well, but the pressure is imminent. Now comes Scarface. Scarface with a nice nade onto Joker. That's gonna finally pepper E-Arena's position. But now E-Arena are in this next zone. Godlike trying to possibly gatekeep this. I almost ran right into that nade. That was dangerous.
Solo remaining for Nongshim.
Did they spot him?
A spiteful look in his eye, a glint, a gleam of malice, but it's spotted by Solke. He sees that one gleaming in the grass and puts it down. Snake out of action.
That's huge. Now they don't got to worry about that anymore, but now they got to worry about Godlike as they got one of those players up close and personal. Gonna switch on fights over to this fight, though, as E-Arena, top team in the lobby, still alive. Now we're back.
Hey, they're more than alive. They're kind of thriving on this northwest side in that fight. Goodness me. Godlike losing their backstop there as Vino goes down. And now playing on as 2. chunks being torn out of everyone as Tourniquet continues to turn up the heat with that P90, finds a load of elims from Ulf.
Tourniquet now taken out. That is huge. That's going to be from Aching. Tianba now getting in the mix. They know it's E-Arena, so if you're Tianba, this needs to be your hard focus here. You want to be able to slow them down.
I mean, you want to, sure. You absolutely do, but the question is, can you? With Tourniquet out, you're right, without that P... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I think Joker was able to recover the P90 just there.
Do you have ammo for it, though? Or
I believe he was able to pick everything up there from the body.
Oh,
but it's a hard shift again.
What is
Dukes,
going on?
It has to touch the previous circle.
It's a
I'm
roll.
I'm telling you. It's something about this game. 4 drives, they're going to have to leave, but they may have to leave one of their players behind as Falak has taken an E. Scarface down low. Last player alive for Ulf. A nade over the top from
Down
IQ.
low.
Good bounce. Rolls under. Right behind the wheel arch and is right in his face. Scarface, you can't chew that.
Oh, man, he ate that one. And 4 thrives on the move. IQ going on over to Falak. Gets the res right on time. Save.
Able to keep things alive. I have no idea what that was. Able to keep him alive, but Huzaifa not so lucky. As Falak will get back to his feet. But they have a long road to tread now. S2G covering off the south rotate. And I feel like E-Arena sweeping around may not be the worst idea. Maybe try and push through 4 thrives. Continue on, challenge S2G's backstop, maybe. Oh, it's a difficult approach. No matter which way you cut it, but for E-Arena, they're already on 6 elims, Dukes. They're already into the top 6. They're having a good game, and everybody from 2nd down to 6th has already gone down.
Oh, Schweppes spins out and gets punished. Falak barely moving out the way, gets a couple, but now there's Mormon up. IQ, gotta make a play here. You need to stop E-Arena. They have been too dominant so far. They are putting in work. They take down Falak. Now Mormon gonna have to run away. This nade looks good from IQ though. Oh, it gets the secure 4 thrives. Finally shut down E-Arena.
Okay, so they are drawn a little bit shorter than they could have gone. Really nice hold there from Falak, I think, on that roll-up from E-Arena. He was able to do so much damage. Unfortunately, not able to survive, but IQ was, and he was able to put a 10th elimination on the cards there for 4 thrives. They have been blasting on this western side in the thick of it. The fight, seemingly, where the flower of their success has bloomed. IQ now rolls over the top, steps up with Aching, and he springs out wide. Nearly sends to the sky, but will take the tumble, finally going down, and breaches them up to 60 points.
Oh, and now you can say, I'll take that buggy, thank you very much. As he's gonna go ahead and head into this next zone. Uh-oh, getting shot up, oh, that hurt!
I don't think he is.
And S2G said, no, sir, not today.
Not getting in here, access denied. Hey, you know what's brilliant?
What's that?
Ida didn't hot drop, and now they're in the final circle.
Oh!
Isn't that great?
It's almost like it was a good idea.
Who'd have thought? Who could have thought that not dying immediately would be a good idea? Orangutan trying to break out from their compound on the north side, but again, so open. 2 teams with broadside on you. I don't think you last that much longer here. A cop on that north edge. I feel like we're just waiting for him to go down here.
Oh, yeah.
And he falls.
Goodbye, and S2G finally starting to make some noise here in Erangel, but it's S2G versus Ida.
2 teams from Turkey. Out in the open, though, S2G definitely have control of this circle.
Oh, yeah.
At the moment, Ida are completely penned in within their compound, and with this circle, they have to leave. There is no 2 ways about it.
Man.
They have to get out of there. The question is how you do it. The start needs to be a big pick.
The zone didn't touch the edge.
Oh my goodness. Crazy.
What a change up here. Kamikaze able to find a P90 and full level 3 gear. Oh man, that is just so good on the side of S2G. Gotta be careful though, he's gonna be hiding behind this tree. Cannot afford to get knocked, but they have full control of the circle. Ida have to move out. If you're Ida right now, you really need to kind of start peeking and trying to find a pick. If you can get a good knock here,
I think No, they're just mounting up. I mean, look at the timers on those smokes. Yeah, they're just going to go for the vehicle rollout and try and crash it. They're going to try and read the zone. The laying out back, the laying out wide for S2G. They've left a trap for Lost to be able to find the pickup, but Rita may be able to find something. The fact that there's only one knock sent to Ida is not great for S2G, but finally get a second. There is finally an answer, and Emre charges in, but the ammo count is very, very low there, and they've already lost 2.
Trying to get this confirmation. He should be able to get at least 1. Yeah, he'll take that point. All right, well, that's a consolation prize. But S2G looking to make this happen unless Darkin gets a good shot here. He's only got 21 rounds left.
In the Mini 14.
And Kamikaze's full level 3'd out. That's going to be a hard knock.
I mean, there's plenty of ammo left in the back pocket there.
Oh,
Kamikaze.
ouch.
Oh, what a lineup. Steps out a little bit too wide there. And Emre able to shut it down, but he's getting crunched in by the zone. Forced in, but S2G seemed like they had complete broadside here, but now we're in at 2 versus 2. Emre steps back into the blue. Baits Sulke out for the peak, but doesn't quite confirm. He's still down on his belly, though. Stands up, goes for the fight, does take a lick back, but Sulke puts it down. A 1 versus 2 as Darkin spreads out wide, tries to sweep over towards the off angle.
Hit the gas. Darkin coming up close and personal, and Hatsuji with the DBS. And nah, not today. This is our game to win. That's a big S2G chicken dinner.
S2G going God mode at the end there. Chokehold on the zone, able to take it all down. Nobody standing in their way. Really nicely felt there on that south edge. For Ida, a little bit too passive in their zone, in their compound, but they survived deep into the match, Jukes, and that is a good result. I feel like they were able to do, well, I know that they were able to do a lot more than they've done in any other Erangel over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, or any other game in this tournament.
Of these finals.
Yeah, this is huge for the side of Ida. Honestly, a great finish. They were stuck in those buildings. That's a hard one to win. I just personally would rather see them just from those buildings really try to pursue a knock before just randomly sending it in. I think that would have been the play, but hey, you know what? To each their own. Sometimes you got to go for it. It could have gone either way.
Yeah.
But S2G, I mean, they're so good at just popping people out of vehicles that it just made it hard. But we did see that solo player from Ida really put in work towards the end, almost turned things around for them.
I mean, Emre was doing a lot over in the open field there. I feel like what happened there was that they got information on the back lines on towards where Lost was, and they were able to flow out that way, and that's what they went for in those final moments. Maybe a little bit over-invested on the angle though.
Let's listen in to hear what they have to say on that match.
Sürünüyor ya.
Bak eve bak. Evdeki
Arabayla çıkıyor, sağda çıkıyor.
Tamam. Hamsi çok iyi bakman lazım ona.
Hadi arabayla
bakacağım.
Ha, çok mermim yok, sıkmayacağım, geldim.
Geliyor, sana geliyor. Pozisyon alacağım.
Nice oğlum, nice. Çok iyisin.
That sounded really chill. That sounded really chill, relaxed. They felt in control, and I could smell it.
Oh yeah, they knew that was their win. Yeah, let's get high, folks. This is what it's all about. The best of the best on the planet battling it out for some major money. What a game. S2G finally get their win here. And we still got a whole bunch of more games coming up.
EWC 26, I'm the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than the record-breaking man, Snacks Gaming. Snacks, how are you enjoying Paris so far?
I'm in amazing bonjour and representing India here doing the watch party. I'm the first Indian ever to host a watch party officially from the S-tier tournament, World Stage, World Cup. First Indian ever to do the watch party, and I'm super proud that these 8 boys, the game they showed in the group stage, the way they qualified, the standard they have set, because we don't get to play regularly these lobbies, and the way they adapted these lobbies and the way they qualified made us proud, and that's why I'm here.
That's the biggest one, the way that they have adapted to the lobby. I feel like it's one of their biggest strengths too. We saw that with OG, we saw it with Godlike as well. Talking about Godlike, no more hot drops out of that team. They started performing a lot better here in these last matches.
In the group stage, as they said, they did try to experiment the drop fights. I mean, they had a lot of drop fights, but initially for the first day of the group stage, they didn't feel good after taking the drop fights. They switched the playstyle and now they're playing safe for the initial part of the drop. Then after that, if they survive 4-man, you have seen the players' potential The way S-Power clutched. I mean, I feel like it's going to be the clutch of the tournament. The way he played. The gunpower these boys have is insane. I just want them to stick together, play 4-man together, because in this lobby, it's all about team game. It's all about the way these teams isolate fights. And I wish they play together and they bring something really good performance back for India.
And I'm hoping that's going to be the case, especially with the first round that we just saw, and then on the upcoming matches as well. I think they will be able to bounce back. I have got Light finishing in top 5 and OG finishing in top 10.
Damn.
What are your predictions, brother?
I mean, I just want them to do good, because we don't know the struggle they have been going through. We don't know the grind, how much grind they have did. Everything answers only through the gameplay. I wish we get top 5 for both the teams. It's going to be a huge thing for India, because again, I said we don't get used to play regularly in these lobbies, and we get more opportunities because of these boys. And all these players watching from India, all these esports players watching from India, they'll get inspired and they'll feel motivated to do more for the country.
100%. Shukriya, bye. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show, and I hope that the Indian teams continue to step it up. Back for some more PMWC at EWC 26. Great interview with Snacks Gaming. I'm glad that he was able to make it here to Paris, EWC 26 for PMWC, the grand finals. But let's talk about this game, because S2G, we finally got a chance to see S2G the way that we have been wanting them to, pretty much having to grind out that circle, having to push people away like they were able to do with Alula.
It was clearly a Turkish wombo combo right there. First and second place got Ida getting himself to second place finally, right? Can talk about that a bit later on. But yeah, S2G, beautiful fight onto Al-Ula. There was Godlike, there was also Nongshim Red Force, and they were all vying for that one Harry Potter tower down on the southern edge. And overall, the fighting capabilities of S2G have been soaring in the finals, and we just see more consistency, which is what I was hoping to see from this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy right now the classic Kamikaze, which is now canonically known as just the full center as a one player, and then just dominate from there. And the thing is, Kamikaze can get it done, which is super interesting. He just exerts a lot of control. Soul K from the backlines on that anchor, super cool. Wouldn't call it a wombo combo. I wouldn't be comboing Ida with S2G. That's not fair. I'd have them separately. You know, S2G, you know, maybe up here, then Ida maybe down here, something like that.
I feel like that was the only time I could really say it, so that's why.
Sitting at the end giggling at you guys. Can I just hand it over to IQ? Can I just
yes,
like, an MVP right now? Because holy guacamole, the clutch insanity from IQ right now. Obviously, you know, we kind of want the rest of Fourth Thrives to join in on that action, but the clutch ability and also the decision making and the macro calls from IQ right now is insane. Also, the opening fights and frags that IQ is doing. We obviously saw it on the rooftop. I think I blinked. I think me and Max just kind of blinked, and I was like, wow, that was the fastest kill I've kind of seen. But like, it's insane the performance coming out of a single player right now.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw him being able to get that first knock on Vitality. I ended up jumping off my seat, Max, because that was such a good opening, and it was actually the decision making, as you were just mentioning, Lace. The decision making from this squad is something that we keep kind of questioning, but they were able to just send it right away to Vitality without even thinking about it. They were like, one knock, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good decision making overall. We're just trading mics all over the place. But no, it's lovely to see that IQ gets that opening knock with an insanely accurate burst spray. Right, that was just a beautiful execution, and the team's like, well, we have the man advantage. Might as well send it and actually get that engagement. So yeah, IQ's just been spectacular, not just in terms of the eliminations he's able to get. We're just trading stuff right now still. But also in the terms of the opportunities he is able to create for the entirety of a team. And when an opportunity has been made, man, they just fully send it.
They do fully send it. Let's take a look. Actually, I want to see Fourth Thrive stats so far, because this team is one that has been picking it up so far today. They've been getting those eliminations. I want to see a little bit more placement points out of this squad, especially for this last match. IQ, it's not just Falag too, Blank, because that's one thing that we always talk about Fourth Thrives. Falag, who Saifa has been able to step it up to when we ended up thinking about PMGO. T24 is that player that just really hasn't been performing that well. I'm hoping
hoping is going to start picking it up.
I mean, T24 has always been a really good player, right, overall, which has been nice to see. But you're right, Huzaifa putting a lot of work here. IQ, you were talking about clutch ability, but the macro play as well on side. I mean, he's making some good calls right now. I think for this game, you're getting deeper and deeper into these matches is a really, really important thing for 4Thrives. There was a lot of love from the crowd there as well, which was great to see. Also, going to just say, why have you got a heavier mic than to all of us? Your mic, like,
Here, let's switch it.
What, you want yours back? King Mike.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
They've dropped in a new sub now in Shallow. Milu's out for the time being. I think that the team definitely slowed down. Slowed down in a big way. It is hurting them a lot. We're not seeing those snap decisions anymore.
Yeah, it's not even like that they're trying to do something a little bit different. It's now just their strategy is not working for it's insane to see. They're still making the same strategies, the rotates, but when going into a fight now, they seem to be losing it, which they're playing their same game, but it's not working out for them. So I'm seeing what I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
Me too. And one team that's been picking it up, especially here in the last couple of games too, has been OG. OG has been able to step it up. We saw them finish in the top 4 situation right there. And they've been seeing, we even saw them in Rondo being able to get eliminations too, switching it up a little bit more, using the Rondo, since they're able to revive people, trying to be more aggressive, Max.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see the aggression we witnessed from them back in their respective group, right? It kind of fizzled out. They've been more passive from time to time. But no, here actually a really good 2-2 split, maintaining that high ground position up north and sending 2 players down. I understand the reasoning behind it, but at the end, pushing that compound is incredibly rough onto Ida as we check out all of the winning teams of today. But I do want to highlight here before we do wrap up this desk, man, Ida finally gave up the drop onto Nigma Galaxy. Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
It's good, right? You know, getting a second place off the back of that is cool. I was almost expecting them to clutch up there versus S2G because that is very typical Ida, is just to get all the way to an end game and then just have a really silly win at the end of it.
Yeah, Ida, sorry, I'm thinking about Fudia because I saw them being able to get that chicken dinner earlier in the day. But Ida, yes, I agree with both of you. I'm glad that they finally just stopped doing that hot drop and decided to change the mentality because they were in last place before they decided to make that change. One team that's currently not in last place and is wanting to challenge that first place is none other than Fudia, and I believe Kalara's got a chance to talk to them.
Hey guys, of course I am down here on the stage with Ayala as I have him after this great performance here throughout day number 2 of the finals. My first question here for Erangel is, sorry, Miramar even I should say, in the second Miramar. You guys had great space control to be able to eventually get yourself to that win. So talk to me about that late game and what threats you might face.
Queria perguntar como é que foi o jogo de Miramar para vocês, né? Ali no final, como é que vocês estavam se sentindo ali no late game? Qual foi a estratégia de vocês?
E aí, tudo bem? Esse jogo aí a gente começou perdendo o chifre, só que a gente não desistiu e continuou querendo. A gente jogou bem esse jogo mesmo estando em trio. Então a gente ganhou os morros, foi jogando juntos e a gente conseguiu ganhar a play.
So it was very nice play. We managed to get it through with 3 players, so it was really important for us. We made the right decisions, and we could get it.
Awesome. So let's talk about the Rondo for a moment, because that was great as well. You guys eventually entered into the silos, the urban area and things like that. And I thought you were going to be in a lot of trouble, but you actually looked amazing in that execution. So what were your concerns on Rondo? Who were you kind of looking out for, and how did you execute that?
A partida de Rondo também foi muito boa, né? Vocês entraram ali no silo e ficaram por ali. Parecia que ia dar ruim algumas horas, mas conseguiram sair muito bem. Quais eram as suas preocupações ali nessa queda, nessa partida? O que vocês estavam sentindo?
Nessa partida de Rondo, a gente começou bem, fazendo marquills no começo, depois fomos pegando marquills, só que a gente errou em algumas coisas no finalzinho que a gente depois da play conversou, então tomara que nas próximas plays a gente consiga ajeitar tudo para conseguir ganhar esse campeonato.
So it was a pretty nice match. We managed to get some kills on the start and in the middle game, but by the end we did some mistakes, but after the game we talked, we solved those mistakes, and we are better for the next ones.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining me, Ayala. That is it for us here down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, and thank you, Ayala, as well, for that great answer. And yeah, for this team, I mean, they started off hot today. This last match, though, ended up being a big old donut. I think they'll be able to bounce back.
Ayala, you may have your driver's license back. I will bestow it upon you once more, because now the decisions to use the vehicle are working for you and not just going in there and seeing what sticks. But no, look, the elimination consistency from Furia is, you know, we always speak about it. They are a sort of an aggressive, dominant team. But now, you heard it from them. They're taking it there. They are moving a little bit further in placement points, which is exciting to see, especially on the map where they they got their chicken dinner and the way that they were able to just wait. Sometimes they just get a little bit too happy, aggressive, and they're like, you know what, we're going to create our own play. However, the patience that they are showing now, especially Max, it's just working for them, and it's a great Furia look.
It really is. I mean, I kind of want to go a little bit deeper almost on Furia, in the sense that I was expecting Silence and Ayala to put up big numbers, which they still are on occasion, but I feel like Higor has really risen up the ranks in this tournament. He's gotten so many great plays. Sometimes where players will give him a lot of 1v1s, and you don't want to do that to Higor, because you will get those eliminations if you give them that slightest opportunity to fight back. But yeah, Higor is looking great, so literally the entirety of Furia has that potential to be in the top 10 players in this event.
But you got to remember, Igor, too, is a player that has won MVP in the past for Americas, too, when he ended up being in previous teams before joining Furia, right? So we know that he can definitely put up those points. We just want to see Silence even more. Silence, what's your pick for MVP? But let's take a look at the overall so we can see where some of these squads are currently sitting at, because I would love to see where Furia is currently at, with E-Arena still being in first place, the gap being there about 18 points from Ulf Esports.
Well, I mean, for Ayala and Chief as well, like back in Liquid days, I think for, honestly, those boys, the big thing about their team play was that they locked down endgames massively. They massively locked down endgames. We're not quite getting there yet. We are slowing things down, like you say, Lace, which is a very, very good thing to get those placement points on board. But I think that as soon as we start seeing Fury in those endgames, we're looking really good. Enigma Galaxy still up there. Ulf looking fantastic. I mean, it's more consistent than anything. They haven't really been a big driver in these matches, but sitting at 67 points right now, I think they can push that a little bit further. But Aurora slowly slipping down these rankings now.
Yeah, Aurora is starting to be a bit of a red flag for me as well, Lace.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing to see. They're getting active and busy in sort of these mid games, but they're not sort of pushing it any further than that, and not sort of solidifying any eliminations. It's kind of like I feel like Aurora and especially Ulf, they're obviously doing well. They're not on that second page, but I kind of feel like they're just sliding by. Consistency's there. I would say Aurora has dropped more consistency than Ulf, for example, but I'm kind of just feeling like they're grazing by.
I mean, Aurora, actually, if you compare it, the placement points to the teams above them, they all got wins, right? 1 win, 2 wins. So actually, the placement points are not bad. It's just really the eliminations they're missing out on. Second page, though, teams
which is wild.
Yeah, starting to still linger down here. But keep in mind, Ida started the day with 2 points. Now they got 25. They're not in the bottom rank anymore.
Stop hyping them up. They've had one good game.
I got to praise them. They didn't hot drop, okay? So I don't want them to go back to it. Good job, Ida. Keep it up. Yes.
It's like a kindergarten right now.
Keep that fighting.
Good job. You used blue instead of red there.
You get a gold star. Yeah.
I mean, I want to see more out of Ida. I think Emre's a great player, but we have to be honest. We do have to be honest here about it, where it's not looking great. I'd like to see them push that a little bit further now going forward. But yeah, I do think they're a good team. I think they're a good team. It's just I want to see more out of them. And until then, I'm not going to be praising them for not hot dropping 3 times in a row.
I will. I'm still happy. So
I know you're a lovely guy compared to me.
Hey. By the way, I want to say I'm a little bit scared for Ulf, because they're in second place. They got the second place curse. They're Suk 2.0, right? PMGC last year. PMGO Season 1, they got second place, right? Just behind the likes of Four Thrives and just above Furia. Second place and Ulf is not a great storyline. They're not friends, but they're still up there.
Don't say this to me.
What was that about the nice guy thing? No. Look, I obviously on that second page just want to touch on Godlike. Their close range battles, amazing. But unfortunately, they're sort of hanging around that engagement too long. And these are sort of in the mid to late games where obviously smaller circle, more teams, third parties are happening, so they're not sort of leaving this engagement themselves in a nice spot. However, yeah, their fights, close range, mid range, in buildings has been so good to watch, and whether it be the whole team or just two of them, they do have that firepower and strength, and they're holding on really well. So I do hope that, you know, after this engagement, they can move a little further in with their placement and just get those top fives.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It is a great point there. Close range combat is really, really good. I think so far in the finals, S-Power has made the best play to date.
Yes.
His Longhouse fight was just, he was a weapon in that moment, a deadly one at that. I mean, the Molotov through the door, I think the impressive thing about that, it doesn't look amazing in the moment, but the amount of times teams will just bank that Molotov off the doorway and it will just burn yourself out. He ends up finishing Vitality with that Molotov, so it's like a lot of presence of mind in those moments, which is great. But coming back to your point, I think there needs to be, yeah, exactly, presence of mind going forward after that of where you want to take the next thing. I'm willing to give this team the benefit of the doubt right now. I still think they're trying to figure out the pressure on a main stage like this, and it's totally okay. And I think they should be proud of what they've done. I think it's nice to see two Indian orgs with like very different play styles as well, you know, learning the battlefield and actually doing fairly good in it. I think OG as well is starting to level up. Aru's getting those eliminations, but so is Atanki, and I think Atanki was a great player.
That was the biggest question mark for OG, right? Wondering when the other players were going to start showing up, not just Aru. And I'm with you with during the Godlike and that Molotov. In that moment, we were all hyped. We were like, yes, that was an amazing Molotov, because it stopped the other team from being able to just fully flush out the players that were not from him. But before we send it over to the next match, let's send it over to Kalaris and Neptera.
That's right, down on the stage here, of course, with Neptera, Goddess of the Sea, here as we have had 4 games down, 4 games to go. We're going to talk about some of the teams as well, Nep, as we had Furia, looking fantastic so far. Let's just ignore game 1 for a second. But other than that, looks really, really good throughout the day.
It has. I'm really, really excited to see what Furia is actually going to be doing moving forward into the next couple of games, because they are looking just so much better. Their synergy is on point. You can tell the communication is much better. You know, Ayala and Silence, again, in that Miramar, got to shout out them. They were looking very, very good. You know, just being able to play together and work around each other in a way that we were not seeing yesterday. So yeah, I am really excited with them. They're being very decisive as well, using zone, using other teams. So I do like that a lot for them.
Yeah, listening to Ayala just before in the interview, right, very clearly that they were able to shrug off any inconsistencies, shrug off any kind of challenges that do come their way, have a little conversation about it, and then be able to get right back on the horse again to be able to put themselves in a great spot. So I think I've particularly been impressed by the fact that Furia, when they basically fourth-partied that fight on the Miramar, just to clear out that west side was so pivotal to be getting that win.
Oh, it was, and it was such great knowledge of what the teams had to do, right? Not just worrying about their game, but also worrying about what the other teams, what their options were in that zone, right? You know, they were making sure that S2G couldn't come around to the south side. They were making sure Hora didn't push them either, that they were forced into each other. So really just narrowing everybody else's team, everybody else's options. And that is what I love in a team, is that team control, not worrying so much about themselves, but how do we make everybody else work for us?
Let's talk about one of the big names from the group stage, of course, 4 Thrives, that I know a lot of people are looking at and having big expectations of, and rightly so considering what we saw from them in the group stage.
Yeah, I really am hopeful for them because, yeah, again, similar to Furia, right? 4 Thrives had a rocky start to the finals, but what we're seeing from them, particularly in that last Erangel, is they're starting to do their splits over onto that west side. They're starting to split up, they're starting to spread out, they're starting to take up more space, have a little bit more presence, and to me, that tells me that they're feeling very confident now. They're starting to get that confidence back. For me, I want to see just a little bit more of snappy action coming in. They need to make those rotations a little bit quicker. They need to make those plays a little bit quicker. Those decision making, the timing has to be snappier for me, but otherwise it's just looking really much better.
There's been some good moments, but there is also the fact that this lobby has now leveled up even further. They were able to thrive in the group of death, no doubt about it, but it really has been quite the test here so far for them, especially when they find themselves in some of those split positions where, unfortunately, I kind of, again, like the Rondo situation, I think it's just a little too early to be there, and then eventually they get caved in on. Finally, let's talk about Flash.
Yes.
A team that had like big expectations as well coming in to this tournament as a whole. Not quite got their footing underneath them though. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I think, I'm not sure what's happened, right? Because we did see them they never had a huge presence, I feel like, even in the group stage, right? They were never this massive frag team, but they always had this quiet dominance. They were always able to be in those end stages. They were always able to take home a few eliminations, even if it wasn't a podium win. And today and yesterday, there's not even that. There's nothing. They're playing very compact. They're playing very much by themselves. They're not really looking to other players. If players look at them, they're like, no, please don't do that. You know, it's just like, it's odd, and with just nothing in them.
Is it because Max picked them to win?
Possibly. It is possible.
Yeah, possibly. Who just laughed in my ear? What was that? Was that our producer?
I think it was.
Even the producer knows about the Maxman curse. This is ridiculous. But yeah.
Infamous.
I think in the group stage they had some good splits and stuff like that. But yeah, we've got to get a little bit more here in the finals. All right, it's time to get into our next game here. Game number 5 of the day here for PMWC Day 2 Finals.
Thank you very much, Kalaris and Netura down on the stage, leading us into the not the final. There we go. Get ahead of myself. Goodness me. We're on to match number 9. We're on our middle billing of Erangel today, and we have one more match of it after this as well, as we are near enough crossing the halfway mark of our day after this one as well. Of course, this will be the 4th match that we played on our big bumper bonus day of 8 matches.
Let's get into it. This Erangel is going to be a big one right here. We've already played 2 matches of Miramar. We had a Rondo, and now we are getting into our 2nd match of Erangel here. And it's going to be interesting to see just which team is going to come out on top, because we're starting to see a little bit of differences here, right? We're starting to see some of the squads at the bottom show up. It's good to see Ida make some noise, and honestly, if they were going to start making a run, now's the time. So it's good to see that movement happen. There's still plenty of games. We've seen plenty of times teams, boom, right, get back-to-back chicken dinners. And let's see if now is going to be that opportune time for Ida, now that they're no longer hot-dropping Enigma Galaxy.
Maybe they're feeling themselves after that one.
Yeah.
They're just going to go back.
Oh, that worked.
Yeah. Or like, hang on a minute. We're quite good at this. We got late into that game. You know, let's go back on hot drop them, because we'll win now, right? Right? Don't think that's going to work out. Hopefully they stay away, but that might be good news for everybody who's facing Enigma Galaxy. We saw their 2-2 split out from Pachinki not really work out too well from them in that last game. The circle shifts were very, very dramatic. I think it's safe to say for the majority of the zones right up until the final one, where it started to get a little bit more sensible by that time. So many had already fallen victim to the circle on those shifts, on those rotates. It was pretty difficult to even get to that stage. Not many teams did. Plane path now sending down the east side of the mainland, going between Stout and Severny and heading over to Novo, so potentially difficult to get out towards Gatka. You know, this is the sort of situation where I feel like Ida might just go back to Pachinki.
Oh, that would be a sight to see, that is for sure. But the plane's in the air, the island's down below. Erangel's officially open for business, and oh man, if we see them go back to
because they can't get to Gatka.
I know they can't, but they gotta adapt. You gotta be able to make those changes. They're able to push themselves outside of last place. 25 points on the board. If they get a good performance here, they absolutely can make a run for it. Well, let's see what happens. You got Vitality already out, heading towards Stalber. You got Aura going up towards...
Oh, crisis averted.
Yes,
they're going east.
They're going east. Good play. Ida making some adjustments.
Oh, hang on a minute. One of them's going... Dark is going east. And, okay, they're doing it. Okay, they're going for the Milta Peninsula, it seems. Going for a little bit of a split drop, sending Darken out, grabbing a vehicle to get on in and involved.
Little Milta power action.
Just because it's not Ida going to Pachinki doesn't mean anyone else can't go there, but I don't think anyone else has. So I was keeping a track of that. That's a nasty circle for this sort of a plane path as well. Does a lot of work to push these teams close together. Sure, it has some of the military base in. It's just very, very unlikely. I would give it about maybe 10% likelihood that you're going over to that military base. which is it's non-zero.
It's not zero.
It's non-zero, but yeah, I feel like teams are going to really start to pack in around Quarry in about 5 minutes.
That's what I would do. Honestly, I'd probably make that timing a little bit shorter, especially if you're a team like Aurora, loot up military super fast, get moving across that bridge and secure those locations really early on, because with so much zone in the water, this is basically, this is essentially like a circle 3 at this point. There's not very many great spots available. You're going to have to get moving here pretty quickly. And you can also get moving inside the game and get yourself that Ninetales Fury Awe, guys. Go ahead and get in there quick. The Uzumaki Naruto event, by far one of the best collabs PUBG Mobile has ever done. Still around. Don't miss out.
It's looking fresh. You saw, if you missed the show match earlier, make sure that once this stream is done, go back and check it out.
Yeah.
It was mighty fun, and of course we had to let Alpha 7 win something, even though they didn't make it to the finals. Sucks for them. They were able to take that title there. The Hokages over on their own.
Ah, the Hokages.
In their own right. The little intro video as well. Revel looked super cool with that shadow clone.
Dude, that was the sickest
I really like that.
intro I've ever seen.
That was hot. That was hot.
Put that on the highlight reel.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Get it done. Enigma Galaxy going to be chasing down the truck, getting those supplies. Although, look like they're going to be doing so with very minimal weaponry there. Haven't been able to quite disable it before it leaves the city. Where's the weaponry? Come on. Shooting it as it leaves. They're dropping 1 or 2 more crates out. Finally, it's on fire. So a little bit slow to get this one dealt with. But finally, they find some weaponry they can use to pepper the back of the doors there. And they draw it too close. So they'll be able to leverage that. Zones still looking very dramatic on the southwest side. Nobody quite on the road, but 4 Thrives went to Primorsk very, very early, Dukes, which means that they will have the pick of the litter when it comes to taking a position into this next zone.
I like it.
The question for me is where do you go at this point when you know that everybody's going to be flooding out this way? For me, I feel like potentially some of the compounds to the east mouth of Quarry could be quite good, but transitions away from there can be difficult as well. And the reason I'm going for that is because I feel like I would want something that's at least on the south side, just in case it goes to military.
Yeah, I would take the hill above Ferry Pier. I think that's the strongest spot.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're right. Yeah, that zone could, for some reason, it's been crazy today, right? It could yoink all the way back to Millie, and you have at least a decent spot to be able to get there pretty quickly. And then plus, if the zone does go in almost any other direction, you have that sight line of that field that's right above you. So you can get a lot of work done from that position. I wonder which team is going to decide to take it early. 4 Thrives heading into Primorsk so quickly, though, I think is an excellent decision, because if some reason that zone does go to Millie, with Primorsk secured, they should be able to at least find some boats and make a crazy rotation on in. So it's not a bad idea.
Enigma Galaxy getting out nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force as well, moving in a little bit further south of this, and they will start to line the hills just north of Ferry Pier. It's like they are the first 2 teams to really make that break for it outside of their looting phase. And I'm expecting a response from 4 Thrives fairly soon, but so far hasn't really come on through. Ralph able to get a lot more scouting done than maybe he would have expected to. But they managed to sequester themselves nice and deep into towards this zone, which is, I think, going to play very well for them, taking the position just northwest of Ferry Pier.
For sure. I mean, this is still a very, very close game. I mean, second place on down, one good game, we could definitely see a team even like all the way down 12th place jump up really quickly. E-Arena have started to create a little bit of a point differential, though, in between first and second. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's a little one. It's a pretty big one here. It's 18 points between first and second. So E-Arena are going to continue to want to press that on there. At a certain point, though, John, especially if we see E-Arena like pop off in this game, I think the lobby is going to have to start taking notice of it, right? If you want to be able to slow them down from setting that point threshold so high, I think if you realize it's E-Arena by getting at least one elimination on them, you may want to put a little extra urgency on trying to take them out.
Maybe, but then again, if you do that, you could be sacrificing your own point scoring potential.
True.
And like if E-Arena are that far ahead already to be into the situation where it might be an idea to do that, I feel like you're already running into the situation where you're just trying to get up as many ladder points as you can, right? You're trying to just step up, get from 6th to 4th, something like that, go for those jumps. I feel like that's the sort of stuff you're looking to do. Maybe if you're at the bottom of the tables, you could, but even then, laddering up is still very, very valuable. So I feel like, unless it's like first place is on 150, second place is on 120, third place is on like 90, even lower, that maybe then the second place team could try and hot drop and go for something like that if you have that sort of advantage with not too many more games left to play. But outside of that very specific scenario, I feel like targeting E-Arena, I mean, given the form that they're on, probably just generally a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna, I think hot dropping in general of them is just terrible, no matter what the situation is. I just think that if you just somehow could see them, like for example, in the feed, you hear the shots.
Sure.
Maybe you do a little bit extra to try and take them out as Godlike starting to make some noise. There's S-Power with the run over. No fear getting taken out, but Sleepy, oh! We thought he was gonna get the thirst, but Godlike was right there to support his teammate. And a huge save there, right on time.
E-Arena are looking to come in for the third party from the west side here. They've already got a scout close by, and they've seen the elite Elam feed lighting up as well. Manya looking to suppress with a nade. Good bounce. Finds Sky on the flush. Will E-Arena be here on time? And Tiamba are going to join in from the north side as well. They could have an impact as they roll on up towards this engagement. A lot of players down. And there go Horror. Taken out, knocked for 6, Godlike able to send them to the bleachers.
Oh, but here comes Tiamba, looking to make things difficult for the side of Godlike. Admino is stuck with QZZ right there. Godlike get that fight done pretty quickly, but they're gonna have to make a sacrifice. Oh, the tire busted out from Anya and taken out as well. So man, Godlike just not able to catch a break here.
Tiamba able to rock in with a good third party there. Vitality a little bit late to get involved. E-Arena wanted to maybe think about it, but they were too spread out on the western side, and so couldn't get involved, but Tiamba were there nice and promptly. The circle, in the meantime, shifted back over towards the bridge. Very Pier is a hotbed right now. 4 thrives, maybe burying the brunt.
I just saw Coops in the elimination feed there.
That's unhealthy. That's not a good engine.
Here we go. Yeah, that does sound like that head gasket's in trouble here as Huzaifa is pushing up on closer to Furia. Oh, hops in the vehicle, hops back in, and now able to at least get a secure position. Ayala holding it down against 4 thrives. It's a party at the beach. Very Pier is jam-packed.
Get your sunglasses out. Get your tanning oil on. It's going to get toasty very, very quickly as teams crunch on in. Maybe a little bit of calm, though, before this storm.
Oh, I don't know. It's feeling pretty disturbed right now because everybody wants those central positions. But you're right. It does look like the teams are able to secure most of them for now. Nongshim trying to get an opening knock here on OG. They got to be careful here. They're getting mighty close. Oh, and Hyunbin gets that opening knock. Nongshim, are they going to press this? Looks like they are. Hyunbin up close and personal. It's Nongshim Red Force versus OG, and OG are getting picked apart here. Aru's got to find a way to buy himself some time for his team.
Okay, well, I mean, a good answer over towards Nongshim. That knock over there is going well. In the meantime, Ulf lost a player. I believe that went over to 4 thrives over in Ferry Pier as well. Zaru gets back in, looking for those reses.
He's gonna get him.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Power.
Godlike.
Oh, S-Power with the double.
Godlike?
Godlike from the other side saying, we need some of these eliminations.
Just a cop left for Orangutan. Needs to get Aru back, and S-Power says, you know what? My work here is done. Peace out.
See ya.
Sends back. There are only 2 players. Staying there for too long would diminish the power of the position that Salme was holding, allow Tiamba in for the north. They needed to reinforce that, so the fact that they're able to extract points and let loose some of the pressure from that south side as well is excellent stuff, so he knows he needs to be prompt on that. The circle goes back over to the mainland. So we are confirming over there. Tiamba trying to leapfrog that godlike position. Looks like it's going well for now. Ida as well, trying to send in from this northeast side.
Got S2G over there by the Blues. They're going to have to come down that hill and find a way in. The thing is, that's all open field there. You got Vitality holding the north side of the circle. You got one of the players from S2G. That's Kamikaze. He's going to be trying to get some angles here to see if he can find at least a next position for his team. But Fairy Pier, like we mentioned, completely stacked. Take a look at the replay here. Huzaifa. Ooh, nice shot there. And pick on the Solus.
Yeah, I mean, there's a complete broadside there. No way hiding from that one. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force trying to hold down the bunker. Emre pokes his nose in. And will not like what he smells. A little bit too much cordite there in the nostrils, and Emre does get flushed away. Nongshim Red Force hold their position on the east side of that ridge line that sits wooded and covered. They're playing on those bunkers as well. A really nice defensible position. Look at the teams out on the east side as well. You've got Ida, Flash, Aurora, Furia, all of them sort of holding each other at bay right now. So Nongshim Red Force feeling very safe and secure for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, next 3 minutes is going to work out for them, but then things are going to really start heating up here. On the north side, you got S2G now starting to press very, very close to Team Vitality. Yep, Razek just saw him, and they're going to be on the move here, possibly trying to avoid this fight, get a more solidified position in this circle. Kamikaze just keeping an eye on the side of Vitality for now. This is still super early here, folks. This is only stage 3, but we've just seen so much action through the chaos of that first circle placement.
Yeah, it was really hard to navigate towards it. A lot of damage inflicted, and yeah, with Aura going down as well. We're down to 15 teams. A lot of raggedy squads on the cards as well, which makes things nasty for plenty of our players. Godlike and Orangutan, though, are both in central positions as their duos, which is kind of their saving grace in terms of survivability. They'll try and keep things going. E-Arena on the west side, holding around that quarry. They've left Schweppes actually onto the Primorsk Hill on the northeast side of it to be that off angle for them. But they're kind of keeping out of it for now. They're kind of chilling on the west side. So for E-Arena, we're still waiting to see what they've got for the rest of this game because their path forwards may lead them to clash with Vitality or with Godlike.
You can see Schweppes, though, from E-Arena. He's all the way down in Fairy Pier, just getting some sight lines, getting some intel for the rest of his squad. Got to be careful not to get too close, though, to the side of Nigma Galaxy. Now you see Aurora Gaming. Let's see where this next zone's going to go, though. That's when the fight's really going to get started here. Zeol is going to eat a little bit of blue damage. He's keeping an eye on Flash. Yeah, he's trying to play this quietly, hoping that he comes in this direction, but instead goes in the opposite. Next circle does pop on over, and it is heavily to the east side.
I mean, this is good for Nongshim Red Force, right? On their position. We were talking about that before. The fights on the east side will need to conclude. Tiamba sending in a might challenge on Orangutan's position, but it's fairly open on those hills. Going to be very difficult to hold. Fortunately, there's not too many full squads around them. Nongshim spot a player from Flash as they try to move in. Aurora taking a chunk out too. Tiamba now looking to overwhelm, but they've lost a player on the roll-up. Orangutan try to hold it down, but will not be able to face the might of Tiamba, who are fielding Shallow now on their roster, leaving Milu out, and he is not needing to get him back up.
Down to a duo. Eagle trying to get that first aid off. He's going to be able to get that for sure. On over to Fairy Pier. Enigma Galaxy are set up. They're going to have to push into this next zone as well. Circle is closing. This is stage 4. The blue zone really starts to put in its damage here. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy decides to do. It looks like they're going to be most likely prioritizing the shoreline. That's why they're applying so much pressure to the side of Al-Ula. Quick ends up catching. Yeah, that's 4 thrives with Zaifa out. And yeah, looks like Al-Ula are going to be holding this Fairy Pier position. We've seen them do this before. S2G were able to beat them in that spot using those hovercrafts in a game not too long ago. So let's see if Al-Ula can turn things around.
Try and hold that west side. I mean, for 4 thrives, a little bit of a lost opportunity there. Remember how early they were in Primorsk, Dukes, and they didn't manage to transition fast enough. Both Enigma Galaxy and Nongshim Red Force both got ahead of them in terms of getting to the positions in that area. It's a little bit unfortunate. I'm not super happy about it. And now they find themselves in the middle of a fight that may not go their way with 3 full force squads. Sorry, Ulf only have 3 players,
Yeah.
so with 3 squads surrounding them, luckily they are in the zone, so they aren't super under the impetus to move, but they may want to.
Yeah, now we're looking over at E-Arena, the top squad right now. So many points on the board. Nice point gap. Looking to make that and push it even further beyond. Team Vitality looking to make some noise on the north side. Everybody just trying to find their spot in this next circle because this next zone's most likely going to push north. And if it does, that is wide open field, which S2G have a decent position in. Tianba and Nongshim Red Force are pretty locked down. But these teams on the south side of Ferry Pier, honestly, should already trying to figure out what is the path they're going to take into this next circle. And the only way they're most likely going to get there is through some insane shots.
I'm looking at the shaking and moving right now for E-Arena because now is the time that they need to transition into a pivotal point in this game. For the time being, for the longest time in this game, they've just been on this west side, waiting, playing that edge, assessing the situation. But now they need to start to move forwards, and that is not how you want to start it. Salme immediately goes for the flush, and he's gonna go unpunished for the moment. I don't think they've got an answer here. A nade up and into the top floor of the window for Tony K doesn't connect as S-Power hiding somewhere else in the building there. Will not find that fight. So for E-Arena to lose a player here, I mean, that's great news for the teams chasing them.
Yep, huge news. And Godlike now knows exactly who they're fighting and the importance of them taking this out. Next zone does go on over. Huge zone here for Tianba and Nongshim Red Force. That Ferry Pier heel is just so strong.
I kind of like this for Ulf as well. I mean, it may be a struggle to fend off all the teams in Ferry Pier, but once they're there, they have a fairly isolated area, survive quite deep into this match, but the transition over to the hills can be very, very difficult, especially with 2 teams lining you up side to side. Vitality gonna have to make a break for it now as they have to roll out from the north edge.
And they're gonna have to cross a lot of open field here. This is what I was talking about. This zone is not very kind to those teams that were playing on the edge position. Yeah, Team Vitality, you're just kind of waiting to hopefully have these teams in the middle start fighting so they can, you know, get a free rotation onto this next circle without too many eyes looking at them. But it's going to be a tough rotation. Yeah, Razy's going to be driving right back. Say, guys, it's pretty jam-packed down there.
No bueno. It is no bueno out in that open area. Enigma Galaxy finding the back tail of Al-Ula and able to drag that one back. Claws does fall as the arena is still trying to dislodge Godlike. S-Power with the shotgun tries to find one, steps into a nade, but not before getting a knock. Now it's all up to Salme. Has got a nade cooking. Still with the pin pull, drops it down, nearly finds it as Schweppes tries to move up to support Turney K and get that res. S-Power falls and Salme has Mormon now to handle. Gets the first lick in with that shotgun and Mormon has to back up.
S-Power had that. It was such a fortunate nade there. Samway has the right-hand priority. That's what he needs. Catches it onto Mormon and gets the knock, but great teamwork there from Schweppes to get the nice 1v2.
Enigma Galaxy could potentially roll out and try and third-party that, but in the meantime, Vitality crashing up on towards Tianba's position, playing beneath Nongshim Red Force out to the east as Vitality have taken a knock out to their western point. They are still 4 players alive, but E-Arena are rolling out now. They could turn their attention that way. Steps onto a landmine, blasts his leg sideways, and down goes another Vitality player. They are getting torn apart as E-Arena descend as well, sending a 4th position. And I don't think they're going to last much longer. Ida trying to join the party, and Tianba are now suffering. Darkin and Swain both on in the fight, taking huge swipes at this hold. And Tianba may not have enough to hold everything off, but they will find the final blow towards Ida.
It's an open field battle here as teams are starting to crowd on in. And this is looking like an absolute battlefield. Tons of nades going down, and down goes Vitality. S2G joining the battle. 2 eliminations to their name so far. And with that fight, all that commotion happening, it allowed them to be able to get a more solidified position in this circle. Great timing from the side of S2G. E-Arena are like, hey, I don't care about the timing. We're just gonna push up and hit some crazy shots and put everybody on notice.
2 teams crashing onto Tianba's position was enough of a smokescreen for E-Arena to be able to move up nicely. Despite not having one of their players with them, they are now on 5 eliminations. They've pushed past the 90-point barrier now, Jukes.
Wow.
It is a great result so far. 10 teams remain. but they're on the outside of this circle, and NigmaGalaxy are going to cause problems. They've seen what's happened, and they think, no, no, no. This can't stand. No, no, order. And they find, well, actually, it's S2G who find a shot onto Schweppes on the back line.
Stop that, said NigmaGalaxy, and honestly, the whole lobby needs to start really worrying about E-Arena here because the White Rabbits are starting to run away with this thing. Remember, $500,000 for first place, $250,000 for second. That's a big difference here, folks. Now we're gonna see NigmaGalaxy. They got that knock. E-Arena are outside of the circle. Tianba will be gatekeeping, and this is kind of a perfect situation for the lobby. Nongshim Red Force, though, gets super blessed in the zone. They are dead center. It is really their game to take advantage of here.
And they're really hoping that E-Arena go down fairly soon because then they can put a massive dent in the gap between these two squads. E-Arena, though, currently focused on Tianba and NigmaGalaxy. NigmaGalaxy find another knock, sending it over towards Schweppes. And I don't think this is going to be Resible. Mormon and Turney K now having to keep it together. On top of the 5 elims they found already. And Lost might have an angle on it as well, suppressing that angle, but Mormon goes down, can't hold face against NigmaGalaxy, and no knocks are sent their way either. Mormon gets flushed away, as Schweppes does get back up. Meanwhile, over in Ferry Pier, Aurora, Alola, and Ulf all coming into the fight. It is getting chaotic down there, it's getting messy as well. Turney K the last to stand for E-Arena, and then NigmaGalaxy have to push into Tianba. And nobody's happy in Ferry Pier either. It has been non-stop action for the last 7 minutes.
Fight after fight after fight. These zones making things so difficult. And yes, NigmaGalaxy are now on the push. They want to be able to finish E-Arena out completely. They don't want them getting any more points. And I believe, yes, with that nade, that's gonna do it. E-Arena finally taken out. But they still put points on the boards here, John. So it's like no matter what the situation, they are constantly moving that needle further and further and further.
Absolutely, but for Nongshim Red Force, this is a beautiful position. They were able to do a lot of damage to Furia, leaving them on 1 player alive. Flash are going to crunch in behind it. Potential to pick up points there. Aurora are going to have to leave into the sidelines of Nongshim Red Force. There is a big Elim potential game here if they can close it down, because they are in the driver's seat here, and they need to keep control.
All these teams need it. They all need this chicken dinner and all the eliminations.
Nice.
And that's Furia gone. Nongshim Red Force. Man, XCY with 5 eliminations all by himself. Gonna have to make a play here. He's got the shotgun, but the suppressive fire from too many angles, making things difficult. Nongshim Red Force are still here though, but here's Bose from Team Flash. This nade could be big. Can he thread the needle through the window?
No.
Oh, so close.
Not quite on the first. Has another opportunity. S2G as well.
Second
Launches
chance.
another one. Don't think that went. Oh, no way. I didn't think that one went through, but it did. And down goes this Nongshim push. They flexed out from their position, Jukes. It felt like maybe it was the right time to do it, but they underestimated the chaos on the eastern side, and they've let slip the strongest spot in the circle, and they will leave it all up to So Easy. A real big opportunity for them to put a massive jump up on the tables. They can still do very well from this location, but they have really had the juice squeezed out of them.
You're so right. I mean, they put some good, solid points on the board, but it could have been a whole lot more, that's for sure. Let's see who can take advantage of these missteps. NigmaGalaxy are still here. 4 eliminations. Aurora with 5. Big win here could put them all the way up to second place very, very easily. Tianba right there close as well. Team Flash, yeah, with that last player, Bose, just trying to soak up anything for his team at this point. Next circle does go, and up, and it is gonna be down to that southwestern side. NigmaGalaxy barely have a position here, but this is all open field. It's time to hit the deck and hit some shots. Satan getting peppered from both sides. He goes down.
He was waiting to take a shot over towards Tianba as well, but S2G take their turn at Tianba, but it's not going to go well for anyone, really. NigmaGalaxy trying to step up, S2G trying to move in, but nobody can find an opening, thanks to the suppression from Aurora. Solke goes down, and Tianba are holding their nerve, but only 1 player now left standing. QZZ against Kamikaze, over the bonnet, tries to find the shots. 3 rounds now left in the back chain before the S12K gets the reload, but it's not enough. Kamikaze keeps S2G in there, and Solke may get back to his feet. They don't have a lot of time, though, because the zone is moving in.
This area is looking like a dang blender. Shots happening all around in every single direction. You gotta find a way out though, as Doc now on the push, looking to shut things down, getting up close and personal, but it's Coops. Coops on fire, literally now, as those nades, Molotovs, too strong.
Oh, no.
Coops by himself could not hang on.
And now Aurora ramp up the heat, turning up the thermostat on the lobby. But in the meantime, S2G, they may just get themselves back up to 4 players alive here. They'll take it.
Huge game, huge game. Honestly, if So Easy can play this quietly, he can disrupt this pretty big time. But you can see S2G, they get the full reset. And we get to see them bust out the welding gun as well. So they're gonna have their vehicle all set up. As far as when it comes to zone control though, it's all Aurora. They have this entire zone locked down. But the thing was, they had this advantage before against a team of Nongshim Red Force, and they
Taken away from him, but diminishes the power of S2G, maybe gives him a little route in, but already Aurora have flexed 2 players out. I think they're going to be able to deal with this. Ooh, unless a nade lands on Top's head. Launches it forwards as he spotted it. Ooh, nearly, but not quite, not quite. Has to march in, making the mad dash, and Top actually not quite connecting. Has another nade to pull. Top trying to trade it off, and Aurora can really sequester themselves into this angle. Doesn't spot the nade, goes boom right next to his ear, but doesn't quite burst the drum.
That was a prediction nade though. He knew that he was going to run up, so he threw it ahead of him and got some really good damage on the So Easy. But he is able to get away for now. Here he goes though. Here comes some more util from the side of Aurora.
They've lost him.
They're spending a lot of time focusing on this one player of Nongshim Red Force who is refusing to go down.
Drops a nade right in front of them. Top steps up, nearly goes down again. They're having real trouble here, and S2G not really having an impact so far. The zone's starting to close all the way, and So Easy just about holding on. But dear life, as Reaper steps into the fight, the DBS there in hand, not quite enough, and down they go. Now S2G up on the chopping block, looking to try and do something, but that nade is big, and the next one is bigger. Takes a huge chunk out of S2G, and Sulke trying to stay alive desperately, but he crawls onto the nade, and it blasts his belly open. Aurora swing out from Ferry Pier and find a chicken dinner.
And it's about time. Aurora clutching it up. They wanted that chicken dinner earlier, weren't able to get it. But in this one, they get that secure. So Aurora showing some serious consistency when it comes to Aaron Gale here in day number 2. We still got 1 more left to go, and they are looking strong.
Absolutely, great stuff. It's exactly what you want to see. It's been said of Aurora before, right, that they're a team that needs to ramp up in pace. They do need a little bit of time to get into gear, and maybe that's what we're seeing here, right? Maybe they are going to be able to find that ramp up over the next, well, the rest of the matches today and in the games tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's going to be right on time, too, because E-Arena have been extremely consistent today. Even when they went out now, they still put up 5 points on the board. So they're the biggest threat in this lobby here. Because remember, folks, at the end of these next 3 matches, that smash point threshold is going to be set tomorrow. Once those 10 points are crossed, the next chicken dinner, that is it. We will crown some champions. So E-Arena's job today is to just set that threshold as high as possible, and they're doing a dang good job of it.
They are, but even in that match, like a lot of the teams towards the top side of those tables were able to put up some decent games.
That's
right?
True.
You had Ulf, who was staying in fairly late, S2G fairly deep into that one, Nongshim Red Force. Maybe could have got a little bit deeper if they hadn't gone for that push-up, but still getting into 3rd place into that match was really, really great for them. A lot of teams putting up some big numbers, and sure, they put up 5, and I do praise teams for being able to do that sort of thing, but everybody is on the hunt. Everybody's hounding them down. So for Arena, it might be okay, but you can't have a tortoise and a hare situation. You need to keep the pace up. You cannot let sleeping dogs lie, because they will find you, and they will take you out of that top spot. It's all to play for. One more Erangel today. As before we move on to our final set of Miramars, don't go anywhere.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
It is time to introduce our team.
Obviously, I'm here to support Godlike Esports. This is one region that was, never considered to be very aggressive in general, but with Godlike Esports, the thinking has changed, and these guys have shown the character. Watching them perform on the biggest stage, I think it's a pride, a moment of pride and honor for us.
The team is like a very celebrated team in India. Like, it has a huge fan base, amazing lineups, amazing achievements.
Godlike got that nice nade off the top side from Adamino. It'll be a great start for Godlike. Jukes get some early energy into today's games. Oh boy!
Wow, throwing that nade up the stairs, catching him off. Necessary's holding those angles. He's doing those tight peaks. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease!
The most memorable event has to be the map of Rondo, where Godlike came up with 30 points. As everyone, used to call our region as not so aggressive or passive, and a lot of things like that. But again, Godlike Esports proved with their firepower and with their composure that we do have that firepower. We can also go for, big games.
For us, it was like a very unexpected turtles of event that we qualified for grand finals. Like, I don't think anyone in India or anyone in our team must have imagined us playing our first international tournament and straight up qualifying for grand finals. So when that moment happened, we all went crazy. Like, all of us, the Godlike family, everyone in India, we were all celebrating, and honestly, I will never forget that.
The fans over here, the love for the game, it has been amazing, and we are having a great time over here till now, yeah. I always had this dream to go and, visit the Eiffel Tower, and it was a dream come true moment for me.
Aurora getting a chicken dinner, but before we break down that match, we wanted to get a club championship update, and I'm joined by none other than Glitter Explosion. Some of you guys know her as Senorita Glitter. Tell us what's going on with the club championship.
All right, we're just going to do a quick update here because we've got some seriously cool stuff going on in chess. Obviously, grand finals here today. Third, fourth decider match also happened. That was between two Falcons players for third and fourth place, so it didn't matter who won. They were getting those third place points regardless, but now the finals are going on between Magnus Carlsen and Dennis Lazovic, which means AGAL have guaranteed themselves second place bare minimum. Liquid could get the win if Magnus is able to do it, but either way, that keeps AGL at the top of our leaderboard by 500 points. Now, it looks big right now, but over at the STC Arena, Falcons are still in the discussion there. In quarterfinals, they will be facing off against Twisted Minds later on today, and if they're able to win, that's going to be another chunk of points in the favor of Falcons, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
It will be interesting, especially because Aurora just got a win here. They want to be in the top 8.
away because they want to get those points as well. Before I let you go, any team that has surprised you today?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving the bounce back right now out of Godlike. They put some serious elims up on the board, so shout out to Godlike.
Hey, right on. Thanks. Actually, spot on. Thanks, Glitter. You can go back and just keep on looking for updates, okay? I want to see what else is going on with the other club championships, and I want to see what else is going on here at PMWC at EWC 26 because some of these squads, especially Aurora, Max, getting that chicken dinner. But before we even do that, let's talk about the PMWC Lucky Spin. Available now. You can check out the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and also that Alien Fusion Grosa, which I want. And I'm still trying to get, and I'm going to continue to try to get. So make sure you guys check that out. This was co-created with PvP creator Nana. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile, get that lucky spin before it goes away to get your PMWC swag. But now, Aurora, yes, that's right. Look at this man. This man is absolutely ready. He's been cheering for the longest time. But Max, we got a chance to see them play that so well too, and just pretty much like a boa constrictor, just squishing everybody in.
Oh, yeah, like a snake. Well, they weren't really snaking in, actually. They were just dominating and eliminating everyone. But, like, finally, no throw from Aurora and Eptura.
Yeah.
They made it. They saw it through until the very end. And we actually see Ziola. I said he was very impressive. I wanted to see more from Reefus and Doc. We finally got it. Reefus 4 eliminations, Doc 3. But in particular, what's very important is that before going onto that ridgeline north of that road sign, Ipchira, they eliminate every single team down there, get rid of all the stragglers. You had Ulf, you had Al Ula, you had Four Thrives, and you also had Nongshim Red Force at one point. Get rid of all of those players before playing that ridge. That was so well executed by the boys.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that, and also learning from the Rondo, right, where they just played it way too slowly. Yes, they had more terrain to work with in this game, but you could see the momentum. They just went from 0 to 100. Once they had gotten cleared everybody, gotten all of those eliminations, they moved in and tried to corral S2G. S2G let that happen just a little bit. I would much preferred a better fight from them for sure. But for Aurora, that was much better, much more what we're used to seeing from them. This is a herding team. They control teams. Teams don't control them. And right now, this was them controlling teams.
I literally wrote down on my notes that, oh, S2G, they looked really good at that sort of northern side. This should be a nice win from them. They got the hovercraft,
exactly.
You know. But no, I have to agree. Aurora played that incredibly well, and they were able to take that time to make that spacing. But also, did you notice like Nongshim So Easy causing a little bit of chaos as the solo player between these two full teams? I mean, that was kind of crazy to see as well. I was looking at S2G, obviously, to have that, you know, they were denying the flank from Flash coming around to them. They had a nice 2-2 split on that north side. Soul game with the hovercraft, we're going to bring that up again, but yeah, a little bit rough for them. So the way that Aurora were able to calculate that with a little bit of annoyance from Nongshim So Easy, great play.
Talking about Nongshim, they were able to put up some good points as well here in this match. 13 points as well with S2G, 13 points. Max, which one are you looking at? I see you ready to talk.
Yeah, because Nongshim Red Force, sure, they gave themselves 13 points. It's eliminations, 5 placement points. I feel like they threw that game. Generally, I think they could have at least bare minimum gotten a top 2 in that position, if not an actual chicken dinner. But then Furia, which is not on Longwood. They're not even on the dip on top of Longwood. Then like this one shed on a little plateau below them. And they get an opening knock, and I'm like, okay, great. Nongshim Red Force, maintain the pressure, maybe chuck a Molotov or a grenade. They fully crash the shed, and then Flash are like, what the hell are you doing? We're just going to do a counter grenade and Molotov and swipe the entirety of Nongshim Red Force. If they just held their position, they would be where So Easy was. You said So Easy was trolling. If you had a full team, there would be giga trolling. But I feel like, yeah, Nongshim Red Force, sometimes they get great games, and sometimes they do some of the biggest fumbles in a tournament. It hurts. It really does.
I think it's a great example of something that happens at every level, as we're seeing here, right? Where you get this, that you get tempted to actually full send into a position, but you got to really think about why that team that you're fighting fell down so easily. Generally, it's because the position is bad for one reason or another. It's very constricted there. There's a little ridge around that shack. It's very, very nadeable. Lots of areas to bounce those that utility off. So if you're gonna push something like that, or if you're fighting against, hang on a second. If you're fighting against them, right, you don't push that, because then you yourself get naded as well. It's very nadeable for a reason.
Yeah, and that match was a perfect example of what can happen whenever you end up just catching up even more to that first place. Arena ended up getting 5 points. You can see Aurora Gaming just jump up to that second place with 81 points. What was a 1 point and 18-point gap to that second place has just now closed up to 9 points.
I'm so happy to see it, because we saw throughout the entirety of today, right, there were a podium team at the very start, slipping, getting almost nothing done. They were in 8th position before this game. now with that chicken dinner rocketing right at the very top here, just behind E-Arena with their 81 points. Literally the only team single-digit points away from our current pack leader of E-Arena. But the thing is, very flash in the pan, right, Nipchura? We need to see more consistency and especially not throwing games when you know you can get those wins.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. We have one more Erangel and then 2 Miramars as well. Aurora tend to do quite well on Miramar, typically. So we'll see how that goes. Again, yeah, they can be very hot, very cold. So it is just down to game by game what they're gonna do. But we're looking at the second page here. Flash and Hora, 48 points each. They are looking tied right now, but there's quite a bit of a gap between them and 4th Thrive. So even further down the leaderboard, we're starting to see those gaps emerge.
Yeah, Lace, for some of these teams here in the second page, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them because at one point we're going to have to start cutting them out because that point gap is just too much. And keep in mind, going into tomorrow, that smash roll is going to be at play and it's going to be plus 10 points of whatever first place ends up with.
Yeah, and it's strange because, like, I know me and Neptura were having a look at Godlike, right? And they're making such calculated and well played. And then I even sort of said, God damn, they're so strong as just a little duo. Why don't they just kind of like go in that little map and do their thing? But it's just unfortunate, you know, they were getting like 7 elims in that spot, but just not making it any further. And I sort of touched about that on the shared studio on the couch. It was like they're getting themselves in these great, like, close range fights, capitalizing on it, winning it. And then, like you were saying, moving back in and not, like, the other teams are sort of circulating because they're doing that too late in the game. But I do feel, we've seen it before, Aurora just did it. They can just have this great game, and that will push them up a lot further because they're getting the elims. They'll be able to do it.
And they definitely need it, especially where they are currently. We've been praising them in regards to the performance that they have had today, but we need to see a lot more out of Godlike because they are currently just so far away from the first place. And at the end of the day, you want to be in first place. That's what they're going to be hunting down. By the way, special shout out earlier on to Hot Jukes and John for casting those first 5 games. But now it's time for the main show. Yeah, it's okay. I still got you, baby. For Blank and Jackie Blank, you got me. Come on, man.
Oh, mate. All right, that's one hell of a setup. Thank you, Seven. We appreciate it. Some great points being raised there. Indeed. There's some good breakdown. Got all the fans, of course, enjoying themselves. Saw it over there. They had the I Love Maxman sign. We don't have one of those, unfortunately.
We've got love for snacks right now, which is cool. We've also got OG and Godlike behind, which is always good to see too. The support is unreal inside the arena at the moment, as per usual. It has been awesome all the way throughout the tournament, but we do have a lot of people with us this time. So we're going to get loud. We're going to get a little bit crazy with it because I imagine to finish off the day, you know, it's been a long day. All right. We might have some mad circles to finish things off.
Yeah, do you reckon?
I reckon.
Should we make sure there's still some good energy left in the crowd? But
we could try. We could try, yeah.
Right then, Paris. A few games left to go today. Let's see how much energy we've got. Let's make some noise in the building! All right, that's what I wanted. Proud of you, Paris. You've been killing it here at PMWC, and we'll keep the commentary flowing as the games go on. We can lock in. As we start to get towards the end of the day, it's been enticing, Blank. Some good quality PUBG Mobile coming out, but I'm excited to see if there's any more twists in the narrative.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for some twists, some turns at the end of the day, some mysteries yet unsolved. As we do get back into the thick of it, we're going to be going to Erangel one last time before we head towards our final 2 Miramars to close out this mega day of PUBG Mobile. Again, like we said, Paris has been fantastic. You guys have been fantastic. The fact that you've been with us this entire time, supporting the teams the entire time. We've heard the drums. We've heard the excitement. The drums better come back, though. I'll be sad if the drums aren't in the crowd.
They're ramping, mate. They're getting ready.
They're ramping. They're getting ready to go. Doing a couple of paradiddles here and there. We got Ralph on screen explaining to his team that they're definitely not getting hot dropped over towards Pachinki. It's not happening again. Eda's had a good game now. They're like, maybe we were the problem.
Yeah, maybe we don't do that anymore. Which, honestly, I think it's a fair shout. I mean, you know what? 4 different members of the talent team spoke to Ralph about that yesterday. We were kind of making sure we can get that one across as many ways as possible. It seems like the message has been sent out.
Yeah, it was like, it was coded through Ralph for Eda.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about that? Ralph was very pleasant about it. He was like, I don't think they should be doing it. Like,
we keep getting points.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I think they got about 12 elims off the back of it, which is kind of sick, honestly. It's a good amount of points. We do get our plane path down from the south side all the way to the north. You see there, Eren and Scarface currently topping the leaderboard in terms of damage, which is a surprising statistic for me. They've been very, very consistent throughout. I'm glad to see Eren there. Hasn't quite beaten out Scarface just yet, but I'm glad that Scarface has been the rock so far for Ulf. He has kept that team steady throughout. The suspension system for the Ulf vehicle, which will need to make a move down towards the south side of the map, but it gives a good game here for Aurora, who have been baiting us for multiple years for a massive win at an international, and they might just be giving us it here at PMWC at EWC 2026.
God, we keep getting these sort of circles, man. Once again, right, you hit the nail on the head. It's happened. Sosnovka, the military island in play. Like you said, maybe this is the blessing. Like perfect drop spot, perfect end game potentially for a team like Aurora, who do feel like they've kind of locked it in a bit. So we'll see. We'll stick with it. Potential for a lot of early fights. You got Flash taking on OG early as Aru's already down. Tiamba amongst it as well. A couple of squads looking to get stuck in instantly then.
The revolver to the dome there. A little unfortunate for guys over on OG. Flash seems okay though, get themselves back up on their feet. Like you say though, we got Aura on screen. Eagle. Explosive bow. Almost hit it as well. A little bit of pinpoint accuracy with the arrows. Jiggle. Dropping some ammo across. Everyone's a little bit low right now. Level 1 vest, a little bit difficult. I might be actually just dropping some of the bandies over. Well, Sleepy is having a troublesome time getting towards them. I think he's in an awkward spot. Sky, though, is coming in from the other side of things. He's over towards the north side of Severny, so this is a long exit for both squads. I don't think any team wants to be here. Tiamba, as well as Aura, stuck in this awkward engagement. Eagle with a Honey Badger at distance on the sidelines. E-Arena also swinging by, but they should get gone.
Very much an early stalemate that no one really wants to overly commit to. With that first domino to fall, it's going to be a nightmare. You want to get out of this very cleanly as well. Losing one or at worst 2 players, even if you do take down the other squad and get a full 4 points from it, this is going to be a major detriment to your run with how few games we have left today.
Yeah. Well, I think the big thing though for this in particular is the plane path from the south side up towards the north, and because we had this big southern circle that is pretty much committed to Sosnovka. This is not going anywhere else.
Yeah.
It meant that a lot of teams dropped out early on the plane path to get looted up early. So you do have the likes of S2G, Aurora, Fourth Thrives, Ida, Alula, as well as Nongshim Red Force already in Sosnovka. This place is getting very busy very quickly. Tiamba moves up. Aura's already getting themselves into a vehicle. Uzi in play, tries to get the damage across. There will be a shot from Shallow though. Really good stuff there with the QBZ. Get some damage in. Jiggle. Line and wait. Could be a dangerous trap in play. QZZ trying to get around the side. Eagle will just run down Sleepy. They don't know. They do not know. He is hidden, blending in to the rust.
Man, how has he got away with this for so long? He's just there, down on the deck. No one knows about Jiggle.
Come on. Come on.
Pistol.
Come on.
The sidearm.
There's... Are you blind?
He's a master of camouflage. That's insane. Wow, they actually leave. They actually
That's
go.
wild. We're playing some kind of game where you go in as a small white man and you have to be painted against things. And he's done exactly that.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe he's become the chameleon in that situation. That's wild. But well played to him.
Yeah, mega mechanics there.
I think that counts as mechanics.
Artistry
He's
is on
prone.
point.
That's a lovely prone. That
Never
is
seen anything like
a
it.
beautiful prone on him.
Gotten away with that one. Liberties.
Yeah.
Absolute liberties.
Dear me. PUBG Mobile Chameleon. Right here, right now at PMWC. If you want to get yourself some skins to allow you to blend in, well, this is not the one for you because the Uzumaki Naruto event is now on with the Naruto character set as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. S-Power bringing a lot of fury to the lobby at the moment as well. talking to Max earlier, he was saying that S-Power right now probably the only player at a massively global level. And I would agree with him. I think he is on the likes of, you know, your Mormons, your Errands. He's looking insane. Yeah, for S-Power, doing great work for the rest of his team. I think Godlike has really shown that they absolutely can take it to task with some of the best squads in the world, which is cool to see. Satan here from Nigma Galaxy. Another team that's doing really well too. I genuinely think, and I said at the start of the day, is that I've not always been the biggest fan of Nigma Galaxy and some of the pushes, some of the rotates they make. I think they have a lot of potential in them. This tournament, though, has been, you know, it's been off the walls, just like this, because this is wild.
It's just ridiculous how close he came when he drove past him twice.
Twitching as well.
Yeah, I know. Not even fully stationary. Look at him. He's got a slight shifty look about him.
He's put the laser pointer down to the ground. He's like, oh.
Nightmare. They're going to see that.
Put that away.
Well, hey-ho, that one worked out. Didn't expect it, but master of camouflage there.
He even try to give himself away. I mean, the laser pointer, really. That's sent me. That's good. Ah, that's a belly of laughs right there. A lot of teams now getting in position, though. Furia looking to cross. Haven't had a really bad day today, honestly. I think genuinely Furia has been looking better and better as the tournament does go on. More shades of the past from them, PMMI, where they look very, very strong there, and they're bringing it back. I think that they just had to slow down their gameplay a little bit because their end games are nice. That's where they typically thrive. But now they're coming up against Alula, the Claws versus the Panthers here.
Giving us the proverbial question of which set of claws are sharper.
Are they both depicting Panthers, though? Because that would be...
Maybe a Jaguar.
Maybe a Jaguar, yeah. Like that.
Keep you guessing. You never know. Battle of the Animal Kingdom. Oh, S-Power with a nice little lift there. That's a 5-pointer.
X5 on that one. A lot of airtime.
It's a great multiplier.
It was a great multiplier. I like that. Anyway, we get next circle.
We've seen this before.
You didn't hear. I don't know if you could hear that, but there was audible disappointment from the crowd. Everyone was oohing and ahhing at that one. Does head out far towards that west side. Really uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. Ida's already good spot, though. The rest of the team, I would probably say to try and regroup soon, though. Nongshin Red Force has played a similar position to this in the past on this exact spot that Tizzy is currently actually located on with XZY. So I think they'll just try and secure that going forward. They might even try and take the compound that Vitality won on during this map before as well. We'll see what they do. Can't be too greedy, though, because, again, like I said earlier, it's very busy in Sosnovka at the moment. A lot of teams here.
It's going to get pretty aggressive down there where things do kick off, especially with how this zone shifted, man. Cutting out a lot of that play space once again. So you're fighting around the bridge, you're fighting on the island. Like you touched on, even just a couple minutes into this game, with how close they were off the playing path, a lot of squads did already make their mass migration down and start to try and dig their heels in a little bit. You've got a few squads that are still outside in the mainland towards the blue, having a bit of a slower rotate. A lot of traffic as well on the bridge over to Sosnovka. Furia there, as we saw that establishing shot with Alula just ahead, guarding the entrance. It's then Vitality behind them, and similarly Flash behind them as well.
Yeah, Fury's getting squeezed like a fruit right now. It's not looking good for them. They're getting pushed down by Vitality and Flash behind that as well. So this is an awkward approach. They would like to get across, but I don't think Alula's going to let them across so easily. Igor's is far up, though, so he just needs an opener. And Alula looks to be leaving. I think that's the correct decision at this time, just because the circle did push so far over towards the western side. You don't want to get left behind. E-Arena still being here is somewhat of a question mark, but if they knew they could hold out a team over towards Box Compound, sure, why not? It is quite cruel towards Tiamba, but this is the name of the game. You pick up the points where you can, and right now, E-Arena's doing a good job of it.
And Attorney K there. Up on the top side of the rock face, spamming down into Aching, and will leave him wounded off the back of that. QZZ already knocked, rest of the squad following in their footsteps. This is a brutal start for Tiamba. One by one, they fall. So E-Arena find them outside and dispatch them with ease there. Another 4 points on top. That's a 94-point total over the course of today's games.
It's a strange one, right? Because they both started up over towards Severny, Didora, as well as Tiamba. Tiamba swings wide over towards North George. Flash does take a knock there, and probably a flush too. This is over towards the fight on the bridge side, so we'll come back to Tiamba in just a second. Axel low, Brazy on bended knee. P90 in play at this early in the game as well. Good to see.
Trying to run back through, but Razak just goes straight into the crosshairs, and one by one, this is looking a bit more uncomfortable. Nice backstab, though, from Axel. Quick switch over to the shotgun through the window. Throws the first man down on the deck. Still has some firepower to play with. Zone nipping at their heels. Razy out of the running. Razak knocked. Axel looking to defend. Throws the nade deep. Thankfully for Bowles, he was able to reposition. That one isn't going to hit him just yet. Ooh, he's closing the distance, though. Wants to really get in there.
Oh my God.
Response back from Axel's quick. And he can get the meds in as well, Blank.
Vexy should just about hit this. It's close, but it's still back up again. We'll go for the res over towards Razak. This is a good recovery right now from Vitality. Sadly for them, Aura has made an incredible run down from that northern side. They are fast in position. Bozy is down. Nigma Galaxy currently holding out Ulf. Lord up on high. Ketch has no idea. Caught in the broadside. Will get taken down, but a lovely refrag coming through from Eren. Ulf likely will now play on as 3. It's look worse and worse as time goes down. Lord the only to fall here, and Ulf has been very much struggling to pass on by through Nigma Galaxies. The circle in the meantime did move further down towards the south. IQ taking a tumble though. What's happened there?
Yeah, this is not the dream at all. Ooh, Lord's actually trying to dismount towards the top side, so if maybe they do win out on this fight, somehow they can grab him back up. Oh, good read onto Scarface. Ralph ready for the encounter. Bullets being peppered. He gets him so dangerously low, but he's still standing. He can just tuck in behind the box now. Oh, well, that would have been the operative word. Could have tucked in behind the box. Not going to happen now. Laid out by Ralph. Satan with a re-aggression as well. And this is starting to turn. That's the way Ulf go down. They started out with a bit of a recovery, but finally finished by Nigma Galaxy. Only one player cut short from the roster there. They'll carry on as a trio. Meanwhile, amidst this, we have Vitality bringing the thunder back onto Hora.
It's been a while since I've been seeing Vexy on the main stage, but still got it in him, it seems. Razak does go down, and looks like Vitality might just want to be making the cross going forward. Looks for Sky. Vexy will pick him up, doing a great job here. Settling in for Federales. Oh, wow. I mean, good job. Really, really well done here from Vexy. I mean, multiple times keeping the team awake and in play, even versus Flash earlier on. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, big step up. Brilliant individual moments there. Zone crunching in a little bit as well. Ooh, Vitality suffering casualties, it seems, with the Elim feed lighting up. That's Flash that are trying to defend the entryway over the bridge. Another headshot from Tops has shut down Vexy after the good form we saw from him, and Axel has fallen due to the damage sustained. The zone eliminates him, and Vitality finally buckle.
Yeah, it's just, there wasn't a lot of boat rotates from a lot of these teams on that north side. Spent a long time looting up. I don't think they were quite prepared for how southern this circle was going to end up going and how quickly space was going to be taken out of play. But we are in a really awkward arena of the map as we head down towards the southwest side. There's a couple of compounds around here, a lot of open space going forward. Ralph moves up to the plate here. Tony K goes down first. Good shots from him. Will finally fall there to a sideline. But Mormon just cannot hold on. In comes Godlike. They don't care, they're going straight past.
We hear the godlike theme music start playing, and they want to cash this one in as they drive past, steal Elims where possible, but focus on the bigger picture, getting into the zone and starting to advance into an actual controllable position on this one. Coop's going right back towards them. They're going to pass each other.
Okay. Like friendly handshake there. Felt like I was in Interstellar for a second. Yeah, Coop's looking further. to pick up his teammates, but actually went back for some more. Satan, I think, is back up again. Not sure about Ralph. I think Ralph did fall down, but this has been a really good game from Ralph. I think it's not, I don't want to say rare, but he's been making some good flex outs this game. Sometimes his flex out can feel a little bit questionable. This time I was super happy with him, blasting the toe caps off of Scarface as well, who was really incredible to see. Just gave it one more bullet, and that was enough. Hazaifa up on top, Godlike tried to send it. Got further and further in, but Hazaifa laying down the law.
It's a great peak. Might actually be able to double down, and he certainly will. Godlike eating the bullets from the elevated peak there of 4 frags as Hazaifa starts to bring the heat to the battleground. Enigma Galaxy got back in towards the zone. This is their POV now. They actually run into Ida of all teams once more. Coop's going to be hit by the shotty. The pump takes him down. And that's the way that one goes, unraveling them. Ida eliminated. We saw Flash falling amidst all this. But Aurora getting eyes on it from so close. They were able to steal a couple points away. Put Enigma Galaxy back down in the dirt. 3 Elim points on them.
I still think, though, for Enigma Galaxy, what a game. What a game, honestly. It was a real tough scenario they went through. They end the match on 10 elims. I think that's a good profit. I think you come away with this one thinking to yourself, we went through hell and back just to get towards this location of the map, and we still came away with 11 points total. So very, very well done. Because we do only have 6 teams left at the 17-minute mark. This is the quickest we've seen the lobby cold before off the back of a really horrendous circle. S2G set themselves up, kamikaze as per usual, flying in towards those front lines.
S2G just cleaning house on Alula. They've gone down pretty swiftly. Ooh, Furia might actually get a bit of a read on this, though, with the forward scout we've got from Ayala in the back of the vehicle. So a lot of sight lines being opened up between our squads. Aurora's still got space to play with. In the grand scheme of things, it's been a little bit quieter on the Elim front for Nonshim, but they're still in the running of the conversation. They've had some good consistent finishes today. It's felt like it's all been coming together communication-wise when they get a good angle to play off in these games.
Well, Hyunbin's basically the crowbar of South Korea right now.
He's been cracking these lobbies open.
He has been cracking the lobbies open. It's good to see. And I think the rest of the team rallies around that. So easy. He's been very, very nice on those long sight lines. We've got to come up against Aurora, though. Aurora's starting to really feel it. And despite having a lot of weird finishes where second places, where they should have won, especially versus Nongshim Red Force earlier today, they would have been far and away at the top of the leaderboard. Some moments where Aurora just can't quite finish the job. Even then, the consistency has been good. So it's an impressive showing from them. But we have that rivalry back up to bat once again here between Nongshim Red Force and Aurora. But shots coming from the sidelines does make things awkward.
Oh, nade right over the top. That's Doc that looks to hit them heavy. And if Doc's fired up, mate, Aurora might keep the pace on pretty swift on this one. Furia just off in the distance, haven't overcommitted to anything just yet. Hyunbin still up and kicking. They got height on it. Just can't really afford to overextend too far. Get caught sleeping. This could be a big unraveling for that side. Tizzy's got to bandage himself back up to stay pretty in the situation he's been left in. Aurora are aware of that angle from Furia, at least. 3 smokes for Tizzy being the difference between a raw face from Refirst potentially coming their way.
I think the problem right now is absolutely that angle you're talking about between Furia over towards Aurora. You've got Top off in the distance there, currently holding on alongside with Zhol. They look to make the move out, but Furia had that angle on. One player very low in the back of the vehicle. I believe that is Zhol at the moment. Can't quite find the next shots, and Ayala is playing it very safe. The angle over towards this way, but Tizzy with nasty nade goes straight through the side mirror window.
Oh. Response back over, they dash some nades of their own on target, but it's actually a response from 4 Fribes. Pulling up to the party, looking to third party on this one. Aurora trying to withstand. Nonshim going down as the last man, and So Easy will collapse from it. Doc already piecing out. Ooh, mate, that's the rotate straight into the camp of Furia.
That is very on point for Doc.
He's got that Doc in him.
Yeah, that's the brand right there. Moved instantly over towards Furia, held that angle, made them feel a little bit afraid, right? S2G still got Kamikaze swinging, layering in the vehicles. Circle moves over towards Kamikaze. You can hear Turkish fans for S2G a little bit loud themselves. Hamzi finds a shot over towards Hazaifa. That's on the roadside and a horrible time for it to happen. But it's all popping off now. Reefus up first, nade in hand, looking over towards Ayla, very low. Chief pulled the pin, but a little late. Solke runs through the both of them.
Oh, mate, the car's done enough just with the bonnet. He's dived out with the shotgun in his hand, vehicle burning behind him. Squad mates falling around as the shots are being spammed. Quick turn. Finds that one, throws Furia out of the running.
This is the best Solke's looked in quite a while, actually. I think that he's getting a little bit more of that aggression on board. I think a lot of times he was relegated to being this anchor player. So it's nice to see him, you know, channeling a bit of that Silas going forward as S2G gets the ambulance out, pulls out the rest of their team, gets them res and back up into a position to fight. Not taking any chances on this one. Went out for the first aid kit. A necessary first aid kit in the moment. The med kit taking him to full. Requires Doc to put a little bit of extra work in.
I'm shocked he survived that long. Reefus had the peak up at first. Left him sweating bullets, like you say. The clutch heal barely buying him enough time to stay along for a few extra seconds. Now knocked behind the vehicle.
It's a bold maneuver from Solke, but does drag him from the rest of the team. Likely leaving S2G as a three-man, but they have the compound central. See where the next circle heads over towards. Can play off the back of that, but it's going to be Aurora. 4 Thrives. Ping-ponging between one another. Taking some pot shots at S2G in the meantime.
Hard confirmed with the nades thrown over, so much so that Doc nearly went down from the danger close of his team. Luckily does have the meds to fix himself with no one nearby to convert from the lower HP he had. But you're spot on, mate. We heard the excitement from the fans. You can see why S2G, they were playing with some confidence and aggression. Previously, it's been Kamikaze that reps himself in those situations. This time around, he plays close to the squad. They control the compound, but you're going to be pushed from 2 sides.
Difficulty with this compound as well. There's a lot of space to control here. There's a lot of space to control. There's some flat walls to work off the back of. So teams could send in over towards one side. And having a 3-man inside there means they cannot control every building effectively. So these 2 on the side here. This is over towards the eastern edge. Sat on Aurora's angle. Possibility to move in. Oh, S2G's just got to be very quick with this, but you know as soon as someone makes a move for that compound, the other team is going to fly on in. They're likely just going to wait this out until the circle confirms this is a definite compound finish.
Don't invest your eggs into one basket until you know. A few seconds out from that zone crunching. We'll see if it's going to favor S2G once again. Shifts slightly off it, Blank, pulls away.
It's nasty. Up towards that north side. Aurora looking to get a chicken under the belt here. Would likely slingshot them up towards first on the rankings. Despite what has been, honestly, a hairy day for them. It really has. There's been some moments where the question marks have been flung out left, right, and center for this squad, but still, they've been keeping themselves looking pretty. Bandaging up between the matches.
Blessing of it as well with the zone shifting. That crate that came in, you can see that Top & Co were able to push over, get an early duo onto that, grab some extra bits and bobs to armor themselves what could be quite an intense final fight once they now get attention from 4 Thrives and S2G. They've got a full 4-man squad, similar, 4 Thrives, and they're going to jump in the vehicle, start to advance on this. Oh, that's not what you want. Reefus with a snapshot. Falak falls instantly. He's got some cover to play off here as well, Blank.
T24, he's just out. He said, I am not being on that buggy anymore. I'm dropping straight to the ground. And I think it was the correct choice. Being on the back of a buggy like that makes you a prime target. And he's just realized that Reefus has got the golden eye there. Quick shots, pinpoint as well as IQ desperately tries to swing around the side. This is a mad dash and one that will not work out in the face of Aurora. More points added and S2G can do nothing but look on. They actually get themselves into vehicles. They're going to swing round. They have to take the moment here into their own hands. Last game, Aurora, they were able to do some good work versus them. Now looking to actually show some aggression. Reefus goes down first.
Good engage, but how long can they hold on? Kamikaze in the back wants to arc the nade over, has the SMG to play with, one thrown right back towards him. Doc putting them down with the DBS. Panic stations for Aurora as everything is being thrown at them. Doc takes a heavy hit, but he's still standing.
S2G down to 2. Hamzy G on the north side. Kamikaze lighting them up. T24 still off in the distance, dealing with top here, and Kamikaze takes nade after nade. This bounces, but should go a little bit long here, keeping Kamikaze as a half HP count.
Oh, T24 as well in the midst of all this. That's the off angle you touched on there. Able to strike from the side. Kamikaze replies with one of his own, and these two teams are coming together to make it uncomfortable for Aurora. Doc with a nade, trying to cook that one. Meanwhile, they respond back onto 4 Thrives as they throw that in. T24 behind the tree.
Doc now worried. Split the difference between 2 players here. Not easy to regroup. Another nade in the hand of T24. Sent it across. Doc is down. The other might fall to the nade from across the way, but seems like he lived it. S2G playing the game of their lives right now.
S2G,
such a quick swing, Jackie, as well. Love to see it.
This is huge from them. Complete different play style. The confidence out in full force. Right time, right place, and the back door has worked out well. Top trapped, T24 spamming so close to him. He knows he's exposed. And this duo from S2G looking to take this one with force, but they still play it smart.
Makes the run across right now, trying to deny sight lines. Aurora top will at least find it, but the shots are coming through. Kamikaze once again sends straight center. It starts to work out. Nate gets close to the lovely bouncer on it, but won't go quite far enough. Back behind the loot crate. A little bit of cover to work with, but S2G, they've got 2 angles. Top is gonna have to play out of his mind to make this one work here. 1 first aid kit ready to go. Hamzy G looks to send an arc over the top here to finish off the game. Goes wide to the side.
He's really trying to run the risk on this one. He peeks
Good
over
shot.
the top of the crate, using the smoke to block the angle from Hamzy G so he can take an isolated fight. He's reading it as well. This 1v2, like you say, it's got to be impeccable from him. He cannot afford to miss a single shot. The reactions are going to be there. Kamikaze on the road, slight height advantage, throws in the molly, takes the shot, and that's how he gets it done. Kamikaze cleans up as S2G get it!
Last game, S2G, they looked a little bit short there, but this game, they go Kamikaze, Crazy for the finish. What a game, not lazy whatsoever, with a quick swing out to the side. You gotta love it, you gotta believe it, S2G is here to play.
We thought it was Aurora about to blot out the sun and cast the shadow, illuminate the stage, but no, it's S2G that once again prove how much of a powerhouse they could be here in France.
T24 as well, man, the jump out the buggy to sit down on the floor. I couldn't believe that. I mean, he made a quick snap decision. And lads, I'm gonna have to live this game out. I'm dropping into the grass, and I'm gonna cause problems.
You can feel the energy in the arena as well. We get the replay from that one. Some big individual maneuvers. I love the strategy as well, Blank. S2G here, the way they were able to control the situation, knowing they had to be so proactive, but didn't overstep the mark. And then on the flip side for Aurora, you're playing with dice, gambling on some of these peaks, knowing realistically, it's a risk that you have to take. It's not an easy 1v2.
It's actually a very difficult circle, and yes, it pulled away, but they were unsure where they wanted to fight out towards, and maybe they had to full commit over towards 4 Thrives, clear that angle sooner to deal with S2G. But again, for S2G as a 3-man there, they make the only decision they can. It's been something they've been saying all tournament, is we just don't care. We will just push those angles. We will try and get something done in those end games. And it was lovely to see them prove that immediately after that last game where they sort of just laid down over on Arangel. Didn't quite let that game fall into hands. This time around, they leave nothing up to chance.
I think that does summarize the play style realistically. This point in the competition, after so many play days, so close towards the real big picture. That prize pool looming over you, you can't afford to have any doubts in your mind. Leave it to another team and your dream could be snatched away. Whereas for S2G, they've been rising to the occasion, and that oomph, that killer instinct, that's what's giving them these leg ups.
Absolutely, and in the end, for S2G, this isn't even their best map, man. They live it on Miramar. This is where they usually thrive. So to have some good moments here over on Erangel is lovely to see. Again, a couple of our teams really making their mark right now. Fourth Drive still playing really well. Honestly, for them, I think even that early game where we saw Hazaifa playing the big Lions Rock, where he could just have that oversight, knew exactly what they had to do. As teams flowed in, just deny them. But we do have Kalaris over on the stage for a little hit with the players.
Impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
From the final fighters come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it. Fight till you make it.
Kalaris here, reporter for PUBG Mobile here at PMWC, and a major problem has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get it. He's on the move. He's on the move. Okay, no, we've actually got to be able to try and find him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. This specimen, in fact, actually has a microphone already. You can see he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually ripe for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment.
John Allen?
It looks, I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like, oh, did you see that? Get a close-up of that. Get a close-up of that. I think they've got him. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
Nişan almak lazım. Dürbün. Adam vurma. Araba sürüyor. Araba sürüyor. Araba patlatmak. Araba tarıyoruz. Araba sprey atmak. Konuş. Araba sprey atmak. Sprey atıyor. Oyuncu. Drive-by. Oyuncu. Araba giderken vurmak. Drive-by'da adam vurmak. Headshot. Arabada giderken drive-by headshot atmak. Canı bir. Araba iptal. Araba yok. Araba iptal. Niye araba sürüyorsun o zaman? Sen. Ben. Takım arkadaşın. Bekle. O. Düşman. Tamam ikiniz. Çatışıyorsunuz.
Tamam.
Fight'tasınız. Fight'tasınız.
O başlıyor. Cross koyuyorsun.
Cross koyuyorsun aynen.
Tamam. Sen
Baitlemek.
araba sürüyorsun.
Baitlemek aynen.
Baitlemek.
Ben bildim baitlemek.
Araba sürüyorsun. Evet.
Durdun. Benzini bitti.
Benzin bitti.
Ben.
Geç. IGL yani. Kaptan.
Info.
Konuşuyor.
Analiz. Info almak. Analiz. Boş dolu info. Boş.
Boş ev. Boş loot. Loot aramak. Ne yapayım?
Pusu yemek. Pusu mu?
Tabak yemek.
Ev boş diye gittin mi nak yedin.
Yiğit abi.
IDL. Harita ben.
Şişko.
Alan. Circle. Alan ortası. Alan ortası. Çift attı.
Çift attı.
Arşif. Arşif de.
Kaç çift?
Tamam.
Loot aldın.
MP5K. Silah aldın. MP5K. Hafif makine. Hafif makineli. Skoplu. 0.
Thompson.
Iron Sight. Iron Sight.
8x.
Dürbün.
2x. Tamam dürbün. Beline koydu. Beline çek.
C9. Ok, arbelet oku.
E90.
Uzi.
E90.
Vektör. Kapıyı açtım. Kapıyı açtım. Loot aldın. Dürbün. Skop takamıyorsun o silahı. Doğru mu?
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC, down on the stage to talk to Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin here to talk about some of the games from today. First questions first. I want to ask you guys about the previous Erangel, not just this one. You guys pushed Furia. Talk to me about that decision and if you'd have maybe done it differently in another scenario.
일단 현민 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 이전 매치로 좀 가볼게요. 사실 그 전 에란겔에서 유리한 고지를 좀 먹고 있었는데 아래에 있던 퓨리아를 이제 잡으려다가 좀 판이 좀 아쉽게 돌아갔거든요. 그래서 퓨리아 때 좀 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 퓨리아를 밀러갈 때 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 그리고 만약에 그 판을 좀 다시 하게 된다면 좀 어떤 콜을 내렸을지 좀 그걸 묻고 싶네요.
일단은 저희가 오른쪽에 한 팀 더 있는 거 알았어갖고 좀 한 팀 교전하면 한 팀 무조건 올 거라는 거 알고 저희 팀원이 1평을 둘을 입혔어갖고 가갖고 잡은 게 일단 맞는 플레이를 한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we already knew like if we're going to push Furia, then the other party would come. So we tried to push it as fast as possible. But I think if I think we'll end up in retrospect, I think we should have just let him just use that 1 feet place, and then just we can hold on to our spaces and with much use it wiser.
Okay, so let's talk about the Rondo game, because that Rondo was amazing from Nongshim Red Force. So talk to me about any potential threats that you had to consider whilst playing out that game, as well as the end where you were able to pull off an amazing victory.
이제 론도에서는 사실 정말 키를 쓸어 담으시면서 또 치킨까지 가져가셨는데 그때 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 플레이를 하셨는지, 그리고 뭐 부담감이나 압박감 같은 건 없으셨는지 궁금합니다.
부담감이나 압박감 같은 거는 없었고 일단 교전 부분에서는 저희 팀이 가장 자신 있었기 때문에 쫄지 않고 자신감 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't any pressure at all. Honestly, we were very confident in our team fights. So yeah, we tried to get it head on, and then I think that worked really well.
Thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin. Thank you very much, Maddox. That does it for us down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that interview. A marathon of a day that we're having here, as 6 matches have already been played, and S2G has been able to go now back to back with those chicken dinners. We still have 2 more matches to go here, but honestly, S2G, this bounce back nipper out of them.
Quite literally a bounce back. All these nades coming in clutch here for S2G. Very, very good sign for them. They're climbing up those ranks. That should put them theoretically in that first place, but we'll wait for the overalls to confirm that. But it's looking very, very good for them. With just 2 more Miramars to go, S2G, they are a Miramar team. It looks like, hey, maybe we'll have another. Oh, we already do. Well, no, that's the match ranking.
No, that's the match ranking.
Whoa, hold up.
I'll give you a chance before
or after this to do some prediction. But yeah, S2G putting up those 19 points. Aurora Gaming though, I can probably end up guaranteeing it that after this match, when we do end up seeing the Aurora, they'll probably end up being in first place, Max.
They go from 8th position, then of course they get that huge game earlier on the Wrangle. They gave themselves 2nd place, and now maybe the jump into number 1, which maybe is
the most Aurora thing we have seen, right?
Yes, it is the most Aurora thing, and you know what's also Aurora thing to do? After that, dropping down to like outside of top 5.
Wow.
I'm just saying they've done it before. They could do it again here, but no. Overall, some of these plays are interesting. But I want you and me, Niptro, to break down what happened here, because you and me, we're talking about some of the finishing moments here, but this 4 Thrives push, in particular to the western side, I feel like could have been executed way better on the Pakistani end of things.
Listen, I was on the edge of my seat screaming at the television because I was like, okay, guys, they just need to hold. They just need to hold. They go up around onto a third-party position. They're playing this very, very well. The zone just goes complete opposite, and they're like, absolutely not. You're not getting this win. I'm like, okay, this is tough, right? But they could still make this work. And then they just do nothing with it. They wait far too long. The indecision is right back where we started. And to top it all off, rather than making a very decisive play and just full sending it, they stop really, really short, slow down, allow Top and the rest of Aurora just go all over it and go, no, you're not coming over here. What were you even thinking for Thrives? And honestly, I have to say the same thing.
I mean, really, you hit the nail on the head right there, which is they slowed down. And that was the big mistake. At that point, just capitalize, commit. Even if you get eliminated, I'll respect you a lot more for at least trying to go the entire way, because if you do so, you get rid on the western side. I think it was Doc and possibly Top at that point, which you get rid of those 2 players. Guess what? You got a decent dip to work around. It's still not sure you're going to get the chicken dinner, but at least you have that opportunity to go the entire way and actually get yourself that chicken dinner. So 4 Thrives, still good points on the board, but they could have gone in a bit more in this match.
Yeah, they could have gotten a little bit more. And once again, that indecision, you guys highlighted it too. I just want to back you up with it, because that's been the biggest question mark for this team, for 4 Thrives. We've seen good performances out of them so far, and you know what? Let's take a look at it again, because you can see that's when they questioned themselves in the tour, and we were all hoping that they would just fully send it.
And you know what's crazy is T24 actually got a solid finish. He tried his best from that position. If they had just gone a little bit further, kept 2, maybe 3 players up in that position, Top would have had a real run for his money, as it was. T24 was making it very hard for Top to even survive as far as he did. So, yeah, I think it's such a wasted opportunity from them just by slowing down in the middle of the field like that. It's far too open, and Aurora, of all teams, is going to be all over that.
It's still a team that feels like they're getting their bearings, especially here in day 2. We've seen a great performance though, and a great switch too from 4 Thrives, from what we saw yesterday to what we're seeing now. More players are performing. It's not just Balak. Now we have also seen IQ earlier in the day as well. I want to see some of the other players being able to stand up, as Aurora Gaming jumps up to that first place. E-Arena goes down to that second. And what happens when you go back-to-back chicken dinners? That's right, you jump up that leaderboard and you end up in 3rd place.
We're seeing what they did in their group stage. Literally the same thing, right? Just coming back is just Ida staying at the bottom. Otherwise, S2G are making it happen for themselves. Loving it. E-Arena still getting a few points pretty consistently throughout the day, but when you get bangers like that from Aurora Gaming, oh my goodness, they are looking fantastic with the eliminations in particular that we saw earlier today, right, Niptura? Placement points were fine, but the eliminations, they were a little bit lackluster in some of those matches. Man, they're putting up big number after big number after absolutely big number.
Big number.
Yeah.
It's the momentum that we saw yesterday from that one Erangel game, right, with the 2 hovercrafts. S2G just bullying the lobby with those. No hovercrafts today in the same fashion, but still managing to get that chicken dinner back to back. That's going to be looking very good for them there.
One thing's actually scary right now, and I'm starting to realize it. I know we kind of joke about Aurora, the inconsistencies that we have seen out of this team, but for this team, one thing that has been consistent for them is their placement. At one point, we were kind of critiquing where those elims are going to be coming in. Their placement points have been there. The eliminations now are starting to get picked up here in the 2nd day as well, and this team is looking like a team that wants to become a champion.
They're like 4 placement points away. S2G, they got 3 wins, by the way, which is an insane ratio to have. So definitely
Aurora only has 1.
Exactly. They do only have 1 chicken dinner, so that's some very consistent stuff on board. That I'm looking at a team that it's kind of the opposite from Aurora, which is Ulf, right? They had a massive rise. They got that chicken dinner with a 4-man finish on Erangel, and after that, their 2nd place, falling down very slowly. Now in the middle pack, but though we on the 2nd page, big upset Santiamba, just not able to maintain that top position 7, which is heartbreaking for this team.
Tiamba was one of those biggest question marks for us, especially because of the way that they ended up performing yesterday. We saw Milu being able to pop off. Today is not the same performance out of their squad. We knew that they have the fragging power, but those placement points were just non-existent, and right now, nothing's going their way.
Nothing is going their way. I mean, you're seeing them there with 9th place there, 63 total points, 14 placement points.
I thought you were going to go with that catwalk again. This will be the perfect time.
Not this time, maybe later. But yeah, no, the only thing we can hope to see is that they come back tomorrow stronger, fighting, able to do what we know they can do. I mean, they go into teams and crush them in seconds. I mean, it's easy for them, but just not today. It's just all over the place.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's a new day.
It is. I mean, I'm looking at a team in particular on the second page that I've been a little bit disappointed by is Vitality. After their opening day in the group stage, I was like, yeah, Vitality, we're looking so good, so much domination, everyone looking so good. They even swapped out Federalis, right, for Vexy, which I was like, that was quite an interesting decision to make. But man, oh man, that was really just a flash in the pan. They had that one insane day, and this, of course, it's hard to replicate, but they're not even getting close to that initial performance on that opening day of their group. I would love to see a comeback from my boys, Razak, but so far it's been a bit of a non-performance in the finals.
Another team along those lines as well is Team Flash. Team Flash has currently been non-existent for this squad. In the last game, though, I do want to highlight something for one team that was able to perform well, that was able to put up those points, and it was none other than Enigma Galaxy. If I'm not mistaken, Enigma Galaxy ended up with 10 eliminations, and that's good because that's a squad that has been consistent now 2 days in a row.
It is, yeah. They had a really nice 2-2 split on the southwest side of zone that really enabled them to get a lot of those eliminations, and even if they didn't make it further into the zone, further into the game, you know, they're just ticking along. They're making sure that they're consistent with those points, ready for tomorrow for those last few matches where they might just win it all.
Well, we have now hit 6 matches, but we still got 2 more matches left. Miramar is going to be coming up. Are these players going to start crumbling, or are they going to start shining, as we have seen some of the other players start shining as well? Let's send it over to 2 men that are definitely shining, none other than Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. That's right, we've had to tone it down slightly because we're blinding the crowd, so don't worry. The spotlight, of course, will be on the incredible plays that are being made by teams much like S2G. Huge show up into that previous game, displaying an unfathomable level of aggression that is really doing wonders for them. But this lobby doesn't get any easier, Blank. We've got a ton.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible. The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
Tomorrow, for the amount of chicken dinners that S2G's got, I mean, it's very much a possibility for them to make that happen. They've been very consistent so far. Loving how aggro Kamikaze's been too. We get a very, very northern start here over on the northwest side down towards Truck Stop. So a little bit more inaccessible down towards that south side. We're looking at Los Leones, Porte, Impala, Mr. Valle, Chumacera. So more of these positions on that north side need to be taken up, like La Cobreria, even water treatment potentially. Torremada, El Azahar, Mazin, Nongshim, Red Force. I always found this drop spot kind of odd when they were choosing them, but Nongshim Red Force has like ruins. They take ruins all the way on the northwest side, and they just play that out. It's so out of the way, but with this plane path, they get out super early and get this trash drop started almost immediately.
Sarah boats for them on this one. Some other big plays that were coming out, you know, not realistically into the late game there in terms of placement, but for the raw elims and handling themselves under pressure, you got to give that shout out over to Enigma Galaxy. That was very nice to see, right? A lot of early carnage, uncomfortable situations with how they were fighting, but they looked good in the clutch, having to pull out points where they could. Ended that one with what, 10 elims?
Yeah, it was 10 elims, 11 points total, because they got towards that top 8 side of things, which is, I think, genuinely a really, really good result for Enigma Galaxy. I think when you have those types of games, you've got to go for a massive salvage. Now, we start over on the northwest side of the map in terms of dropping those players off. We're moving hard down towards that southeast side. Got a lot of water involved. We've got the rocky outcrops, the mountainside down towards Porte on that western edge. So Should be a fun circle to play around with. We could end up back in Los Leones as we did earlier in the tournament. Always fun to have an urban finish. Gets very hectic. But yeah, I think if we look at the leaderboard right now, it's very comfortable on the staging, right? We drop off slowly. It's very much an even stairway to the top, where a 20-point game can be a big difference maker. For Enigma Galaxy, they get a 20-point match. Suddenly they're tied with Aurora, who have currently managed to settle themselves in first. The first team to break the 3-digit mark as well and hit the century here in the finals.
I do wonder if maybe teams will get a little bit more antsy, force some issues slightly earlier into this one. A couple of our big names already inside the zone there. 4-5's Aurora, Godlike, not too far away. S2G making their rotate down from truck stop. And then Tiamba, of course, towards the coastline. Keep that in the back of your mind, but focus on this as well. We've got some weapon skins, of course, for those of you at home that want to get your hands on some lovely bits of kit inside of the game. So make sure you're participating in that.
Absolutely, and we'll throw that up on screen shortly. You can take a look at it then. But for Aurora, there you go, as if on cue. Doc will just go down there, knows he's nowhere near the rest of his team, isn't going to bother them. So unfortunate there for Aurora to lose a player out almost immediately. Again, weird entry point for a lot of squads where they want to get in towards the circle as soon as possible. S2G giving themselves the best advantage early on as they fly down from the eastern side of the map. Swinging past Impala right now, might look for some of the high grounds that sit towards the southern portion of this one. Enigma Galaxy a slower start though, over towards El Porte, so they're going to hang out here for a little while longer. Ralph on screen with us at the moment, doing a good job IGLing, making some quick decisions here and there. I do genuinely think it helps having... I think as much as we've talked about Coops, I think we do need to shift the perspective a little bit to Lord. I think Lord has been such a consistent player on that team. We've given a lot of love to Coops so far, but I think Lord is able to excel because he has another strong fragger on the team. Now, I think Satan as well as Ralph are both very good players, but they're not your front line, right? And if Lord was always playing that front line, he was very good with it, he needed someone to play off the back of, and I think he works phenomenally well with Coops right now. So a big shout out to Lord this game. Hopefully they can continue that pressure. Milu back in, actually, for Tiamba. Looks to move up against Lost here, but will unfortunately go down. So Tiamba losing Milu right off the back there. Very sad stuff to see. I think Tiamba was not expecting this. S2G sort of making a Tiamba play versus them themselves.
Yeah, giving a taste of their own medicine there. That's unfortunate, the return of the King, but only for a few brief minutes on this one. We'll see if he comes back for another Miramar outing. Absolutely beasting in the event overall, but S2G stealing some of that energy and starting it out with a nice elim to send the rest of Tiamba scarpering, as they know they don't want to stick around and sacrifice anything more on this one. Three-man squad lives on to see if they can steal some points away on the long con.
For Tiamba, still 7 more matches to go, and like you said, they've been having a great run at the start of it. They had a lovely push in over towards the finals itself. They looked fantastic. Now sitting over towards the middle side of the tables, haven't really able to put up many points after that. But they still have a whole additional day, and that can change a lot of things. Remember, you just need to get past that smash ruling point system and then hit the chicken dinner. So they just need to get themselves in range. That's it. They've got one more game to do it. They've got this game here to try and get some consistent points on board. Like you say, the return of the King was very short here, but next game, potentially some royal decrees being thrown out here and there.
Yeah, take the opportunity to sharpen the steel once more, and then come back out swinging. Potentially, that's got to be the play for some of these teams as well, because you touched on the fact, obviously, you're trying to set that barrier, that scoreline to beat effectively going into tomorrow, stopping some of these top teams dead in their tracks, seeing if you could stop them from bloating it to a very large scoreline. It's a risk versus reward that you've got to weigh up in some of these situations for teams that are looking to still climb, but don't want it to be too tall of a task to reach it going into tomorrow if you want to lap our top teams with that smash rule being in effect. OG on the move here, Ida just off in the distance.
Yeah, pretty big funnel, this portion map around La Bandita. Through some of the dead ground, sits around here as well, to the north side of Los Leones, staging upwards towards some of those buildings. Ulf's already met that quota right now. They're a little bit further towards the center of the map. Ulf looking for another good game. They were in second place for a little while, but then swiftly fell out of it, and Ulf's looking to get some more points on board. Again, for them, a good game would pretty much settle themselves up towards the top 3. They just don't really want to get trapped by that second place curse. You know, it's very much the Alpha 7 of old. Flash loses 1 on the knock and will be immediately flushed there by S Power. It's from Godlike on the south side. Vitality having a little bit of a look in towards S2G and Porte Paraíso, actually. They've got a 2-2 split going on, fairly dangerous.
Zypher up on the roof. Nade in his hand as he starts to make a move over the top side and see if he can get that one down on target. So 4 Thrives collapsing in early. Jiggle knocked. Sleepy arcing a nade back over as well. Going to cook that one. If they came running over now, could be very detrimental. They can tuck into the stairs as well. Get a safe recovery on the go here, so Jiggle can still be in play.
Ooh, Falak, though, putting on the pressure, and again, with the flashbacks towards yesterday. 4 Thrives up against Aura. No Fear able to clutch it out towards the end. IQ, though, finds Sky, and No Fear is nowhere nearby. Starting to fly on in, but I think it might be too little too late here. T24 did hit the floor. For the rest of 4 Thrives holding on fairly decently. A tanky, though, from the sidelines on OG. Literally, as soon as T24 got picked up, hit the deck straight again.
Floating around just on the periphery. The Vultures circling these two teams right now. Ooh, up close inside of the compound, though. It's Sleepy that looks to clothesline them in the close quarters combat. Few shots fired over. Good assist from No Fear with the SMG as Falak gets lit up. They go in from both sides. The stereo piece.
Nice.
It's a brilliant clear. Oh, punishing 4 Thrives one by one.
You can't believe it. For 4 Thrives, it's almost a dreamlike experience versus Sleepy. Deja vu once again as No Fear drops to the plate, but OG, they come in to pick up the pieces. And that's 4 Thrives down. No Fear taking some shots once again, but Sleepy is out, and OG with a fantastic third party onto it. Oh dear me, for 4 Thrives, the horror experience continues.
Yeah, those weren't scare actors, Blank. Coming in with real weaponry on that one.
The worst event I'd ever paid for.
Yeah, you would not enjoy that.
Yeah.
OG certainly
That's a real chainsaw.
They had a great time, mate. Cut through them. It's like a bad magician. Slice you in half, but hey, you're not going back together. They steal those points, keep on dreaming through this one before Thrives and Aura out early on our opener of Miramar today.
Checking with some other teams, though. Aurora, very, very slow to the circle itself. They're coming from that western side, past Chumacera. Likely will hit a traffic jam, though, with the boundaries in place. A lot of teams trying to sidle their way through the northwest edge of Los Leones down towards the southeast. But we are hitting those rocky outcrops where we slope down towards the eastern side, leaving Vitality and S2G on a little bit of an island of themselves. The next circle will determine whether these teams do need to cramp up towards. Oh, okay. S2G, 4th one on the cards, potentially. All right.
Hey, man. Goes over towards them, already set up down towards the coast there. A lot of water in play once again. These circles have been so spicy time and time again, forcing some quick thinking out of our squads.
First 2G though, I mean, as an org, it would be an incredible achievement, right? To come off the back of winning one international previously in the past, and to rebuild and do it again, that is a great marker of success for S2G. So we'll just have to wait and see for the time being. For them, they're down towards that east side. Very limited information of what's happening over towards the west here, as it does slope upwards. You're not really seeing all of the information, all of the intricate details on that side, so they're going to play it safe for the time being. Tiamba did get a central position though, but they are playing as 3. Milu going down earlier on. Coops finds Schweppes, good shots. Does not miss those often.
Ooh, a couple claps back over. Off-angle peek there, getting a few on target. You can see it's a wide spread with the setup from Nigma Galaxy. This off-angle could be so dastardly. He's got his eyes on target. Mormon just trying to stay alive, digging his heels in towards the cliff face. Ralph looking to get those final confirmations off. Tony K low on health as well. 2 smokes dropped. Tucking in while Schweppes is finally confirmed. That was the knock we saw from Coops earlier into this one. Joker does fight back. They know about the angle from Ralph, but you are so pinned in, so many positions to be aware of, and they can take shots from all sides.
This is the only problem with sometimes Ralph's flex outs, is that he really does just bait his teammates sometimes. It has worked out quite a bit today, but this is the problem that arises. Lord does go down for it. I think in the straight fight, they might have done a lot better there having nades, because Ralph's also got all the nades. He's got 5. Like, those would have been lovely. He placed over towards this side, up against the players. Coops sends one in. It's a good amount of damage. Knocks one over towards Turney K. Luckily, Mormon was able to dash down the hillside, avoid a lot of that shrapnel. Still took a hell of a beating.
Going on for a little while here as well, and starting to drain some of the more offensive utility that's being thrown out. Obviously, they're tucked in just on the rock face here with the map geometry, making it uncomfortable to fight with bullets. They have to nade onto it. I think that was the last nade for Coops, now thrown in. Satan is somewhat closing the gap, but he's being peppered back as well, and they now know.
Bro, Ralph, just come over. It's 2 players. Let's hit the 3v2 and just win this fight.
Oh, it's going on for so long. Finally, at least one more confirmation as we will see Turney K buckle. How on earth, though, if they'd just been given this free fight with no assist? Mate, this could end terribly for both squads at this rate.
I mean, Joker's still off in the distance there as well, and Ralph finally gets in the car. This has been a strange one. It's been a very strange one, and it almost feels like very reminiscent of Nigma Galaxy of old. A little bit too comfortable with these odd splits here and there, and Ralph goes down.
After that explosive opener, you thought they had them banged to rights, but E-Arena, one by one, have punished back against Nigma Galaxy, and with that last nade from Mormon hitting Coops, they thought it was all over. Well, it is now.
For E-Arena, they are very glad to have this guy on side. He is more than a man, he is more man. Here in play, still kicking strong there at the top of the leaderboards, 98 points, but you'd hope lesson learned there for Nigma Galaxy.
You can't afford to be doing that. Not worked out for him whatsoever, mate. 2 indecisive.
Yeah,
split.
I mean, look, Satan is frustrated, and so he should be in that situation. What a... I don't even know what to say.
And for E-Arena, I mean, counting their blessings, they get away with that as a duo. 4 elims picked up, putting them on 98 points total right now, still alive in the game. If they can coast this one out long term, maybe there's still more to be said for them on a bit of a big score on this one. But they've made out with a brilliant heist. Got in there, made out like bandits.
A watcher. Ralph.
Observing. Noticing.
I've noticed you in a 2v2 with my team.
Yeah, brutal way to go. Hey-ho, is what it is. OG back on a move onto bigger and brighter things. Let's see what they can do. Akon, quick shots. That's Chief getting spearheaded straight through, and the vehicle going to confirm him. Silence up close with a nade in his hands. Pin pulled, sweaty palms. Can he blow them away? Silence does get one off. Back onto Akon, leaving them in a effective 3v3. Zone going to be crunching back in onto Silence as well, and he's low on HP right now. Nate's thrown all over the shop.
He's worried. So he should be. Might just get the first aid kit off here. Pulls it off in time. A tanky though, going low, gets the heal. Silence is down and out. We got Night Cam on board. Watching on as his team struggles up against the forces of OG. Either now looking down towards them, punishing. Only Ayala left for the squad to move forward. Vitality found themselves in a decent position, and somehow Nongshim Red Force have been able to swing down towards the southern side of the map. But again, I feel where Tiamba's playing, completely workable from this spot. But you'd hope for Ulf this is a good game. And I think this is where they need a good game to stay in contention for the top side.
Yeah, if they want to be in that conversation, you've got to get the boots moving. As we gave you this establisher here of the map crunching in, we did see Ayala, I believe, there on Furia falling. So Furia do go out with the on-watching from the coach, main man Knight. So OG get away with one player still in the contest here. See, Widgock's going to have to play a very, very slow game from this point as just a solo. Does cut away some of that effective close line early setup we saw from S2G. They're going to have to move over. This is why you were highlighting Ulf there. Very central. Tiamba, similar sort of story. And Aurora with just the duo.
Yeah.
That could try and get involved in the conversation as well.
And if we look over towards Ulf as well, when we pan past them, they're on some really nice high ground. Looking down on a lot of these teams, like it's a very, very good spot, not only to gather information from, but to springboard the rest of your game. It could be thrown a curveball and get a hard shift over towards the northwest side or down towards the southeast, in which case you need to push down there. But yeah, I think for Ulf, they should have a good lay of the land going forward. Flash still as a four-man though, over towards that northern edge. Arena off towards that eastern side. Living actually, despite everything. They were stuck in the blue for quite a while.
You know what, man? Maybe there's a chance as well. We start to get some big booms coming out of the squad like Godlike. Man like S-Power, supply crate come down near them. He's a bit of a cheeky chappy. He's got that good energy about him. If they can get armed,
he does, yeah.
Potentially get a good bit of a shift on this one as well that favors them positionally. I think they'd be a team to show back up. This is the kind of environment they can certainly deal some damage.
Right, you don't have to shame them.
Does he make it this time?
No, it's just a shame, Cam. Okay,
all right,
cool.
Fair enough. God, you've been done.
Not a single thing gets past our observers.
No, all the shots on that one.
They notice.
Look, that's the thing about ladders. They can be a bit hard to climb.
They can be. They can be. Especially when they're off the ground level. But a good attempt. See if Flash makes it later on. We'll have a little peek back in there. Probably not now though. They've been embarrassed on the big screen. Nongshim Red Force looking over towards S2G. Important fight here for the eastern side. Trying to play off that edge. Kamikaze looks over the top immediately. Pulls off from that angle. Gives them space on this one. Lost on a real long back angle there. I do like where Lost is playing. He's done this a few times before where he's this really cheeky position. Luckily, Tizzy immediately notices him.
Thing is, this being a bit more of a downhill battle as well, STG just casting the nades towards them. It does give them a little bit more oomph on those bad boys, try to get them on target. At some point, both of them have got to move as well now with his zone shifting over, and Hyunbin's gone for the more aggressive approach, zipping up towards the ridge line. He's got some cover to play off with this as well.
The crowbar.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Looking to get dug in over towards S2G. pry them apart. Ulf, Aaron actually finding shot over towards Darkin. That is a mega shot, by the way. Oh my goodness me, how far is that? Almost 400 meters on that bad boy. That's Aaron for you. MTG still wandering around on one nade there from So Easy. Tries to get a bit of damage done. Lost still in the back lines, but he's been effectively harassed. Vitality yet to move, and Nongshin Redfall is just trying to dominate the high ground off the back of this. I think with Hyunbin's original push out, that swing was very good, gave them a huge amount of advantage playing forward, but we are just playing in tandem at the moment, slowly stepping up this hillside.
Yeah, climbing up bit by bit. For the Mafia, it looks like there's a little bit of posturing from Godlike back down towards this fight that's occurring in the Elim feed with Alula taking on Ida. So Godlike might try and siphon some points out from that one, whilst you do still have this elongated uphill battle between Nonshin and S2G. Ooh, the duo of Aurora as well, even getting a good distant connection off onto Godlike to at least knock one of the players. Alpha pushing a bit further down as well. They were debating going for it. Oh, but that's actually Top getting the knock onto Soulless.
Yeah, that's awkward there. Kamikaze though, E-Arena. It's Mormon once again at distance. M4 taking the shots in. Kamikaze immediately has to rebuff that position. Nongshin Red Force takes advantage of it. So Easy peeking. Good shots from Joker, goodness me. Lucky to still have his hat on. Aaron knocks over towards Razak. Aaron has been hitting some nasty shots, by the way.
Yeah, he's been super slick with it. Great gun skill on display. From range as well, gets a little bit more awkward from some of these long-range fights, but doesn't bother him. He's been consistent.
Very important he gets that knock as well versus Vitality. Massively slows them down because Ulf had 2 players down, knocked. Now they do... I think they just lost 1 entirely. Yeah, they did. So they're down to 3 now. That's Soulless, no longer in with us. It's all from a really, really good position. I don't really know how they lost a player there. And it's hard to deny those sight lines in this area of the map. There's a lot of little defilades, random bits of environmental objects that are going to keep you alive. Skinny trees. Aurora's living it large. Honestly, has 2 players. I think that's what I'm most surprised by, but Top has been having a really, really good day today. I think he's currently topping the damage meters, well, hey, with Reefus playing alongside him up there.
Ooh, well, Zone moves in, still has actually a bit of favor towards Aurora with the position they were set up in, but this battle between Ulf and Vitality has been going on. Meanwhile, amongst it, S2G start to crash onto Tianba. The drum starting to beat. Just outside the doorway, shots into the back line. Heels being pulled out as QZZ tops himself back up. Hamzik's so low as well, you're gonna be caught on a wrap. Wow, somehow gets past the door. Oh, mate. Bullets bouncing by him, giving him a short back and side with a haircut, but he's still alive. Nades into the long building.
QZZ lucky there. Almost went upstairs as the nade came through. Joker will finally go down. I mean, E-Arena was certainly making some enemies, stinging away at some of the players around the map there. But for Tianba, they've got to love this longhouse, and holding on to it is the name of the game. Sadly, no Milo here to make those 1v4s happen. Only 2 players from S2G, so not looking like another chicken dinner going forward. Desperate to take this longhouse off of them, though, and hold out all the teams coming in from the northeast. Molly goes down, forces Hamzy G into the homestead.
Yeah, they got the read, though. They know the info. Heard the thunderfooting of the footsteps as he plays close on the stairs. Meanwhile, Vitality continuing to put pressure onto Godlike, holding the back line. Ulf stealing away some of the points as well, as Razy will get hit heavy. Razak down as well, calling for backup from Axel that's got about 1 point of health left. And that's Nonshin Red Force that are lighting him up with So Easy coming in. Only Vexy left then. Scary scenes for Vitality. Nades being cooked out from Scarface and dashed back down onto Nonshin Red Force. Still waiting, lying, prepared to strike for the S2G side, close towards Tiamba's compound. 4 different fights occurring here.
Yeah, this is pretty madness. Over on this side of the map, Nongshim Red Force looks to finish off the final player there from Vitality as they swing down. Leaves So Easy on Overwatch towards Ulf. Flash stepping up to the plate. Unbeknownst to them, this is a 5-man team inside the building. We're lost. Hamzy G and Tiamba underneath. Smoke start to bloom. Nongshim takes quite a lot of damage though as Godlike starts to push on through whilst Ulf maintains a little bit of help.
Flash just sprinting in, clear towards the top side of their area of the building. Meanwhile, A-King starts to respond back in kind onto S2G. QZZ
Nice.
with a smooth move and giving them the Texas two-step and dancing past the bullets. That's how S2G go down. More pressure could potentially be coming their way, though.
Has to play the outside now. Love that from A-King though. Just decided to push up. Sadly, Wynn's already on the rooftop. Gets the good shots in. Will flush out the player. QZZ gets in the building with the S12K underneath. There's Eagle lurking as per usual. Gets the first aid kit off. Greeds for it. Zeus low. Bozy's down and Tiamba is making the hold here. One player left remaining. He moves out. It is just Eagle, I believe, left here for the team.
Oh, he tried to bait him back on the double step into the building. Thankfully for Flash, Wynn finds that one on the reply. He can't pull a fast one on him, but that's a quick way to go down for the last member of Aurora. They fall as well, and the numbers get fewer and fewer as we go down to our last 4 squads. Flash, Godlike, Ida, and Ulf remain. Ulf have been battling Godlike after Vitality were removed. This was the next squad they had to keep the intense action going with, and they've not had a moment of respite in a few minutes.
I mean, Godlike's playing a split right now. They've got Salme over on the western side, keeping tabs over towards Ida, trying not let them push, whilst Admino and S-Power essentially bully Ulf. Ketch is going to try and crawl over towards them as Wynn makes this swing. What's over the moment, S-Power and Admino just not giving up though. They're going to send in good shots from Eren, tries to take down Wynn quickly, but Godlike's in through the back lines. One player left alive here, Scarface tries to hold it down, but cannot keep the hope alive here for Ulf as S-Power takes advantage of the momentary distraction, and that's just with 2 players here. Now they look to take it attacks versus Ida. It is Godlike, Ida. A 3 versus 3, nades forward, it's good. Straight to the vehicle. Opens up the boot, looks for more.
They thought they found the weakness. The isolated off-angle play from Salme. They run him down with the vehicles, but he blows away the first line of defense with a nade and leaves them in dire straits now. 2v3, trying to pull back while still fighting. Last bit of offensive utility thrown out by Salme. He's got to get his head down. Off-angle split between the 2 Ida players. S-Power from range, putting shots on target. Darkin waiting for the peak. Throws the nade over. Could be good to at least force S-Power back out into the open.
Good damage over towards S-Power there, like you say. Doesn't force him out though, he just holds his ground. Nade bounces off the rooftop, but Salme's not bothered. Darkin now swinging side to side, just about gets to cover, but not before S-Power hits the shot. Now just Rita all alone. The rest of Godlike pushing down into him.
The terrifying trio of Godlike being fired up. The ferocious crowd here in France giving them their energy. Chant after chant, screaming the name Godlike, but can they do the arena proud as Rita makes a move? Bullets on target, gotta hit the deck. He's low, he's trapped, and Godlike know that they are inches away from grabbing the chicken dinner. Salme with the elevated peak, they're looking for the shots. Rita, gotta make the move. Peeks back up, fires the warnings over. That's one knocked as Rita looks to hold on. Can he somehow clutch this?
Ooh.
No, cut short in the final moment as Godlike find it.
S-Power right at the end. Looked dire, looked bad, but he brought it back into full, clear picture. Godlike grabbed themselves a chicken here. They've been getting closer and closer to that meal, and it's here right at the end of the day.
But if you're fortunate enough to be here at EWC 26 for PMWC, you'll hear that organization's name echoing through the hall.
as the fans cheer on their squad. That chicken dinner locked in. A clutch play at the end denied, and Godlike securing the dinner to give themselves a fighting chance, setting their sights at climbing up the rankings.
Again, for them, I think today and yesterday, it's just been a case of slowly but surely understanding every different scenario, how they want to play it out. But they have, like I said, just inched ever closer towards that victory. It's a nice set of adaptations coming through from this team. It was clear at the start they had a little bit of a slow burn to them, but the fire's definitely starting to roar a little bit now here for Godlike, and a good ending over on Miramar on what was quite a difficult circle to play.
Yeah, played it to the best of their ability as well, right? So many back-to-back fights where they were just thrown into the blender. Yeah. And no one got any
just
time.
crept out every time.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Is like so many of those teams could have been in a position to keep this one going, but you just never had any respite. They were running low on ammo, using up all their meds. You barely scraped through one fight. Next team's right in behind you. Intense, like sort of, you know, 5 to 7 minutes there of action.
This Power guy though.
Oh, he's giving it. He's bossing it.
He is giving it.
And they love him.
He is giving it. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I was more, as much as X-Power is kind of ruling the lobby at the moment, it was cool to see Salme play that out. I think Salme has some really good off angles for the team, and he's a reliable player. It's quite rare to find that in a team where you can just rely on that one guy to do his job, picture perfect, and not go down in the meantime, because they were fighting 2 different fights at the same time.
Mate,
yeah, well done.
That's the difference of it as well, right? That off-angle setup, when they crunched in with the vehicles, they've seen that as like, oh, this is a weaker knee. If we get that one pick here, we can actually try and steamroll and play off the back of this. The fact that he didn't panic, didn't overstep, cooks the nade, gets it off, and buys the team time to win that one. Incredible play from Salme. Big chicken dinner, but so much more to come. We'll see you in a sec.
Welcome back to PMWC at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG. I'm joined by Maxman and also Snowix, a professional player for PUBG Mobile Esports. Snowix, what are you doing here?
You know, I'm chilling around. I'm sitting at the booth of PUBG Mobile for the collaboration of Spider-Man and Naruto, and I'm enjoying the time with fun and watching the match.
Oh, he's getting to play some Brain Rot Royale as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a very fun booth, but I want to ask you, you're watching the game, Snowix. Who is your team that you're predicting to be the champions here at this event?
At the start, I predicted E-Arena and Nigma, but the way Nigma and S2G playing right now are really amazing, and I guess it's going to be between one of these two.
If you had to pick one, I'm being complicated, sorry.
now.
Nigma, because they are my ex-teammates.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what? Nigma Galaxy looking kind of good.
They are looking kind of good, especially with the numbers that they've been able to put up. What team has surprised you here in day 2?
S2G, definitely.
Those back-to-backs?
Yeah, 3 chicken today, no? 2? They play very well.
Yeah, very impressive. I do have a question for you, though, of course. Position here in this tournament, Hustler Crew, took it away from you. I want to know, can you make us any promises as to what you might deliver in the full season of this year?
We're going to give our best, and the goal is going to be to reach all global final.
Hell yeah, love to see it. Let's go.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you at PMGO Season 2 in Pakistan and also PMGC in Turkey. Thank you so much for joining us. Snowis, Maxman, 7WG. Back to PMWC at EWC 26.
Impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Out of all the questions we have had from Godlike, we finally got the answer. I'm sorry. That was, yo,
props for running. You know, props for running. But
Better
for
the rotation than many teams in this tournament, actually. That's quite good.
Just reenacting what happened in the game.
It was really scary late. Towards the end there, super scary from Godlike. I thought
you
they
meant
were about to choke.
Sorry.
It was scary.
Thought you meant scary from Netura in that rotation. But look, absolutely impeccable. It was a little bit scary, but of course we believe in the clutch ability from S Power and the way that they were able to fully swing on Nongshim, right? And then you think, oh, okay, Ulf might come and contend that. No, they're going to absolutely obliterate them too, putting themselves in that nice position. Obviously, they had such great support as well, but to have that front line and to be able to come from that rotation that they did and to calculate, I mean, it is tough because you don't know what other teams are going to be doing, but to calculate that sort of swing on the southern side, heck yeah.
Heck yeah, indeed. And for Godlike, a team that definitely needs the points, this puts them in contention, Max. If they get another win or if they have a strong finish here, they could end up challenging for that top 5.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility right now, but I love in particular this game when you're looking at Godlike, they just put down the hammer and said, this is our position on the western side, forcing teams not ready to crash onto them, but forcing teams to avoid the fight, right? Especially in Ida, forcing them to go for a wider northern rotation, Al-Ula eventually just crashing and completely failing in their attempt to actually get control of that western side. This is a very oppressive Godlike we saw this game.
Yes.
We don't see it very often, but this is, in terms of oppression in the tournament, this is one of their best games so far.
It is. And the thing, Natura, is that this team, just to remind everybody, it is their first international event, first international finals for all these players. And they're being able to put up the numbers. Hey! And boy, that makes me happy seeing S Power. Not only the great hair, the great gameplay from him, but you could kind of see the inexperience there towards the end of the match. And that's one thing that I'm kind of happy they're going through this and they're gaining this experience, because next time they're going to be ready, they're going to be more prepared, and they will be able to just finish off that match a lot easier.
No, absolutely. They will be able to finish the next win they get, because I doubt this is their last. They will be able to finish it off much better, just with a bigger bang. I totally agree. I think overall they did play that final fight very, very well. They held off when they needed to. They were aggressive when they needed to. They didn't go full aggro without enough information onto Ida because they didn't know where they were. Very, very well played. That's a mature style of gameplay, but they just did take it a little too far in those final moments. They almost got 1v3'd there because they didn't wait. They didn't push when they should have.
I mean, this third party, by the way, over to the eastern side, what a great push-up. The timing of Godlike was literally on point. There's no way Ulf can even fight back. They're just cornered. They were getting rid of one player of Flash just to make sure they get the extra elimination and placement point. And then Some hits that. Of course, it was not like a top speed vehicle coming in his way, but still Some, his utility is some of the best I've seen from this team so far. Of course, Rita, I was believing this might be the Ida win, but S Power put down the hammer and make sure they got that chicken dinner.
Never doubting S Power, especially with the way that he has been able to put up numbers. We're looking at the top damage dealer so far. Godlike up there, obviously, with that performance that they have. But we got to talk about some of the other players, because Ida has continued on a strong performance here, bouncing back from those hot drops yesterday. And it's not just those hot drops that they stopped doing. They actually been fragging out. They've been moving up that leaderboard. Another team that has been able to put up good points, especially in this last match, has been Ulf Esports.
Yeah, Ulf actually, really good fight they had on the side of Tiamba. At one point, they were getting a little bit involved on a third-party distance, a bit of a distance away, and then getting rid of Flash. Good stuff overall from Ulf. I feel like they're still not on the level I would be expecting from them, right? Because Ulf is a team that I know has the potential to be a global champion, right? We've seen it back, PMGC second place, PMJ Season 1 second place. They have that potential. They're not delivering on that initial promise, but Ulf is a team that I know they're going to be willing to iterate and make changes if needed. But yeah, right now, a bit shaky.
Bit shaky. Another team that has been shaky and has been very, very shaky is Furia, because Furia Lays, they started off strong, but if we look at Furia's past 4 performances, it has been 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, and 2 eliminations. Not what we were expecting here out of Furia.
What was that? Sorry, again, 7?
0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, and 2 eliminations.
Oh, they got back in the car, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's your fault. You gave them the license.
Yeah, I gave them
true.
license, but
SMH
revoking it
license.
for the second time. No, look, it just becomes this sort of point. Like, they are a team that, yes, capitalize on eliminations, but it does get to them on these longer stages, on these longer types of tournaments, because their play style is just getting completely shut down now that everyone is forcing and playing those placement points. So they do need to sort of adapt and move back into what I want to say yesterday, they were doing yesterday, where they were actually prioritizing placement. What I did like from them on this map particularly, they did get into that rotation a lot earlier than they traditionally do, but it felt incredibly short because they are tunnel visioning on trying to get those eliminations. So it's like it's a hit and miss for Furia, but like once they get that ball rolling with the elims, they're making the plays.
Yeah,
they want those positions, but if they're standing still, getting caught out, they just pull their pants down.
Well, if they want to be challenging for that first place, you don't want to be caught with your pants down. You don't want to be caught doing those drive-bys that you've been doing, Furia. You want to see what you were able to do earlier in the day as well, which was getting those chicken dinners. But I want to take a look at the overall, because right now I want to see what the standings are going to be looking like. As we head into the final game, after this game, we will set the threshold for that smash roll. Right now, Aurora Gaming with 104 points, E-Arena 98, S2G with those 95.
If we bring in the smash rule into it and we look at previous times, this is so doable for a lot of teams. Usually we see such a tremendous gap, and then it's going to be tomorrow, every team just trying to catch up. The top team, I just got to get 10 points and win this thing. But this is actually incredibly close when we bring into that format and that rule that it still can be doable all the way down to 8th.
Ooh, all the way down to 8th. Okay,
yeah.
You're a believer. I like the belief that you're currently showing, because for 4Thrives esports fans, they're looking to see some kind of bounce back here. Yes, we have seen flashes of greatness, but right now, in the position that there are, 30 points away, not what this team wants to be, considering that they are the reigning champions of PMGO Season 1.
I mean, I believe in them enough to think that if they have a good game in this final match of today, they still have a shot tomorrow. But it's looking worse and worse for them.
Yeah.
So it is, I think it really does come down to this final match. If they can get a 15-20 point game out of this last Miramar, then they should be okay.
I'm going to have to say for 4Thrives, they're looking like day 2 of finals of PMGO Season 1.
No!
They're looking very... I'm not even... They're consistently not getting points, if I had to be brutally honest. So, not loving what's happening. Very indecisive, which is the biggest issue of 4Thrives is themselves, right? Their mindset, hesitant, not trusting themselves. Though, second page, one team I want to highlight that we barely talked about throughout the entirety of these finals, guys. Horror Esports. Really not being brought up in the conversation very often. And I know we have a lot of horror fans right behind us, right? They're supporting them, but really there's no reason to cheer for them because they've been pretty much non-existent these finals.
I don't know what to say, because we saw them have some pretty good runs yesterday. Started today, they were also looking fairly strong. They had a couple of top 5 finishes, if I'm not mistaken. But now we're starting to see this team do not a whole lot of anything. And I don't know if that's because the teams around them are starting to really pick apart some of these slower paced teams. I really do believe that the teams at the top of the leaderboard are much faster, much snappier. I use that word a lot, but it's the correct word. It's really descriptive for what we're seeing here. Is these teams are always on the mark, always going forward, always making a move at the right time. And the teams on the second half of the leaderboard, Horror included, I just think they're acting a little bit slow. They're making those decisions a little further behind than all the rest of them, and they're getting left behind in the zone.
At the beginning of the day, though, we saw Horror being aggressive. We saw them just going for those fights too. But right now, that might be what's hurting them.
I mean, actually, yeah, Horror had one good game earlier today, right? It was a podium. But the reason why I'm not super impressed, right, is that was literally right next to where they usually dropped. They didn't drop there that game on La Cobreria. But it is, I call it Horror Mountain. And they didn't do anything off the back of that, Lace. So I'm really hoping we see something on a circle that they're not used to playing, because right now it's been a nothing tournament for them.
I even backed that up and I was like, oh, they've got that placement, they've got this mountain, it's easy win. Obviously, Furia took that win in that moment. But look, yeah, it's strange and I guess confusing because they're not doing anything remotely terrible in these final matches that should be putting them here. It's more or less like you're saying that all these other teams are just, we're calculating that. We're going to do a little bit better. So it's like they could have one game to pick this up, though. I do believe, obviously, it's their last game today, guys. I keep thinking in the future, though, I'm like, yeah, good games tomorrow, but there is still that opportunity. Like I'm saying, this leaderboard is so close that these major games can turn it around. We've seen it. Aurora did it. Now they're on top. It's truly possible.
If there was any other team right now in first place, I'd be like, yeah, there's a high chance that we'll play those 6 matches. But right now, with Aurora being in first place, we know what they've been capable of. They've been looking great, honestly. It's a team that's been looking really good, really consistent here in this PMWC at EWC 26, and they're looking to take that trophy home because that's what Top's missing. That's what Doc's missing. Sheol already has one global championship, and Refits, he wants to win that MVP and also get that trophy home. But let's send it over to Barney, which I don't even know
know where he's at. Wait, is that Barney over there?
That is Barney over there. Ladies and gentlemen, talk to me. Okay, listen up. So now, today has been a true test of focus and endurance for all of our players. They've left it all on the Gadir City grid, but we want...
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
We've got one more map to go. And so, earlier on today, we checked in with the fans to see how everyone was feeling. But
I know who's hype after that one, baby! Godlike with the 20 points! The domination starts now! So let's make some noise!
Yeah! You can see the excitement from all the fans. Different nations, different representations of our organizations that are bringing the heat here in Paris. But you know what, France? Together, I'm sure we can blow the roof off this building. Let's hear it one last time. Let's absolutely go ballistic.
Last game of the day. Let's get into it. Miramar on the cards. We're going to set our smash ruling going forward right now. Teams looking very, very good. Ida getting deeper and deeper into these matches. They're looking energized and good to go. Godlike also with a 20-point side last game. I think that's just the beginning of something great to come here on Miramar. Smash ruling will be in effect from tomorrow, but this is where we lay down that line in the sand, the literal sand here on Miramar. Teams looking very contemplative, where they want to hit up, where they want to go next. Got Milu back in the game for his last ride here on Miramar before we get into tomorrow. Good to see him back again, though. Hopefully we're having a little bit longer in this game, Jackie.
Hey, you'd hope so, man. It's good to have him back. Incredible talent, unbelievable mechanics. And this could be the reset, right? Little bit more time, he's back in. He's got his fingers on the sticks once more. You deploy him into the lobby once again. And if there was a chance for Tiamba to start to assert some of that dominance that we know they're very capable of, hey man, go big, last game. Bring it on home, start to rise up the rankings a little bit, being a nice position to try and leapfrog tomorrow. It could still very much happen.
Southern side playing path, a little bit difficult to deal with. Some of these teams getting up towards that northern edge, at least on that eastern side, but Porte Paraíso, Impala very much in play there. Good to go. Chumacera open for the teams to move down towards Aurora, getting out nice and early around that position. Top with the 4,970 damage, but Aaron and Scarface still doing an incredible amount of work here, despite where right now Ulf is on the rankings. That last match just generally wasn't that bad either. I mean, 81 points now. They're getting closer and closer to the top of the tables. Aurora wants to pull out something very, very special on this match, though. Remember, we want to set that line higher than anyone else by a fair margin to make tomorrow's Rondo a little bit more sweaty, right? Because I think Rondo, you can earn a lot of points on that map. You can earn a lot of points on that map, and it can get you far towards that smash ruling or even beyond it.
Yeah. No, it's true, bro. Like, we've had some incredible games of Rondo here at PMWC as well, at EWC 26. So, if it's anything like the beginnings we had, namely, it's fitting we get E-Arena on screen, right? Record-breaking game, some big moves. The stadium finish.
See that?
Oh, no, bro. They're styling already.
Jumped off the top of the building straight to the back of the bike. Okay. Love to see it.
You do. But yeah, you're right. I think we'd love to see some of that level of, you know, sheer world-class gameplay, sort of championship mentality happening right then as we get into tomorrow for that first game to give you that leapfrog, that setup. But we'll find out how it goes. For those of you at home as well, don't forget to participate in the event yourself with a lucky spin and draw to get some of those beautiful skins to commemorate.
what has been a very wonderful year here at PMWC. It feels like a rising tide has brought all ships up, Blank. The skill level, some of the plays we've seen, the 1v4s that it feels like this year we've had drastically many compared to what we'd had in prior years. It's been a lot of showmanship, a lot of excitement, and Paris has been killing it as well. So it's been super exciting. But hey, we'll dial in. We'll stick with the program for now, see what we get, if this will be a present of a final game between these sides and who's going to benefit most.
We have had a lot of rising stars as well. I mean, it's quite cool to see, because I mean, you mentioned the 1v4s. It's been a while since we've really had that presence from singular players in a big way, because we moved further over towards being like, the 4-man teams have to all be consistently good together. We need 4 players that can play together very, very cohesively, but also have that star power in them. Now we're going further beyond than that, right? We're going towards galactic level gamers, likes of Milu, Kamikaze. It's awesome to see. It really, really is.
Feels like we're getting some of those superstar players where, like you say, man,
superstars.
It can make the difference, right?
Bigger than just the normal stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Larger in stature or potentially gravitational pull. Yeah. I suppose that's true in Milu's case, right? He does just seem to absorb everyone in the lobby. They come near him.
Yep.
You're gone.
He's a beast. We did move over towards that western side on the circle, though, so that opens up a decent start here from Aurora, moving in from Chumacera early on. Got Picardo, positions around there, some of the trash drops, some of those compounds in play. Like, this is a very compound-heavy area of the map to start things off, like individual areas, not POIs. That does always make for a fun endgame. Oren via the Ma, you got Nongshim off the back of that southern plane path, dropping down towards Partona. Tizzy's already moved across, though, giving an anchor point for the rest of the team to move in towards. Still far down towards the south of the map, but at least gathering some information early whilst he loots up the couple of buildings. They used to be very much like RRQ stomping grounds back in the day. Way back in the day. We're back 2021, 2022. We're going back there.
Kicking it old school. We're rolling back the years with some of the plays we've seen. In some ways, it's felt like that has been the case, right? Kind of a weird dynamic of the old and the new coming together to make something very tasty with the maneuvers we've seen. Hey, bike rotate, shout out. Man's getting his exercise in. His legs will be aching. The one neuron for both of us engaged at the same time. That's unreal.
Oh, dear me. Well, okay, he's going to move on. Over towards Milu by the gas station. Does have a vehicle. Don't abandon him. Come on. You make him go further. It's so rude.
His fires are going to be burning.
No, Milu's got bigger and better things to be moving on to right now. Can't be dealing with you on your bike. Heads over towards Eagle. This is over towards east side of Impala right now. We do have OG actually rotating very closely at the moment. I think that's just a couple of players there, though. It's Aru. See a tanky over towards Graveyard right now. So quite a wide split as Godlike just slices down the center of them through La Bandita. So they are cut off from one another for quite a little while here. It'll be quite a slow start because, again, this is always funny. I mean, for an end of game circle, end of day circle, this is really, really cash. And this is super casual. Nothing super scary to worry about. We're not down towards that southeast side where we're playing uphill the entire time, up towards the plateau by the hay bales. It's just back to normality, which I bet a lot of players are quite fond of. It's going to make a lot of the early game a little bit more slow, a little bit more simple in your rotates. A lot of your daisy chains are going to be easy too.
Very cash money for these teams indeed right now.
Casual, not cash.
Could be both, mate. Casual cash money.
Yeah, casual cash money. At the end of the day, you know, you get yourself up towards that top side, potentially secure yourself.
Yeah,
huge
competitive
point
cash
leads.
money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the lion's share of $3 million here on the line it is insane. I mean, it's life-changing money.
Oh yeah. You got the bread with the cheddar in the middle, called out a money sandwich. That's what they're all fighting over. Because it is ridiculous, man. You'd be doing wonders for your fans, for your organization.
Even just your family, really. It's an incredible thing to win. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, super cool following their journey. Since their win last year, I mean, they've been very much celebrated. You love to see it. And all the guys just seem so happy coming into this. And lovely to see them repping the Ancient Charm set as well. They've got their own skin in game. Wonderful experience here over at PMWC every single time, year to year. Fourth try is very central on this one, though. Just over the western side of Picardo, moved out there nice and early, but we are hitting our next circle shift, the largest one here of Miramar into zone 2. It's going to be Ladriero, though. I kind of already know it. It's not. Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't want to go there. I always find those circles really uncomfortable. Instead, we're heading over towards Power Grid. Enigma Galaxy kind of engrossed right now with Alula. Yasser, as well as Quick, a little bit slower to the plate right now as R3B and Claws get very much in the mix with them. Chasing him down. Give me another sideline, please.
They're begging for an angle. Hey, Lord, though, up to his old tricks. Loves the risky peaks from all the way at the top side there. Pretty effective from that position. We'll see if he gets any chances to shine. S2G and E Arena near each other as well on the drive up. Oh, hello, Darkin with a Mini 14. That's a connection over onto Falak.
Yeah, Falak going down there. Bad news there for Fourth Thrives. He's really the front man of the team. Brings a lot of confidence to the rest of the squad when he's still in play. Should be able to get the res on this one. That was from Ida, I believe, and they are in front of them. So this is more a case of a step back type of deal rather than the full-on commit. But both Turkish teams, you got S2G and Ulf making a pretty big send here. I think Ulf understands that they want to go a little bit further in this match. As before, 81 points, but they are taking big tags right now. Going very low. Just about to stay alive in this one. Wonder if that was from S2G. There's some serious rivalry between those two teams as well. I love it. I do love it.
Feels like even over the course of this one event, we've had so many narratives of like little rivalries that have been popping up. And it's given us a lot of excitement. It's made some of the fights pretty intense, not only in the actual battleground, but for the reverberations it has between the two orgs that are going head to head. Left a lot of room for some cool stories to appear. Aurora on the move here, bumping around, doing the suspension in, but they won't care.
Always switch vehicles if you need to. I thought it was quite interesting for Aurora because starting Chumacera, I think it's quite a straight shot up towards that north side, but they were a little bit slower to the circle, so maybe playing a little bit more comfortable on the edge here, or they just wanted to get as looted as possible, understanding that there is quite a lot of dead space in this zone. And they wanted to know that when it comes down to it, they have the utility, they've got the resources and supplies to make it through to the end, and they weren't going to be mega late by any means because they were starting in Chumacera. Enigma Galaxy do finally find that angle. Saw them early, all lining up to take those shots. Zalula will get one dropped. No flush just yet, though. Whew. Yeah, this is a difficult one. We do move over towards that northwest side. We've got the field in play. We've got the almost Death Valley that sits between Monte Nuevo moving up. Furia actually has a good spot here. I think Ayala already picked up a nice compound, and likely the rest of the team will be flitting back over towards him. Oh no, they're greeting it. They're going doubles. I don't know how I feel about that.
Trying to make a quick getaway with Lord taking a couple shots towards the back of the vehicle there. A few stray bullets to connect, but he's still on the move, so won't be dropped out of the car by Hora. They're just going to keep forging a path forwards. Amidst all this, you also have OG. That's Orangutan getting lit up with the crosshairs of Ida being able to spot them out and somewhat punish them, keeping them outside of the zone on their rotation up and over, with Ulf close by as well.
Furia right now, they're playing a 2-2 split. Yeah, I mean, they've got compound that sits over towards the western side and then one that sits a little bit further east. They do have a lot of confirmation. I wonder if they're doing this just because they knew the playing path went from west to east, so a lot of players dropped out on that eastern side because there's more playable space over there in the first place. So they're assuming that there is going to be a big traffic jam on that eastern side, so they can afford to go for a 2-2 split right now. I would expect them to regroup on the next one, but this does give them opportunities and options going forward. And no one's challenged them. I thought S2G might try and plummet down there, but they've stopped short over towards some of the rockier areas of the map where they can settle in. Aru, though, finding good damage over towards Aurora, our current lobby leaders. And one's already down. Doc's very low. Nade goes long. It's quite good. I thought it was going to roll over the top there. Oh dear me. Scarface once again. Those taps were deadly accurate too.
Yeah, punishing quick jabs to the ribs there. Gonna leave them bruised. Orangutan rocking up. Oh, doing the classic strat. Ain't got time to stop. Cruising through one by one. Aurora eating the shrapnel, and that's Orangutan taking the heat straight to Aurora. So 104 points is where their day of big earners ends.
I love that from Orangutan, honestly. There's been so many times where they have had struggles on these roll-ups where they'll just roll through and try and get the drive-bys. There they just stop short. AKOP gets out and just hits the shots immediately. Then they can move on because they need to get further in. So big hats off there to Orangutan. Shots from behind there from Ulf, but they're moving directly into occupied territory with 4 Thrives. As Ifa's down the backlines there, though. No one's really safe. I think Ulf is right now just trying to profit off a lot of the teams coming in from that eastern edge. Tiamba sending it directly over towards S2G. Oh. This is a hell of a push. Nice shot from Razy, though, over towards 1. But T24 will shut him down.
Mate, punishing reactions with DBS up close there. Blows them away and loaded slugs into that one, but here's the re-aggression. Oh, mate. Vitality on the reply. Whoa, they're going to crumble under it. So 4 Thrives keep on fighting. Amidst this as well, S2G were clashing against Tiamba, and the nade has knocked another man, leaving them with only a solo right now that's alive and kicking.
And his aching. I mean, Ulf quickly moved on this mark as well. They heard the fighting. They realized that there was an opportunity to open some space in the circle on the eastern side. They left behind that fight between 4 Thrives, hearing it go on for quite a while. And they're going to be coming in late after this. OG even setting up in front of them, dropping down the barbed wire there for them to wander straight into. Tiamba, it is aching, making them move outwards. Understanding today the peloton won't be moving much further for Tiamba. Try and get some placement points to finish things off. Nongshim Red Force playing down towards that south side. In the meantime, E-Arena took the eastern compound after that shift, and Furia regrouped over towards the western side. So happened as expected. But Furia does get the better off angle because of that, so well done.
Ida as well. With Emre there getting line of sight back over. It's IQ that suffers from this one.
Damn, well done again.
Yeah, bro. Ida start it off, Ulf finish it. So 4 Thrives removed from the equation here. 7th place, 77 points at the end of the day for them. OG were close by to all this as well. They pulled back when they saw weakened 4 Thrives, didn't overcommit, but they're still amongst basically a bit of a rough sandwich with Ulf and Ida potentially pushing down. Jiggle eaten by the blue as well on Horror's late rotate. That's not ideal.
What's happened there then?
I don't know, bud.
It's an interesting kind of events for Aura. They love that position, but doesn't seem like it loves it. It loves them right now. Sadly. Aura's going to move down, try and swing over towards OG. And CG, what a shot over towards Lord on Enigma Galaxy. Sleepy will find OG on that one, and Ulf might want to push a little bit further in, clear out even more space over towards this eastern side. AKOP just trying to swing on down, will immediately get shut down for that. That was a bold maneuver. The rest of Aura moving up. Last player alive is Aru, and he is down and out.
Two very quick pumps there from the shotty in their face, and that's going to finish them. Looked a little bit scary from Sky when he was left behind, but the off-angle peak did wonders. Hamzik's still going, by the way.
The Garand going crazy.
Mate, sniper with a hell of a scope right now.
Yeah. That is great stuff, great stuff. Not what you expect to see on the last game of the day. Circle centers directly, a very, very kind circle. But it's all this weird rocky ground towards the center here. S2G mostly having control over it. They even have Kamikaze down towards that south side, providing another point for them to move over towards. Aura looking over towards Ida right now, and Ulf still being those gatekeepers on that eastern edge.
You've basically had this blockade slowly shuffling further back from Aura. They pushed in, deal with OG, set the focus up onto Ida. They've got a bit of a read as well where the other potential teams are. Just throw nades over, especially with the visual contact there. A few shots back onto them from Ulf. They've got a bit of a ridge to play off, so they can sort of hunker in. Solus is on the off angle towards the left-hand side. This is his POV here. You can still paranoid though. Compound behind them, that's got E-Arena in it.
Barking, finding final player there from Tiamba. So Tiamba will finish on 8th place, 71 points. Potentially taken over there by Furia, because I think they've got quite a good spot going forward on this one. Sky goes down to Solus, and Kedge will pick up the elimination. So Ulf still putting up points this game, up to 5 so far, but they are down to 3 players after an early knock and flush over towards Solus. They're making the most of it on this eastern side. I like to see it.
E-Arena. That's a nice readjustment there. Solus being hard confirmed, but that's stolen away by Horror that finally feel confident to push up into the face whilst E-Arena dispatch Alula. Shutting them down now. Re-aggression, no fear, holds the line, puts shots on target. Ida getting involved as well. So all fragmented. The 5 elims they got might very well be where they end this one with only a single reserve left. Mormon coming up quick. E-Arena, mate, they're in a good position. If they can pull points out of this game and stay alive, clean up on this battlefield ahead of them, it could be a gigantic slingshot to overtake Aurora.
Yeah, set themselves up nicely for tomorrow. Mormon dropping smokes, trying to create a distraction in the front lines. Emre takes a heavy hit. E-Arena been quick with it so far. Mormon being a massively big player for the team. What a nade over the top. That is a long toss on that one. Sends another for the airburst. A little bit of damage in. Swing gets hit hard, and E-Arena is bombarding the front lines.
It's massive from Swaps, and he wants even more. Sleepy just trying to steal points where possible, and this is now the response play.
It's a backstab right now, actually. Oh my goodness me. And they do catch E-Arena sleeping. Nade goes out, Sleepy very low. One last nade in the chamber, goes too far. Airburst might have been needed to be a little bit cleaner on that one, but Schweppes not quite out. And Ida floundering in the background.
Mormon back to his old tricks. Headshot there onto Darkin to finally finish him off. We see Nonshin Red Force showing up in the Elim feed as well, with Nigma Galaxy similarly taking the hits over towards Godlike, and Furia have smelt this weakness. They're coming in for a close collapse behind the vehicles, putting the pedal down to the metal. With S-Power gone, goodbye Godlike, but now they've got another team to worry about. This is the fight established by Furia.
Pins pulled. All the nades sent over the top right now, looking for Nigma Galaxy. And stitch them up on this side of the map at the moment. Good push out from Fury as well. Love to see it. They knew that they cleared the majority of the space. They get rid of Nigma Galaxy. They're playing essentially straight in towards that eastern side. No worries to the 180 behind them. Enigma Galaxy, though, a very, very quick rotate out, understanding that it's better to regroup, reassess from that location on that north side with cover before they make their next maneuver. They might actually just have to make a full send, full rotate towards the eastern side, despite not knowing what's there, because both S2G and Fury is going to have nasty sightlines over towards if they try and play in from that northern edge.
Nonship being able to hit perfectly up against Flash, resulting in only Tops barely limping away there. Got back behind the vehicle and pieced out in the driving seat. They've got that 2-2 split with focus still turned onto Rita. It's the angle of Koops in play right here, though. Close quarters connection, spamming with the SMG in the face. Yasser trapped, no escape plan there, and Alula fall off the back of it. Amidst this, we also wave bye-bye to Ida as the last man is dispatched. The arena taking shots over towards the setup from Enigma Galaxy. Hamzig looking so damn sick with this snipe. Ready for a little bit more. You peek out and your block could be knocked off.
CG, you still got the Garand as well. It's very, very cool. Playing to the end here. Hamzy G looking good so far on the long-range peaks. Enigma Galaxy opt not to go for that swing over towards the eastern side. I do feel like this is a bit of a death sentence for them, though. I'm not sure how they're going to extricate themselves from this. S2G looking for another chicken dinner here, though. They have been so consistent with it. They have been so bold in these games and really taking advantage of that fact. And Fury is struggling to make their way out from this western side. Pushing into open ground. Lord explodes one vehicle. In comes the rest, and Schweppes is setting up for the big spray.
Schweppes could steal so much from this. The eye in the sky taking pot shots when they're weakest. The nades thrown from either side, detonating all around as silence finally falls over Furia with him being dropped. Ayala cooking the last nade back, dashes it into Enigma.
Doesn't go far enough, though. The grass kind of obscuring his vision just a little bit. Still over towards the edge, assuming they're going to jump out towards the side as the nade comes in, but both baits unsuccessful. Switching out the JS9. Need that long range to feel fine versus Furia. Ayala sits on the other side. Blue's going to be a bit of a nightmare here. Chief just stayed behind. We got the night cam on board. Not the best time for him either. Watching his team in a real sticky scenario. Like you said, though, E-Arena looking to put up more points, but it's Nongshim Red Force, actually, who might have a good chance here to really set themselves up the rankings. It'd be great to see those rankings, so we can set up for tomorrow where that smash ruling placement would be.
For Nongshim, you're spot on, though. They do thrive in these kind of situations, so let's see if the teams forget about them and they can step back up. There you go. This is the lay of the land as well, what we wanted to see. E-Arena on top right now. They just lapped Aurora. 105 points with a 7 elimination game and showing no signs of running out of fuel just yet. They've been keeping the intense action on. Tops was the last man from Flash. He had to hightail it, went fought from Nonshin a few moments ago, and he's still running away. Looking for a setup center zone to stay alive for a little bit longer, but might be food fed over to S2G.
Pops goes, Hamzy G, man, what is this? This is actually insane behavior. But he's making it work. Bayonet on the front, and he is slicing and dicing through the opposition. Pure stabs to the enemy teams. Lobby getting perforated by S2G. Nongshim Red Force might have to move forward with the Kevlar in play at this rate.
Damage done again.
What is he doing?
Shot after shot. The bolt action sending reverberations through the lobby, but now they're going to try and turn this one to an up-close and personal encounter. Nongshim put the pedal to the metal, they drop in close, the nade blows the car away, Hyunbin buckles under the pressure as So Easy hits the deck, Kamikaze, 3 nades in the back pocket, 1 thrown towards him, split the difference, that's the reply back. So Easy trying to keep himself alive. In the midst of all this, we say bye-bye to Furia, and Kamikaze knows that E-Arena are collapsing as well. Nonshin up close, good play done. The pump action silences S2G.
E-Arena off the distance. Nongshim Red Force looking to finish out the game now. What a good push up there. The hero Hyunbin himself does go down, but the rest of the team carries the cape forward and will eclipse out the rest of S2G. So no more chickens for you. Two top teams remaining here face to face. Nongshim Red Force and E-Arena. 3 versus 4 on the cards. There's shots coming through from Mormon. We know how sick this guy has been so far. XZY looking to finish things off. Go by his ABCs, keep this simple, keep it calm.
But is school in session though? Can E-Arena teach Nongshim Red Force a lesson on this one? If they can find a knock, find a pick, they could collapse off the back of it, and we know they've been so damn good in thriving in the chaos today. That could be their outlier, that could be their way to close this with a huge game. Not only take first place, but absolutely skyrocket up to a nice point barrier going into the Smash Rule tomorrow. A lot riding on this for either team. And like you touched on, that one bit of benefit is the manpower advantage for Nongshim. They can play off each other in a slower approach.
E-Arena still have vehicles in play, but Nongshim Red Force, they're on foot right now. Feel the sand between the toes, but it looks rougher right now for E-Arena. Smoke's been sent out, and a big old lineup here from Nongshim Red Force. Still using Tizzy as well as Hyunbin, playing off one another on this little ridge line. Buggy towards the center. Joker pulls out the initial nade. Wait for an opportunity to use it. So easy. Mashed by the smoke, gets up towards the hard cover first. Hyunbin, always the first to charge. Crowbar in hand.
Can he smash his way through the defense? No! Mormon asking them to feed him more as he just wants opportunities to show how good he is. The nade is primed. Nongshim lose their edge down to a 3v3, and the nades keep landing on top of their heads so easy. On the rat back around, he's going for the off-angle adjustment. Hyunbin crawling in to try and be saved. XZY committing to the medic play, but Schweppes, an off-angle reposition. The nade barely bounces over. Chip damage done.
So easy behind the tree. They did get the res off. Hyunbin's back up again. E-Arena wasn't able to push forward because the backline support coming through from Nongshim Red Force. Mormon round the side. Molotov prevents the push, but so easy. Sidesteps it. Gets into this one. Hot beat on the card. S12K goes crazy.
He's firing off shots, but these aren't warnings. It's him coming in to show how much damage he can do. So easy wants to live up to his name as the punishing play arrives. And it's Nongshim Red Force with the chicken dinner.
Showing some force right at the end of the day, and they do force themselves past everyone else on the leaderboard. This will be a nice points barrier going into tomorrow. Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin has been amazing so far. That aggression that the rest of the team can follow up on is absolutely contagious. Yes, he goes down, but what a follow-up from his team today, right at these finishing moments. And a long day, to say the least.
In a moment of panic, a team that's proved that communication and teamwork has been what's put them in the conversation with championship mentality is what will get them over the line. They dig their heels in deep, they play off each other, save their mate, and then show us that aggression that we know they have inside them. Unsheath the sword blank and chop straight through E-Arena, standing strong in that gladiatorial combat for the final chicken dinner of the day.
I mean, this was a crazy finish from So Easy. Just did not stop moving. Essentially charged over the top of that ridge side and just shut E-Arena down. What a wonderful play there to finish things off. I mean, definitely showing up Hyunbin a little bit there, I would say. And I mean, it's good to see. And I think for Hyunbin, it's almost a good thing that his aggression is contagious, because for South Korea, for a long, long time in the past, it used to be that they were the team that would dominate from the center, and then we slowly got more and more of these teams, these players, D+ Kia, for instance, who started to bring that aggression. And it's awesome. It is awesome. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to that right now. I think this team has a real chance. They have been slowly but surely eking their way up the rankings, but that could be said for a lot of teams. I mean, Ulf, E-Arena, Aurora today, S2G, all looking fantastic. It's hard, man, because there were even teams from survival stage that I was sad not to see in the finals. I was sad to lose teams in the group stage, even when it was only 3 at a time. This has been such a competitive arena right now here at EWC, at PMWC. Just so cool stuff. Can't wait to see more tomorrow. And I can't wait to see how that scoreline adds up at the end of the day when we throw it back over to the desk.
You're spot on there, man. This is the sort of LAN event that goes down in the history books, not only because we'll crown another champion once again, but the fact that it feels like the skill level has risen so far across the board, teams being able to adapt and homogenize not only that slow, smart play style, but like you say, turning it on, hitting heavy, playing confident when they need to. And it's even just the sheer showmanship of some of the eliminations we've been seeing throughout the whole day, but in that very game as well. Some powerful plays.
It's still insane as well because Nongshim Red Force, they're just coming off from PMMI winning that one. But in the meantime, we do have an interview with E-Arena with Kalaris down on the stage.
Yes, we do, and with a legend of PMWI, PMWC, it's Shreps, of course, here, 2-time champion. Let's talk to E-Arena about some of these games. First things first, off the back of this last Miramar, were you surprised by Nongshim Red Force not going around the eastern side? And talk to me about those last moments in that game, of course. Despite Nongshim Red Force getting the win, E-Arena still looks fantastic today.
อยากพูดถึงกับเกมสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้นะฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับนงชิมรู้สึกประหลาดใจกับวิธีการเล่นของเขาไหมฮะที่เขาไม่ไปฝั่งอีสฮะแล้วก็วิธีการที่เขาเข้าหาทีมเราอะฮะก็ปกติครับมันเป็นช็อตที่เขาต้องเล่นแบบนี้อยู่แล้วแล้วเขาก็ทำออกมาได้ดีครับส่วนเราไม่มีออปชั่นพอที่จะไปสู้กับเขาแล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นน้อยกว่าด้วยก็เลยตามที่เห็น Okay, so to be honest, I'm not surprised with how they play and how Nongshim approached to them during the last circle, during the last fight, because like they don't have any much more option left to play, and also like for E-Arena, we have the disadvantage of the player number. But yeah, congratulations to them.
Absolutely. So now you're in first place. Obviously, you're going to be setting the smash points threshold going into tomorrow. E-Arena has looked brilliant throughout the day. Is there any extra added pressure? How are you feeling about going into the next day, of course, with the potential of you're even personally, becoming basically a 3-time champion on this stage?
ก็ตอนนี้นะฮะเราอยู่ที่1ของตารางแล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ด้วยกฎของ Smash Point เนี่ยในวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยรู้สึกว่ามันมีความกดดันอะไรบ้างไหมฮะแล้วก็รู้สึกไงบ้างครับที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราเหลืออีกแค่9เดียวที่เราจะได้เป็นแชมป์3 สมัยแล้วฮะก็ไม่รู้สึกอะไรครับแค่โฟกัสไปเกมต่อเกมไม่คาดหวังครับก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆตามเกมตามสเต็ปไปเรื่อยๆ So actually we got no pressure at all. We're gonna play game by game, round by round, like step by step, like, and hopefully we're gonna get like chicken dinner tomorrow, and like good luck to everyone too.
I'll finish it off with one last question. With you setting that threshold now, which team would you be most concerned about on your heels, catching you up, considering the lineup of teams that are here?
คำถามต่อไปนะฮะก็คืออยากถามว่าในตอนนี้เนี่ยเราอยู่ในฐานะที่เราเป็นอยู่หัวตารางนะฮะอยากถามว่ามีทีมไหนที่ทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าเป็นกังวลมากที่สุดไหมฮะที่แบบว่าเขาจะไล่ตามเราขึ้นมาได้ฮะก็ทุกทีมแหละครับมันก็ยังมีโอกาสที่เขาจะแซงเรากลับขึ้นมาได้แต่ว่าสุดท้ายแล้วก็อยู่ที่ตัวเรา Well, to be honest, like every single team could be like catching up to them for tomorrow. Like who know what's gonna happen? Like everyone can become the champion at this point. So hopefully, like everyone can play and perform like as best as they can.
All right, thank you very much, Reps. Best of luck tomorrow. That does it down here on the stage. Let's head over for more PMWC.
With none other than E-Arena. But right now, we have something major going on with the Club Championship as Magnus Carlsen. He's been able to defend his title.
That's right. All right, let's talk about this, okay? Because it was an insane finals over in chess. It means a lot, too, for the Club Championship side of things. Magnus Carlsen, back-to-back champ, defends the title, does an absolutely fantastic job, too, does not drop a game in the process. Yeah, I mean, honestly, insane work out of Magnus Carlsen. But it's also the story of Denis Lazovic, right? Because second place finish for AGAL not only was massive for the club, but massive for GM Dennis as an individual. Magnus was saying that he's really looking to have someone that can kind of be his set rivalry. He wants a rival to look forward to going up against every single tournament. The question is the new up-and-comer, the 19-year-old GM Dennis, gonna be that person?
Is he going to be? I mean, he did end up getting 2-0. We'll see what's going to be happening later on in upcoming years. But in regards to right now, their rankings, AGL being able to secure that second place does put them up in the rankings.
It does. I mean, so that now puts them 500 points above Falcons after Falcons got the third place amount of points in chess. See that reflected here. Team Falcons still in second. However, that's now all the points AGAL can get this championship weekend. Falcons, though, are still in the discussion. There's an insane matchup happening as we speak at the STC Arena between Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. A little bit of a Mina battle going on. And if Falcons are able to come out on top, move their way into the semifinals, they get even more points on the board.
They will. Falcons looking to retain that first place in the club championship, especially with the quarterfinal. A major moment going on in the club championship. And thank you so much, Glitter, for joining us and giving us that update. I'm going to send you back to that one because if we're still live here for PUBG Mobile Esports, I would like to find out what's going to be happening. So thank you. Let us know what ends up happening. We'll be hearing more from Glitter Explosion. But let's get back to PUBG Mobile Esports, to PMWC at EWC 26, because right now, E-Arena has regained Hot Jukes that first place.
Let's go, baby. E-Arena winning this, or actually being so back at first place, is insane, right? I mean, I cannot express to y'all how important this is for this team here, okay? They're coming out from Thailand, performing so well, especially the fact that they just barely made it here into the finals. It's so wild to see.
It actually is, but I do want to say, for a team that's currently in first place, these average elims are actually quite low. We don't have anyone standing out. They're all around like that one average elimination per game, but it's all about especially that survival time. Survival time equals placement point. Do we see what actually right chicken dinners, also podium finishes? That is really the main reason why they're currently contending at the very top and currently should be right #1 above the likes of Aurora. So yeah, the eliminations way lower than I expected.
As we look at the overall ranking, E-Arena finishes off the day with 112 points. So what does that mean for tomorrow? The Smash rule is set, and it's gonna be at 122 points if they wanna win via Smash rule. Just remember, for everybody watching, if you're not familiar with the Smash rule format, E-Arena or whoever ends up reaching 122 points tomorrow, after that, they are eligible to win via Smash rule.
Yes, they are. And to get smashed, what do you have to do? Just win a game. So it's just as simple as that, which in this lobby is no simple matter at all. But I tell you what, man, Nongshim, Aurora,
Yes.
S2G, Nigma, Ulf, all of those teams can actually make it.
They're coming for them. They're coming for them hot, and they're going to have to really perform because E-Arena have so much to gain here. Like I was mentioning, they're coming from Thailand. Average monthly salary in Thailand is 500 USD a month, right? To win something like this would be absolutely massive for them. So they're going to be coming in, bringing everything they absolutely got. Nongshim Red Force, though, today, Hyunbin has been hitting those shots like crazy.
Yeah, he's been crazy. Really happy about Nongshim Red Force. But you know what? We know that here the top teams on the rankings are going to be in contention for the trophy. But for Thrives, Furia, the lowest teams on this first page, they need to start off hot tomorrow, right? That Rondo in particular, Niptura, if we don't see, I'm talking like a top 5 with a bunch of eliminations, especially after the hot drop, man, that race for #1 is going to be done and dusted.
29 elims again? Is that what we want to see? Because that's what I want to see, especially from 7th place, 8th place, and any of these other teams that want to be challenging.
Honestly, I want to just go back to 4 Thrives very quickly as we look at the second page here. For 4 Thrives, for me, this is best case scenario. For me, right? For them to be in 7th place, just behind, just within Smash Point, still slightly, but this is best case scenario. We know that this is a team that works on mentality, and if they have a lot of pressure, they do not perform. They are just far enough away where they might not have that pressure on them, but they are close enough that if they are able to play very well, they could go ahead and still win the whole thing.
I'm sorry, Ned, but I'm going to have to disagree with you because this team are the reigning champions of PMGO Season 1. If they weren't the champions of PMGO, I feel like what you said is correct. But the fact that they have been champions in the past and they're looking to go for the back-to-back
You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Take you like a fill you like a pill to get my fill. No, do me in the worst way. Don't let me sleep, never say you're sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave, baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Take you like a get my fill.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Suck me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind, just to know what you knew.